Anyway, you just about gave me a heart attack a minute ago. Um, no, I do not think Roswell was Nazi technology.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Well, I thought you. No, I mean that you thought it could have been.
Well, no. What I have said is that um, we're on air now, right?
Yeah, we've been
Okay.
on air
Yeah.
since
Hey,
nine
everybody.
o'clock.
Sorry
It's
for the
9:16. Let's
yeah.
get
Sorry
started.
about that again. Sorry, we're
Ah,
using the
busting your
microphones.
balls.
Um, I find that Joseph Farrell's Roswell and the Reich, whether people like it or not, is one of the best presented hypotheses on Roswell of all throughout the years. I think it's for the hypothesis that he's presenting. I think it's very well researched. He goes into the kind of technology they were developing during the war and shows how that could be reflected in what we're told was captured. And however, it's a book that gets ignored because you got a bunch of people in the ET hypothesis community that just don't want to hear that it was anything but ET. You got people who, for
That's for
whatever
sure.
reason, get they, and I'm putting air quotes around this, they get tired of hearing about any, possible Nazi connection to things. And then there's some people that just don't like Joseph. We got a lot of that in our community. People, it's personality clashes and things like that. But
Well, I don't know. I don't know that I dislike him, but I think that it's a little bit. He's one of those characters that, to me, is a little bit uh, controversial and makes me question his credibility. Some of the things. I mean, to
well,
be
that
honest, like
but see, that's reasonable.
yeah,
What you're yeah, if you find a researcher's stuff is controversial, or you have reason to question, that's reasonable. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm usually, when I defend Roswell and the Reich, it's because how many people that complain that I've heard either have a negative view of that book or even complain about it. I ask them, and to a man or woman, but to each one of them I say, have you read the book? No. Well, come on. Even I,
yeah. I have to admit,
you.
I haven't read that book. I have a couple of his other books though, and I just mean some of the things I question is like I
Sure.
think that he is a doctor of theology,
Yes, yeah, he got
which
his PhD from Oxford, which is legitimate.
oh, of course it's legitimate, but it's just like, okay, you're a doctor of theology, but you're going to tell us all about the truth about UFOs. It just doesn't line up to me. I don't know. Maybe I grew up with too many ministers that were doctors. Do you know what I mean? Like I knew a lot of
Oh, yeah,
ministers.
yeah, yeah. He's not,
No,
he
but isn't
left.
he? He's in the like Russian Orthodox Church. Isn't he a
No,
bishop?
Eastern
Eastern
Orthodox.
Orthodox Church. He's a bishop in the Eastern Orthodox Church, which is
Yes.
almost like being in the Freemasons. It's a whole nother
Well,
world, right?
remember, he walked away from it.
Oh, I didn't know that. See, I'm not fully informed on him. I'm kind
Yeah,
of like he's in
he
my
walked
gray
away.
basket. He's been in my gray basket for a long time.
Yeah, and look, that said, about Roswell and the Reich, I don't agree with him that it was a Nazi craft. Now, I'm being a little bit tricky because I think it was, and we're jumping right into this, I guess. I think it was America's first attempt at manned space flight, and it was done with paperclip Nazi scientists.
That's it. I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
misspoke your
Oh,
thought.
I'm just giving you
Yeah,
crap. I'm
it's
just
been a long time since we talked, and when you
yeah,
told me about that, I went digging into what you were talking about with this, and
yeah.
went, Jesus, look at all these rocket scientists that came over from Nazi Germany to help with the space program and the rocket program. This could be a really good theory based
And
on the
and
number of them. There wasn't there hundreds of rocket scientists? Werner von Braun is the most well known, but there
yeah.
was literally hundreds of
Yeah, I
Nazi
don't
rocket
recall. I don't
scientists,
recall
right?
the actual number of rocket scientists, but here's the thing: everybody kind of gets diverted with most people, and I'm not being hypercritical here. I'm just stating a fact. Most people, when you talk about Operation Paperclip, they think of, oh, that was all about the bomb, that was all about the rocket scientists. Actually, Operation Paperclip, when you look at the history of it, was originated by U.S. Army Air Corps aviation medicine scientists, Colonel Harry Armstrong being the leader of it, working with the German aviation medicine scientists. That was the actual origin of Operation Paperclip. And these are the guys who originated it. And of course, it was smart. Well, shoot, if we can bring in these guys, we can bring in the nuclear, the atomic scientists. We can bring in, whoever, the rocket guys and such. So it really originated with the guys who, dating back to the 1920s, had been wanting to put man in space. So then you get all these guys together, aviation medicine guys, rocket engineers and such. You get them in the same place at the same time with a bunch of secrecy, a lot of money. What do you think they're going to try? I argue that they're going to try putting man in space. And I think that's what we've come to popularly call the Roswell incident. I think that's really the secret nugget. And I've put a fine point on that since then, which I'm sure we'll get into. But I think, and I listened to I listened to the Cal Korff episode in this discussion, and I listened to Kevin Randall's, and there's a lot those guys say, that both of them, that I agree with. There's a little that I disagree with. But here's what I think. I do think that the famous stuff involving Mac Brazel and Major Marcel and the debris and all this stuff, I think that was what the Air Force told us it was, that it was target balloon stuff and mogul balloon stuff, blah, 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 all that. I don't think there was a crash of a craft that was involved in that debris that Brazel and them brought in. What I do think is that there was a crash incident where there were, bodies retrieved, and there was a crash and stuff. And I think the thread that might connect the two, and I think it was around the same time, I think the thread that might connect the two is that the mogul balloon might have had something to do with the crash of the craft. But I think the craft was America's first attempt at manned spaceflight. And I go into that, how I think that and why and how it would work in my book Shimmering Light, of course. But that's what I think they used the Brazel thing and the Marcel thing with the debris and stuff. I think the Army Air Corps used that to, while they were scrambling, use that and the alien, flying saucer idea to cover up this first attempt at manned spaceflight. Now, why would they go to such lengths to cover that up? Because it was 1947. It was right after World War II. It was the beginning of the Cold War. If we're going to make the first attempt to put man in space, we don't want anyone outside the people working on it to know that. And they would rather, yes, I'm saying this, there's going to be somebody out there saying, that's not logical. Well, whatever. But yes, I say that they would have even preferred people to believe in a flying saucer story before admitting that it was our first attempt at manned space flight within the context of the time. That was the big.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd rather people just sort of chasing shadows of aliens that don't exist, right? Than
exactly
admit what they were really working on.
And
one of the
let me caveat at the end of that, which a lot of people in our community don't do. I could be wrong.
Imagine that. One of the things that I think supports your theory, however, is this. For people that don't know, these aviation medical Nazis were doing like horrific experiments on people.
Yes. Yeah.
Pre-World War II or during World War II to see what would happen if you shot somebody into space. Like they were putting people in vacuum chambers and stuff.
Altitude chambers. My dad saw those films as part of his training. He had to watch, he and the other guys, if you were in the U.S. Air Force and you were working in altitude chambers, aviation medicine division of the Air Force, which my dad was in, you had to, you watched those Nazi films that I believe Hubertus Strughold was involved with that. And they would put people inside altitude chambers without a pressure suit and crank that thing open. Up high.
See how long before they die, right?
Yeah, just to see how long before they die, to see, how they would die and such. And here's the thing. Yes, I mean, we would never do that. But yeah, they had the guys watch it because I hate to say
it was already done. Yeah,
it was already done. And there was valuable data in there. But it was kind of a hideous thing, obviously.
One thought I had as well is I'm not sure when do you have any idea when the United States in their rocket program started using monkeys?
I think that was in the late 50s. You got to understand the U.S. manned space program was all in the hands of the United States Air Force with some Navy cooperation, but primarily the United States Air Force Aviation Medicine Division until October of 1958 when NASA was stood up and took over the Mercury program. So anything that was done prior to October 1958 was U.S. Air Force, but I believe they started, I think they started doing the monkey stuff either right before NASA took over, but definitely when NASA took over. So we're talking 58, 59, 60 timeframe
Wow. But
thinking.
you know what I was thinking is, what if they started using monkeys much earlier than they publicly acknowledged in rocket tests? And what if what crashed at Roswell was, you know, a rocket test with a monkey, and that's where the stories of the bodies come from? Three
That's
foot
possible.
tall,
And,
three
you know,
foot
when you
tall
consider,
could be baboons, could be a lot of different monkeys. And
yeah,
if they went down in a fiery rocket crash and were burnt, you know, or
yeah,
like
beyond
all air
recognition,
could have been
there
burned
you go.
off of them. They could have looked like some kind of, you
Sure.
know,
And when you
little green
consider
men.
that these monkeys are smaller
Hmm.
than we are, that would explain, you know, oh, they were small. But you know, whatever the case, yeah, I reiterate, I in no way think Roswell was an ET event whatsoever.
Well, you're breaking my Roswell bubble, or I should say, breaking my Roswell balloon.
Yeah,
Uh, but listen, I don't care what the truth is. I just want to know.
sure.
If it was aliens, great. I'd be so happy to
Well,
find
then,
out that it was really aliens. It would be so cool. It would,
yeah,
you know, tell us we are not alone in the universe, and the philosophical implications and the religious implications and the scientific implications of just knowing there's other intelligent life out there capable of traveling to stars would be amazing. But I want to know the truth. If that's all horseshit, okay, it's horseshit. What was it? I don't believe it was just a mogul balloon. It's just there's too many people telling stories about aliens and crazy
yeah. Well,
material.
remember, I think my qualification is I think the Mac Brazel Major Marcel stuff was a mogul balloon. I think other things got out about what I think was there were two events when, and they logically speaking, they one might have caused the other. There might have been a causal connection there, and I think that I think the popular story was the balloon stuff. I think the part we're not being told. You know how when people who research it, Randall, Cal, and everyone, you find out that okay, there's a story about a crash that wasn't in Roswell, but it was in New Mexico. And you know, I think what's happening is whatever the nugget is, right? I think there's a crash. I think there is a spacecraft crash, and I think bodies were recovered. But I think whatever the nugget of truth is to that, over the years it got conflated to
Yeah,
where
it's like
people,
multiple stories are
yeah,
piling
and
on top
people
of
will
one
not
another.
separate it from the Mac Brazel Major Marcel version of those events.
Yeah, I always found it interesting that the second crash site sort of got tacked on to the original story. The original story was a crash.
Yeah,
Later, researchers started digging deeper and claiming that there was a second crash site. Some of them even said that the second crash site had an almost intact craft with alien
yeah,
bodies, which is a crazy part of the story. But it's interesting to see how these things get weaved in and out and together. And maybe you're
right.
right. There's multiple stories here that are being conflated as one story or confused.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
what
that's
about, you know, your theory would also explain the debris switch controversy, because let's say, for example, it was a rocket test. They would not want everybody to know that they were doing these rocket space tests, so they would switch out the material and say,
sure.
yeah, it was a weather balloon.
And remember, I don't think the craft was, you know, necessarily. I don't think they just took a V2 rocket, rigged it up for, you know, a human crew, and then just shot a rocket. I think this might have been a craft that was similar to the kinds of things they were doing in the early development that led to the space shuttle. Like, you know, that I can't remember off the top of my head that one craft that's a one pilot thing it's small, it's silver, it's got those little stubby wings, and it looks almost kind of like a uh, in the X-15 family, that kind of thing. It could very well have been something like that, not exactly.
I was going to ask you, what do you think if maybe it was one of the flying wings or a reconstruction of one of
Or something
the
like that.
Nazi
Yeah,
flying wings?
yeah.
Yeah,
It,
because we
it
have.
could have been. It could have been something along those lines. Not. I don't think it was a traditional rocket-looking craft. I think they were already. They were thinking the space shuttle is not something that they just came up with in the 70s. The space shuttle was a concept they had been working on from the beginning. The idea of the space plane, and that's what the shuttle was, the first working stage of the space plane. And so this would have been something, I think, along those lines, which would explain, the stories we hear about it being kind of a triangular or manta ray.
Yeah, I was going to say that many of the descriptions of the craft said that. I asked Stanton Friedman about this, and Stanton Friedman said, no, no, it was a saucer shaped craft. But many other people said no, it
Yeah,
was a manta shaped craft, sort of like a very futuristic flying wing design. And if we look at this Horton Brothers jet flying wing,
right.
that's pretty dead on a manta shaped craft. Or it could
Yeah,
also, dead on, it could be mistaken as a flying saucer easily. I mean, it's got
sure.
that sort of profile. And here's some other flying wing designs. But this all originated with the Nazis, Horton Brothers flying wing. And we recovered two of them, right? They were in
I
pieces,
think
but we
so.
recovered two of them at the end of World War II.
I think we recovered two of them, and if I'm not mistaken, did the Horton brothers, they showed up in South America, or did they never show
Yeah,
up
no, they went to South
in South
America, which
America?
a lot of people say explains all the South America UFO. There was a UFO flap after World War II of many people citing flying saucers in Argentina. And a lot of people think it might have been, yeah. And here's, we see they got it in pieces. So here's pieces of the craft. They got it in pieces. And I have long thought that maybe we got these prototypes in pieces, pulled them all apart, and built our own, and that could very well explain. Because look at that dead on. That could look like a flying saucer dead on, right?
It could, yeah, certainly. Because think about the common airplanes or jet aircraft that when you look at them at different angles, you could see why, in a split second, just a couple of seconds looking at something, people might confuse it for a traditional flying saucer. So
Yeah, and
sure.
here's some other
I'm trying to
designs.
remember which, if it was Schreiber or if it was Walter Schreiber or if it was Hubertus Strughold. One of them, when the truth came out about the kind of heinous things that they had done, under Nazi Germany, and it got out in the American press in the 50s. A lot of people don't hear this part of the story, but it got out in the American press, and it embarrassed the Air Force. The Air Force was when the upper command, really found out the details. It's like, these guys did what? There was one of them. It was either Schreiber or Strughold. I'd have to look in my book. Who, when the U.S. said, "We're done with you. We're not working with you anymore. You're leaving the country." The arrangement they made was to get him to South America, and I found that interesting. They didn't return him to post-war Germany. They arranged to have him go to South America.
Yeah, that's interesting. And, I find that whole exodus of the Nazis into Argentina, like to this, people don't know this, but to this day in Argentina, there's like a town full of German people, and they're all Nazi descendants. They're all descendants of the Nazis that fled World War II and somehow ended up in Argentina. I believe the dictator was he was like a fan of Hitler and liked,
Well, Juan
you know,
Perón, my
yeah, yeah,
gosh, Evita's husband was, a friend of the Nazis.
yeah. So he
Over
would
in
be okay with.
Chile, you
Apparently, he
have
would.
Colonia Dignidad.
Yeah, apparently he was perfectly okay with offering them a safe haven away
Yes.
from the Allied powers.
And
And
San Carlos de Bariloche in Chile it was established in the 19th century as a German community. And that's why it naturally became a safe haven for the Nazis in the 20th century, because, they'd been down there almost 100 years.
yeah, and it's interesting that whole thing about I'd also like to believe in Nazi flying saucers too. I know Pharrell's books has got a lot of that stuff in there, but we sort of picked
Oh
apart a
no,
lot of that.
he's opposed to the Hannibal and the Nazi saucer. He does not believe, and he stated it numerous times. He does not believe that this Hannibal thing can be traced back to a post-war Italian
Rag paper. Yeah.
pro-fascist, yeah, journalist guy, so to speak, and it was Nazi survival myth type crap. And you don't know how many times I get into these people want to argue. They talk about what about the blueprints, and it's like it's all BS that's been fabricated since after the war. The flying saucer thing. What Joseph Farrell's into is the idea of this thing called the Bell, which is a rudimentary technology that they were trying to develop, that we probably got a hold of, and we took it from there. But the Hannibal thing, no, I don't think there's any credibility to that at all. It's
And
real
by the
fun to
way,
get people spun up over that.
about the blueprints, I was so curious and wanted to know for sure that I had a friend of a friend of a friend, long story short, who like designed aircraft,
Yeah.
small aircraft, but designed aircraft. So I thought this is a good chance. So I emailed them to him and I said, would this work? Would this thing fly? And he sent me back a message basically saying, like, there's no details about the propulsion system in these plans. It's just basic structural plans of how to build a saucer-shaped
thing.
There's nothing in there to indicate what the propulsion system was or how it would work to keep the thing aloft.
Well, the true believers answer that by saying, "Oh, it's anti-gravity."
Yeah, but you got it.
Show it.
You can just show it, not just say it. Anybody can say,
Right.
yeah. It's magic unicorns that make it fly. Walter Bosley. And what a dapper picture. Look at it. He looks so dapper in this picture.
Which picture?
I don't know. It's you got like a brown suit coat on and you look kind of pissed off. You sent me a couple.
I believe I was pissed off. I was going to be speaking at an event, and I sent the guy running the event several photos, and he just kept complaining, "Not good enough, not good enough." So my kid number 2, I call her, she said, "Come out in the hall, stand in front of the plane wall, and I put your jacket on. I'll take a new picture." So we took a new photo, and he loved that one. And so I am kind of pissed in that photo, but I ended up liking it so much that I've started to use it on some book covers.
There you go.
Yeah.
So the other thing I wanted to ask you about then, we've covered this Honeyboo, and we did something on Victor Schauberger's Repulsion engine. Do you know much about that? Because I found that to be a complete and total disappointing bust. Nothing. There's nothing to that story. It's a non-working prototype of like some dude had an idea, he slapped this thing together, but nobody's ever, even with the whole device, like Hal Puthoff studied it, and he was like, well, we're missing a part. That's probably why it won't fly, or, it just is a big letdown when you go to actually make the thing work. Was that just another smoke screen?
It could have been used as a smoke screen. I think Schauberger was, serious about his research. I think what it is people recognize that the principle, there's something there that if they can figure out how to translate the principle into a practical propulsion system, that it might be pretty interesting. It might work, but yeah, you're right. When you look at Schauberger, you end up finding out, well, unless you want to go, everything's a conspiracy theory. Just like these days, the popular thing is everything's a psyop, which is ridiculous. That everything is, but
I can't lie though. I have one of these Honeyboo model kits. I've never.
Oh, you do? I want one, but
it's in a box. Yeah, they're on eBay. You can still get them. They're like $20-$30 or something.
Really, only that much? Okay.
Yeah. Or no, maybe more now. They're going up in price because
no,
collector's item now
because it's cool. Just like just like the thing. I don't know. I know Testers came out with a Roswell model, but I don't know who it was. Revell or whatever came out with the Bob Lazar Sport model flying saucer. I had that. I built that, and
that was Testers Model Corporation, and it's so funny. I had to call their parent company, which is Rust-Oleum now, the paint company, and try to ask them how much money they paid Bob Lazar. And the guy that works at the company was like, "Why are you asking me this?" And I'm like, because Bob Lazar said he never made any money. So I wanted to know how much you paid him for all those models you sold. And that guy never got back to me. And then
Yeah.
we're jerk offs here, Walter Bosley. That guy was so nasty to me. You know what I did? We
What?
put his phone number live on the show, and everybody started calling him, asking him how much money Bob Lazar made.
Well, you know, I displayed a copy of that model on my desk when I was an OSI agent.
That's funny. That's
Yeah,
pretty funny.
that was on my desk. But yeah, the models are cool, but there's nothing to the stories. You know, I mean, Hanabu is made up. You know, not true.
It's like hopium, though, right? For believers in UFOs, like, look, we
Yeah,
have this thing, and they've already built it, right? You know. And then the stories get deeper, though, don't they? Like the Nazis were in contact with aliens that helped them build this stuff. You know, if you go
yeah.
farther down the
And
rabbit hole.
I don't buy that either. You know, and all it takes is some serious, honest, and objective. You know, and when I say being honest with yourself, research and just looking at the stuff, and it falls apart pretty quickly. But you're right. People want something fantastic to believe in, and it's not that there's not fantastic things. People hear what I've been saying so far in the first 20, 30 minutes or whatever we've been talking, that they think, oh, well, then therefore, this is the popular thing these days too. Therefore, you don't believe ETs exist. And I'm like, oh, on the contrary, I totally think they exist.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can believe that there's life on other planets and just not believe any BS
Well,
alien story.
I think some have come here and continue to come here. Here's Stephen. Here's the number I give people. People have heard me say over the years that I think 90% of legitimate UFO sightings, and what I mean by legitimate are the ones that just aren't lies, because some people want to be part of the fun, so they make up crap and claim they saw a UFO. I'm talking about the legitimate sightings that people have reported that say, hey, I saw a UFO. I think that 90%. William Pixley, there was no Hanabu program. Sorry, it's all bullshit.
Yeah, there's photos. That doesn't mean there was actual craft.
Yeah, those photos. Come on, those photos.
And I've actually talked to, just for the benefit of the doubt, William Pixley, I've actually talked to somebody who faked some Honeyboo photos, and what he did was he did a 3D model of the Honeyboo craft, and then he took an image from actual World War II Nazi Germany of like people walking around working on aircraft, and then he put his fake into the photo, gray it, you know, age it, whatever. Photos can be, especially today, anybody can manipulate photos, you know. And Mr. Bosley, he also mentioned that you don't have any proof for your theories, and so these are all just theories. And I don't think that you're saying this is exactly what happened. We're just talking about possibilities.
Yeah, okay, I get it. There's always somebody that's gonna, where's your proof? Where's your evidence? It's like, how many times do I have to say hypothesis? How many times do I have to say I could be wrong before?
No, I don't think he meant it. I don't think he meant it like nastily. I guess he wanted to dig deeper to see if you had more.
Yeah, I didn't see anyone say that. I'm just saying I get that. You know, sometimes I get the folks that, you know, well, you don't have any proof. I'm like, okay, how many times I have to say it's a hypothesis and I think, and it's a speculation. But anyway, let me, going back to what I was saying about, I think 90% of legitimate UFO reports are classified human technology. Okay, that leaves a 10% margin in which I think ET UFOs fit in that 10%. I don't think ET UFOs make up that remaining 10%. Okay. But let's say they do. Let's say ET UFOs. So people say, well, gosh darn, you're spoiling our fun, Walter, with numbers like that. I'm like, no, I'm not. Imagine if there were 500 UFO reports. Okay. And that means 10% would be 50 that could be extraterrestrial. And think about it. You only need one to prove that the ETH. And I think within that remaining 10%, there's a certain percentage that are ET craft. So you don't need all of the reports to be ET. You only need one, really, but I think you have more than one. So I very much think that ETs exist and that they have, and they continue, you know, to come to this planet. I just think that a lot of people are seeing a lot of human technology too.
You know, I have this theory called the dark playground hypothesis, which is that 99 0.99999% of the UFOs that people are seeing are top secret black project craft.
Yeah,
And I
that's
would explain
exactly
an awful lot. And the government has been literally caught pumping communities full of fake stories about aliens and UFOs to
sure.
cover their drone projects, for example. The famous case, Paul Benowitz, he was seeing early drones back in the early 80s before anybody knew what a drone was. The government was experimenting with them. He was seeing them. They sent Richard Doty out to go and muddy the waters and convince him those were aliens and
Yeah,
flying saucers that he was seeing.
right.
When it's
Yeah.
useful to the government, they use the alien stories to cover their
Uh,
tracks.
you're okay. You said Doty with Benowitz, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember though, uh, uh, sooner than people realize, Doty kind of, I guess you'd say, came clean with Benowitz. He and Bill Moore
Hmm.
also, and we're telling him, hey, this is not, when it looked like it was causing some serious problems. My personal opinion of that scenario is the culprit in that was the NSA. Because remember, the NSA was involved here, and the
Hmm.
NSA was doing some tech stuff, and I think some of the phenomena that Benowitz was experiencing, that he was kind of exaggerating into aliens. I think that was the NSA screwing with him. I see the NSA as ultimately the worst culprit in the Benowitz case. Now, that said, I don't know Richard Doty. I've had a private conversation with him once in text, like 2 years ago or something. When I was in the Air Force OSI, the first time I ever heard about him was then, and this was in 94, 95, and he was presented to me as a cautionary tale, you know, um, so for what
Yeah,
that's worth.
he's an interesting character in that he's somehow involved in an awful lot of these stories,
Yeah.
and from Serpo to MJ12 to that big special and the aviary and all of these
Yeah.
things like UFOs live, and he's been
Hmm.
involved in so much of this stuff. And then interestingly, both his uncle and his father also worked on the UFO file for the US government. And these are things that can be verified. So he's got an awful lot of involvement in these stories,
Yeah.
in the mythology. And I've often thought that maybe he's some kind of like troll level maximum that like just gets off on all these people believe in this stuff. So he puts it out. His
Or there's
fingerprint.
there's a there's also the possibility, a smaller possibility, but it's there, that at some point he might have been involved in some type of perception management disinformation to deflect off of
Exactly. Yeah.
a U.S. Air Force or DoD
I just always
technology
found it
program.
interesting that he was involved with so many different stories. You
Yeah.
know, we've got him. People nailed him on Serpo, saying that all the Serpo stories came from his IP address. That he did not do anything to hide very well in the email
Yeah.
metadata. And I looked at it, and I believe that those people that nailed him were absolutely correct. I asked him about it; he just totally denied that. He said, "Nope, wasn't me. I don't have
Of
anything to."
course he's well. That's a standard thing in the CIA culture: lie, deny, and counter accuse. Our politicians do it all the time now. But lie, deny, and counter accuse. And so, one of those three, or a combination of all of them.
Lee Beltman says, "Go off, please. Doty is a shill." People either love that guy or hate to hear about him. They could just go, "He's a CIA disinformation agent. Don't listen to anything he says."
Yeah,
You know.
it's an interesting thing when Doty comes up, but I don't know the man well enough to pass any moral judgment on him beyond,
No, and here's what I'll
his
say. From the little bit of talks that I've had with him, I find him to be a very likable guy with
yeah. A lot of people come away liking him
interesting
personally.
stories to tell, and like he's
Yeah,
got legitimately kind of like you. One of the reasons I like Doty is like you can verify that he really worked for the Air Force, that he really worked for secret projects and stuff like that. Same thing with you. So I give those sort of people a lot more weight than these people with fake educations, fake jobs they
right,
never held, fake
right,
credentials, fake military service they never did. It seems
right.
to be pretty common in this field. you know?
Well, because the people who do it, they do it because they can get away with it for a while. And because of all those people who want to be true believers, and all those people who want to suck up the hopium, and all those people who just want it so much to be true, so they're willing to listen to some guy who says he was this, that, or the other, who will tell them what they want to hear. And the ones who legitimately were in that field that are not telling them what they want to hear, oh, those guys suddenly become the disinfo agent. So it's really, in some cases, not everyone, you're really dealing with a bunch of children in some cases.
It's funny. Like, somebody sent me a blog a month ago or so where somebody was claiming that I was a CIA disinformation agent. But then and I'm so mad because I read it and then I didn't screen capture it, and then the whole blog went down. It only had like 20 different posts, but it was about all different conspiracies, mostly attacking people.
Well,
like this
what's
person
frustrating
is fake because of this, and yeah. Sure.
What's frustrating about that is to be, accused of that is, if you are being a shill for them, you're probably a contractor for them. And if you're a contractor for them, you can make pretty good money. And, when I tell people,
sign me up, give me a check. What do you want me to tell these people? Give me a check.
When I get accused of that, I say, I wish, because I'd be getting a good paycheck, and, where's my paycheck?
Yeah, that's what I say. And then here's another one that's really funny. The guy who plays James Bond in the latest James Bond films, I can't recall his name off the top of my head. Daniel Craig. Okay, he visited the offices of the CIA, and he gave them like a half-hour talk or something for some reason. Probably because the CIA just went, "We got all this money. Let's get Daniel Craig to come and talk to us."
Exactly.
But there was a picture of him in a blue suit with glasses, a lot like mine. Yeah. Right? In the CIA office, and somebody posted that and said that was me, and that was the proof that I didn't see it. First of all, I'm not that good looking. Nowhere near as good looking as that dude. He's a movie star. And yes, the glasses were similar, and he had his hair swept over like mine, sort of. But no, it's just a ridiculousness that people get to. It's still on my Twitter somewhere, the picture.
Next thing, then, they'll be posting a still of him from the Star Wars movie in which you can't see that it's him because he's a stormtrooper, and they'll say that's you.
Yeah. And I'm gonna ask you something very, very selfish and personal, because I've got this new project, and we're gonna plug it for the first time that people on my show are gonna see it.
Okay.
And here's what the project is. I'm taking some clowns, and I'm taking audio of fake clown people that are selling disinformation about the secret space program, and I'm putting their voices to the clowns talking. And it's going to be called Comic Disclosure. And it's a series revealing the truth that some people have actively and deliberately tried to destroy credible UFO, alien, and secret space research. And we're going to share. I have a selfish reason for mentioning this while you're here. Okay. But we're gonna plug it and share. About halfway through the first episode. I hope next week, if worst case scenario, 2 weeks, we'll have the first episode. But here is the puppets. They're going to be, and this one is called Davy Clowncock, and this one is called Clowny No Good.
Okay.
Okay.
I can't see these, by the way.
Okay. All right. Well, our audience can see them. So
yeah, they can see them.
And so I've got this thing, and I could use somebody to do a voice, like a narrator guy. And I thought of you. I thought he could do a good job doing that. And all you'd have to do is read a script, and then I'll synchronize the puppet to you, and you could be the Comic Disclosure sort of announcer.
As long as we don't end up in the legal sites of Corey Good, because I'm in my boots.
No. Here's why I picked this. Here's why I picked this project, Walter, and you're gonna appreciate this. 1 second. You're going to appreciate why I picked this project. I think this project's going to be free of any legal problems, because neither of those two clowns owns any rights to that show that I'm going to be pulling the audio from. Gaia TV does. And considering one of those clowns left on real bad terms and called them Luciferian Satanists, and the other clown left and sued them, I don't think they're going to mind me doing this. I'm rolling the dice, baby. Gaia, don't copyright strike me. And if they do, it's a transformative work. I'm educating the public, and I'm an artist. Walter Bosley, I'm an artist.
That's
So
right. It's
they
all
got to
art.
let me
It's all
do it.
entertainment.
And here's the first episode. It's called Comic Disclosure, Episode 1, 20 and back while smoking crack. Doesn't that just, it just rolls off the tongue.
It
20
does.
and back while smoking crack. And here's some pictures of the intro. I know you can't see this, but you can review it later. And our friends that will be portraying the two cosmic clowns. So I'm going to get with you offline, but I'm signing you up. You got to be a voice on this thing. And I don't know. I was trying to think of what kind of puppet that will play you. Maybe a professor or something like that. I think that would be good, right?
That could be funny. That could be really. I like the idea. That could be.
Yeah. And speaking of pictures, I asked Walter Bosley to send me some pictures, and you're right. You were saying that somebody complained before about the pictures you send him. Look at this high quality shot he sends me. Like, look, here's my eye and my nose. Use that picture, right?
But it's stylish, man.
It's stylish. It's all cropped out. It could be, and it looks a little creepy. I don't know, Walter Bosley. I'm not sure I like that one very much. We'll put the other one that I like better back up. So, and yeah, there's some way I'll get with you next time where you can hit edit avatar on your side and then upload a picture. And then instead of a blank thing on our side here, we'll see a picture of you, on the screen. But that's okay.
Well, I think I sent you multiple ones.
Yeah, but I can't do it. I can't edit your avatar from my end. You'd have to do it from your side. But it's okay. We'll just put a picture of your handsome mug right next to us, and that'll suffice for anybody that's like, who's this guy? Right? Who's this guy? So, listen, also, I had another selfish question, and this is personal, and if you don't want to get into it, I understand. But many people have asked me and are wondering, how is your health right now?
Oh, thank you for asking. Well, in early December, I had the post-chemo checkup, and they told me that I was all clear. And
well, that is some good news.
That's very good news. I have to, for 5 years, be monitored. Now, for the first 3, like every 90 days, I have to get my blood drawn. And if I'm still all clear after those 3 years, then it goes to every 6 months for the next 2. So, so far so good. But yeah, they say I'm all clear, and I'm in the middle of the long march back to getting my strength back. And, because, they had me laying in bed for, doing nothing for over 6 months. So
yeah, I did that when I had a brain aneurysm. I was in the ICU and I was in the hospital for like 6 months.
How difficult.
It was terrible. And I had this crazy nurse that kept putting these things on my legs to prevent blood clots. And you're supposed to sleep while this machine is like
exactly
massaging your legs annoyingly and making all this noise. It was crazy.
But no, thanks for asking. That's all good.
Well, a lot of people wanted to know, and I didn't know how to approach it, but I thought you wouldn't mind sharing with our friends here that you're doing well, and I'm so glad to hear it.
So it's okay to get openly pissed off at me again. I noticed that during last year.
Oh yeah, you get the cancer. You get the cancer pass.
Even people that don't like you, like what you do, they're nice. They're like, they leave you alone for that time. So I'm back in the crosshairs for you guys. So that's okay. Hey, by the way, I don't like to just say, like when I responded to Williams, and I didn't mean to be, I hope I wasn't choppy at you, William Pixley.
No, he was just asking a question. Okay.
I don't like to just be one of those guys that said, that was some guy, blah, blah, blah. So I looked it up, and we're talking about Ernst Zundel, Zundel, okay? And he was a Holocaust denier and all this crazy stuff. And really, that's where it started picking up steam, was with his stuff. But there was also the guy in the Italian, essentially rag, what's that, tabloid type, stuff that started the idea. And Ernst Zundel went with it. But Zundel is the guy who really kind of started the popularization of this fantasy that the Nazis had these flying saucers and that they had contact with alien races. And, he even got into the Hollow Earth stuff and all that. So Ernst Zundel is a place to start if you're looking to, see what the truth is.
Yeah, and I just smack down somebody else who was using a Holocaust denying white supremacist convicted felon as a source of a story.
There you
So,
go. Good.
I don't think, look at this UFO, the secret weapons, a lot of these sort of, they were almost like a lot of fans of Nazi Germany that were upset that Nazi Germany lost, right?
Yeah,
And they
isn't
were
that
talking
weird?
about a next Reich, right? The Fourth Reich. Like they were
Yeah,
going to
yeah.
resurge after a certain amount of time.
You know, I feel like that. I think that anytime anything Nazi, the Nazis or whatever, post-war Nazis or whatever, the German thread has appeared in my research is because it was a thread I was pulling, and there they are. You know, I haven't written a lot about, these guys.
Yeah, and it's interesting that a guy that's a really proven anti-Semite, terrible anti-Semite, would write a book, UFOs, Nazi Secret Weapon. It's like he almost wants them to have secret weapons so they could finish the job almost. It's really sickening. It's
Yeah.
sick, you know? Yeah, and as soon as I hear that somebody's like a Holocaust denier or an anti-Semite, like I honestly, I never understood people. I never understood anti-Semitism myself. Like I barely understand racism, but anti-Semitism, especially to me, maybe it's just because everybody Jewish I've ever known was a good person to me, never did
Right.
anything to
Yeah.
me, just
It's-
like me. They were a lot like me. I grew up Catholic, but there was a couple of Jewish families in the neighborhood, right? And I'd go
Well,
over and
I put the Holocaust denial. I put that in the same box with the flat Earth people and the we didn't go to the moon people. I'm sorry. I'm not saying that they're all anti-Semites. What I'm saying is denying the Holocaust to me is as jackass as denying we went to the moon and claiming that the Earth is flat. Okay, I'm not, just a caveat here, just so. I'm not saying flat earthers are
Oh
anti-Semitic.
man, they're all gonna start busting my balls now. Don't say anything about those crazy people. Every time somebody talks about how ridiculous that is on my show, our
I
comments get flooded with these crazy people.
Oh
Like,
well.
oh yeah, well explain this to me then. If the Earth is round, and I'm like, asshole, you can go up in an airplane and see the curvature of the Earth,
Oh
you
yeah,
dumbass.
yeah.
You can
And I
go in a
forget who it was.
hot air balloon and see the curvature of the Earth.
There was a guy recently I heard who said, "Yeah, once I got through sixth grade math or something, I knew that the Earth definitely was not flat." It's not worth, because what they are, talk about hopium. What they do is they get into that circular arguing where you never nothing you come up with they're going to recognize, even if you come
Yeah,
up
just
with,
explain it all away. Yeah.
yeah, the damning evidence. Well, no, I don't accept that. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You know,
NASA's all fake. The ISS is fake. That's not real. That's done on a movie set. Why would they want to convince us that the world was round if it wasn't? It
the
doesn't make
Van
any
Allen
sense.
belts. They can't get through the Van Allen belts. Well, guess what? They got through. They got through them. They got through the Van Allen belts.
Yeah, and to be clear on the Van Allen belts argument, like they suffered some effects. It might not have been
Yes,
like instant cancer, but they suffered some physical
sure.
long-term effects from that radiation exposure. But the NASA at the time and the astronauts, I'm sure they briefed them like this is what could happen going through this belt. They found the level of risk acceptable and agreed to go through with
Well,
the mission.
when you look at the types of metals that and materials that are best to shield you from Van Allen belt radiation, guess what? That's what the Apollo craft. That's the materials that was in the Apollo craft. So they were greatly shielded.
Yeah, they had
Greatly
gold
shielded.
shielding in that thing, didn't they? It was thin, but they had gold shielding.
Yeah, it worked, and so but they don't want to hear that. They're like, no, it's all a lie. It's and what's funny is I live here in the Inland Empire. I live in Highland, a little corner of the San Bernardino Valley called Highland, and Redlands is directly to the south of me. And the guy who started the "we didn't go to the moon" nonsense is a graduate of University of Redlands. I just learned that recently. I'm like, go figure that a guy from this nutty Inland Empire would come up with that nutty "we didn't go to the moon" theory.
Yeah, I don't. I just got into it with Jay Widener, who a lot of people aren't aware of. Isn't he like the source of most of that?
He
You know,
promotes a lot of it,
yeah.
but he
And
promotes
I
the
got a real
because they
problem
went
with
through the
that one
thing.
because Yeah, and I got a real problem with that one because I actually have, you know, contacts at NASA, and like that's just such a ridiculous conspiracy theory. It's just so ridiculous. Hundreds and hundreds of people worked on that project. Were they all lying? It doesn't make any sense. And why?
I think that when you look at The Shining, yes, Kubrick did his own version of The Shining. It's not just the pure Stephen King, version from the novel. Yes, Kubrick put in the little things that reference Apollo and the Native Americans and everything. But I think the statement Kubrick was making was not that he was confessing to faking the moon landings. I do not think that's what
Well,
he's saying.
somehow Widener connects all those dots,
Of
and
course he does. Of course, I've seen it. Room 237 is a fascinating documentary that I recommend to anyone who's interested in these kinds of things. I don't agree with a lot of the stuff that's in it, but it's a very good documentary, and some of the Widener materials in there. And I've met Jay, and he was at the 2015 Secret Space Program conference, which was the beginning of Corey Good's impositioning of himself into that community. And Jay's a nice guy.
No, listen, he's a nice enough guy, but I get into it with him sometimes. Like
Sure.
I don't know if it's a good idea, me and him being friends on Facebook, because I'll say something on Facebook and then he starts to tell me how wrong I am. He also believes in this, that these are alien mummies, even though it's been proven that these were made out of plaster and
Oh,
made out of
those.
stolen bones. Out of somebody stole human bones and
Yeah.
glued them all together, and then they covered it all in plaster. And he's like, "No, it's real. I saw it."
Yeah,
And
the
my
Nazca
argument,
mummies, right?
yeah, and my argument to him is like, "Come on, bro. You know better than real pathologists and doctors about whether that was a real, you know, body, or whether it was glued together from a bunch of bones. And also, who does that? Let's glue together a bunch of different human bones. That's so like a terrible a thing to do. It's so disrespectful to all those dead people to
Yeah.
like use their bones to try to fool people into believing that an alien is.
Well, it's like that other so-called alien mummy that ended up being egg on the faces of Jaime Maussan and Richard
Yeah.
Dolan.
Oh, and by the way, Jaime Maussan's involved in this one too. He's in
Yeah,
every
that's
fake
what I heard.
alien bullshit story, and Jaime Maussan has also done the marmoset monkey that he claimed was an alien. So he's got the Roswell slides, he's got this fake alien, and he's got the fake marmoset mummy that turned out to be,
Right.
a marmoset monkey. And like a real zoologist looked at it and said, "That's a marmoset monkey. That's not an
Mm-hmm.
alien." But he still, he still claims, no, no, that wasn't a marmoset monkey. That was an alien. And it's one thing to take a monkey body and try to scam people with it, but to take human bones to me is just that's just too much. It's too
Well, the
disrespectful.
people that are chasing either UFO fame or the UFO dollar, which is mostly mythical. I don't think anybody's making gazillions of dollars, off of the UFO dollar. But people that want that attention or they have been out there long enough that they gotta have some latest scheme going on. They'll sometimes that drives people to do more desperate take more desperate measures to keep that attention, to keep that spotlight. And this is what drives some people to do
Sure.
things like
Yeah, and
this.
I was having trouble finding it, but here is what Jaime Maussan was saying was an alien. Turns out to be the body of a marmoset monkey. That is crazy. Yeah, the length that these guys will go to try to fake stuff, it's just, to me, it's just too much. And especially if you've been caught multiple times. Why does anybody even believe these guys anymore after they've been caught hoaxing stuff multiple times?
Because there's always a new crop of people new to this stuff that are
Yeah,
in the
they
true
forget the
believer
history.
frame of
Yeah,
mind.
yeah, they forget the history of this stuff.
Or they don't or they didn't know that they don't know the history to begin with. Take a look at the TTSA fanboy culture. Good Lord. The New York Times. This is the first time the media and the New York Times has ever talked about. Oh, BS. One of them I got into it with over that specific issue. And it took me literally about maybe 40 minutes 45 minutes to find, I think it was 7 or 8 New York Times articles that had been published dating back to the early 60s and through the 70s, all with the same non-mocking tone about UFOs. And to prove that New York Times has talked about this before without mocking it, this is nothing new, but this bozo didn't know the history of, the UFOs and media and ufology and all that stuff. And I found that a lot of the TTSA cheerleaders, they are completely ignorant of what's already come before, and that includes the scam artists. This is why some of us, old dogs, us gray hairs, when we saw this TTSA thing emerge and some of the names involved, we were like, oh, please give us
Yeah, as soon as I saw Hal Puthoff was involved, I went, oh, that means it's bullshit. Because Hal Puthoff, I'm sorry, that dude, he might be a doctor, he might really be a physicist, but he has been on, like, he is half a con man, because his whole life he's been trying to collect money so that he could do his so-called research. He's never produced anything meaningful, despite all of the donations that he's collected over the years and government money that he's collected over the years to work on things like, psychic spies. And he declared that Uri Geller was real. And Uri Geller later came out and said, no, I was just using magic tricks. Love Hal Puthoff, but Jesus Christ, And also, one of the things about TTSA that I find most disturbing is that Tom DeLonge stood up 3 years ago now, Mr. Bosley.
Yes.
I want to know what you think about this. 3 years ago, he stood up on a stage, had this big press conference.
Yes.
Right? And then he said, invest in our company. This is a great opportunity for you because we're going to build a spaceship. And then he showed a mock-up of a spaceship.
Yep.
And I just want to know, it's been 3 years, Tom DeLonge, where's the fucking spaceship at? Exactly. Why don't we get to see the spaceship? You've collected hundreds of thousands of dollars. And you said, I didn't say it, Walter Bosley, that I was going to build the spaceship.
None of us saw it. Look,
he said he was going to build a spaceship. So I'm going to petition. I'm going to send an email as soon as we get off the show tonight. And I'm going to tell him that Mr. Walter Bosley and me want to take a ride in his spaceship. And we'll see what happens.
Oh, that'd be cool if he's got one. Yeah. Hey, look, let's give them something more manageable to do. Okay. Also, you heard their fans and people all in the excitement about TTSA, and you heard what Dolan said was, you're on the wrong side of history if you don't go along with this. But some people were talking about how the game has changed. This changes the game. This changes the game. This changes the game. The game has still not changed after.
It hasn't changed one bit. And listen, Walter Bosley, just to clarify, V is asking, when did Uri Geller say magic tricks? I thought he never changed his story. No, he worked at magic conferences for the society, both the Society of American Magicians and the International Brotherhood of Magicians, teaching other magicians the tricks he used on national television to do almost all of his tricks. Wow. And he sold a very expensive course to other magicians where you too could learn to bend spoons with your mind and all this other stuff. Yep. And he showed all the tricks that he used, which are basically off the shelf magic tricks disguised a little bit to be psychic instead of magic. Yeah. Sure.
There you
go. And I couldn't believe that when that happened, because I had followed him since I was a kid. And I kind of did. When I was a kid, I wanted to believe he could really do that stuff.
Sure.
But then James Randi comes along and reproduces almost everything that he did. And that, yeah. And so back to Roswell. Yes. I got to play the devil's advocate, and I have to ask you this because this is where I think we're going to disagree a little bit.
Okay.
I'm fascinated by this book, Children of Roswell, and that's by Don Schmidt and Tom Carey. And there's a lot of stories in there about firsthand Roswell witnesses who told their children this was aliens. This was not made on Earth. I saw the bodies. I flew the bodies to Wright-Patterson or whatever. And then these people's backgrounds in the book were verified by Don Schmidt and Tom Carey as actually having been at Roswell, stationed there, worked there. And it's, to me, some of this testimony is extremely compelling. If you don't believe in the alien hypothesis, then, Mr. Bosley, how do you explain those testimonies of people talking about alien bodies and alien technology?
I haven't read. Sorry, the audio was breaking up a little bit. I haven't read the book. I think the first time I heard mention of it was when you mentioned it to Kevin Randall last week. Um, Look, short of reading the book, and I will look for this book and I will read it now, but short of reading the book, my best guess would be that, hey, I hate to say it, probably some or a lot of those people are just they're first mistaken, or they heard a story, or in some cases they're lying. Um, so take your
Well,
pick.
I'm going to go one step further then. You were in the military,
Hmm.
right?
Yes.
Do you know many generals? Did you ever get to interact with many generals while you were in the military?
The general I interacted with, the two generals I interacted with most, was the commander of Air Force OSI, Francis Xavier Taylor, who went on to become the ambassador at large for counterterrorism in the Barack Obama administration, or the George Bush administration, I think. And Francis General Taylor, I interacted with him in person twice in a 6-year career. Once while deployed in Saudi Arabia, and once when he personally gave me my decoration for having been to Saudi Arabia later at Wright-Patterson. I have a photo of me with him, by the way, which I'll send you. And the other general was General, and you'll snicker at this name, but General Daniel Dick. That's his name. He was commander of the 4404th Wing at Prince Sultan Air Base in outside of Riyadh, in Al Kharj, Saudi Arabia. And I was the counterintelligence agent during my 6 months there that would go in and give the command staff briefings on counterterrorism intelligence. And General Dick was at these briefings probably like 70% of the time, and if he wasn't, his second in command was. So I would encounter General Dick at least. I
General Dick.
laugh. I
Guy's
would
name was
encounter the
General Dick.
general. I would encounter the general at least once a week, if not more often, during that 6 months.
Okay, but my whole point was, there've been really high-ranking
Yeah.
military people who came out and said this was not made on this earth. You know, this
Well,
was
that's what
an
we're
alien
told.
spacecraft.
That's what
Yeah,
we're told. Who
okay.
says that? You have to consider the source. You got to
Well, Kevin
consider.
Randall has interviewed some of them that said that, or
Okay.
gotten other
Don't get me
people.
wrong. I'm
So
not
we have Major Jesse Marcel,
Yeah.
right? That's
Yeah.
pretty high rank, major.
Uh,
My point, I suppose, was that I want to know, like, a lot of high-ranking military people in your career. How many of them make up stories about aliens and flying saucers? Do you know?
oh, they don't. And
No nonsense people. So the fact
right.
that people claim that these high-ranking military people just made up these stories.
Remember what I said like an hour ago. I totally think ET has come to this planet. And I totally think, if generals have told anyone this, these are generals. If you look at their career, if they're telling the truth, and this really happened, these conversations, and I have no reason to doubt, Kevin Randall on this, is, well, then they had a job where they know this information, and I don't doubt that ETs have been to this planet. What I do is I look at specific instances. I just don't think it's true in the case of Roswell, but I certainly have no trouble with you know, the, um, someone saying, "Hey, this general said it. He was a real guy. He was here and there." So I have no problem with that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it just bothers me that some of these high-ranking military, because my father was in the military, Mr. Bosley, and he
Mhm.
he had no tolerance for bullshit. Do you know what I
Right,
mean? Like,
right,
he's a military, real straight-laced,
sure,
short haircut. Like, it
yeah,
just when a high-ranking military guy says these things, to me, it holds a lot more value.
right,
Uh, yeah, and then Colonel Thomas Dubose
uh huh,
was also in the room when they took those famous pictures of the
okay.
debris, and he testified that there was a material switch, that the materials that they took the pictures with were not the same materials that they picked up on the ranch. So,
Well, but I tend to lean towards, if I don't know, my understanding of what Kevin Randall has presented is there's question about whether there was really a material switch or not. There's some doubt about that, right?
yeah, he was unsure as well. Like, he was kind of
Yeah,
like leaving both
there's
options
some
open.
doubt. There's some doubt about whether there was really a material switch, between other material and what was in those photos.
It was this General Colonel Dubose later basically said that he believed it was extraterrestrial spacecraft that they found, and that they switched that for this weather balloon material. And to me, again, it's a kernel. You know,
Mm-hmm.
we get to the Ramey memo. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is really intriguing to me. You
But
know,
you have to unpack it. Who says Colonel DeBose said that? In
yeah,
other words, and I'm
yeah.
just
There's sources that said he said that, and then there's Cal Korff who says no, that's not what he said, or
exactly.
that
There
the
you go. So
conversation was not recorded. He was quoted out of context. So this is a rabbit hole that infuriates me. It's
see,
like,
there you go.
wait, he
And
did
that's one of
say
the
this,
things.
and then another researcher will say, no, no, that's not factually correct, and here's why. You know,
Yeah.
and there's so
So
many of these
my thing
military
is,
guys.
when somebody writes in a book that, oh, so and so says that this is what that guy said, I have to go, well, okay, I'm already removed from this statement by how many degrees, right? And
Yeah,
I wasn't there to hear Colonel DeBose say it, so I have to trust the person who was there, who allegedly heard Colonel DeBose say it, or I have to trust that person and the person he or she told, who's now telling me, and on and so forth. And the problem is the game telephone, where Colonel
yeah.
DeBose says, oh, in fact, I have a real world example on this. Okay. Going back to General Francis X. Taylor. I
Here's
was in,
another. Here's another. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I remember when he was talking when we were in Saudi Arabia, and he would complain. He'd say, one thing I'm getting tired of, you guys, just so you know, is I will make a casual comment about, hey, I wonder about such and such. And he goes, within 30 days, I've heard that somebody below me has translated that into the general wants you to do this. And then they send it out into the field, and then it's interpreted as the general wants you to do that. And he goes, by the time it gets back to me, I'm like, what the hell, people?
What is the yeah? What does he want me to do? And this
Yeah.
leads to another question. And I want to thank these slides I'm using is from something called Copy of the Roswell Intelligence Report.
Okay.
And
And
this is
remember, I
from,
can't see what you're.
sure, this is from, I'll read it to you. So this is from Alien Scientist. I want to thank him for sharing this with me because it's really helpful to try to break down the sequence of events and things. One of the things I want to ask you about is it a coincidence that right after Roswell happened, the National Security Act of 1947 came in, the War Department changed to the Department of Defense, and they created the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, and the NSA, the National Security Agency. Is it a coincidence that, or do you think that Roswell had something to do with it? Because a lot of the people that believe MJ12 or any of these theories is that the secret group formed is all of this is related to Roswell, the National Security Act, the creation of the CIA, the creation of the NSA, the creation of the Air Force, even, and the Department of Defense changing from the War Department to Department of Defense. Do you think there's
Yeah.
a connection between Roswell and these events?
Yeah. And the Air Force being created also after that. Okay. Oh, by the way, I finally was smart enough to pull up on my computer your page. So now I can see what you're putting on screen. I can
Okay.
see you, and
All right.
there.
Yeah, we just have some. We just got some slides here, and these
Yeah,
are.
I'm looking at that. Yeah, that's right, Patterson, right?
Yeah, this so that yeah, but well, let
Well,
me
the
get
one
back
is, yeah. So to answer your question, um,
here. I have the slide that we were talking about the National Security Act.
yeah, the National
Yeah.
Security Act. Okay, I absolutely agree that whatever it actually was that happened in 47 regarding this stuff we're talking about, I absolutely agree that that was the driving force for this National Security Act. Of course, yeah. I for a long time I have suspected that. So yeah, I agree with that. What we may all here disagree on what the specifics, what Roswell actually was and what it wasn't and such. But yes, I agree that whatever happened in New Mexico in 1947 that's caused all these things we're talking about, that's caused this legend of Roswell. Yes, I agree. That is why this National Security Act stood up. Think about it. If World War II, if World War II, which showed brought us the ascendancy of air power in war. Remember, World War I, they didn't want to hear about it. Okay, by World War II, air power ascended as okay. The air power is important. And if World War II wasn't enough to go ahead and say, let's have an independent Air Force. What the hell happened in 1947 that made them, it couldn't just be the Cold War concern about Russian missiles. So yeah, I definitely think that's my long answer to that, just to emphasize that
No, that's quite all right. And then the next thing I'm going to ask you gets, listen, you worked for the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, so I'm
yeah.
going to ask you a question.
Uh-huh.
And if this violate, you got to tell me if this might violate some security oath that you're still bound by or NDA. All right, you were in the Air Force Office of Special Investigation. Now, let's say that in the area where you worked, some aircraft of unknown origin crashed. What would happen, and where would you send the debris?
Well, it it all depends on what's in the debris and who needs to look at it. But basically, to give you the short answer, you're either talking about Wright-Patterson Labs, or you're talking about one of the Intel bases in Texas, would be my guess, right off the top of my head. Now, there's also Colorado Springs. You don't hear people talking about that, but there's some interesting things that the Air Force does in Colorado Springs, so it could be there too.
Okay, most people believe that the Roswell material went to Wright-Patterson because that's where
Right.
the Foreign Technology Division was, right?
There's some of the lore, that when you get into the Roswell thing that we're into here, there's one bit that talks about it having for a time been right here at Norton Air Force Base, which I can see from my house. Former Norton Air Force Base, which is now San Bernardino International Airport, but what it is it's an airport that's used to repair and refurbish aircraft, commercial aircraft. But it was Norton Air Force Base, and according to some sources, and I have that in my Shimmering Light book, it was stored right here, the area where I practically spent most of my life, and I didn't know that till I was working on this
Oh,
book.
that's interesting. Yeah,
Yeah,
and here I'm showing this slide where we see there's a vast. This may lead to some of the conspiracies about aliens and vats and
yeah,
things, because
right.
there truly is a real tunnel system
Yes, there
underneath
is.
Wright-Patterson Air
Oh
Force
yeah.
Base.
Uh-huh.
And a lot
Absolutely.
of people believe that the tunnels is where they're storing those aliens, Walter Bosley.
Yeah, I
What?
was told about it the day I reported for duty at Wright-Patterson. Right before I got there is, I believe it was right before I got there, they had wrapped up the Kosovo peace talks. They were doing those in the underground facility at Wright-Pat. They brought in the Serbian and the Bosnian representatives, and they were doing those negotiations right there underneath. And when you're on the base, you see, those I call them mushrooms, those air vents that
Yeah, they're all over the base. I know. I've
yeah,
heard
on the
from somebody
ground.
else. They're on the
Like
ground. You can
we were
see
driving
them.
across
Yeah.
base my first day, and they were telling me, and they were pointing out, yeah, see, that's some of the air vents for it.
I know somebody that got on the base and took pictures of that and sent them to me and said, "See, Steve, these are vents going down to the alien body chambers or so." Yeah, but see, these are just so funny that things that are actually real, like there really is a tunnel system underneath this
Sure.
base, and there really is these air vents. Kind of
Yeah.
gets, used as proof almost to some of these conspiracies, right?
Yeah, people. What it does indeed prove is that there's a facility, a subterranean facility, a facility underground. But that's all it proves. The rest is,
Yeah,
conjecture. And
little circumstance, I guess. A little less than credible to believe this stuff. But to the true believers, they want to believe. So I guess they look towards that as some sort of proof to
yeah.
confirm what they already want to believe, right?
Well, yeah, they jump the shark with it. They just take too big of a leap, and they go, "That's an aha," rather than cooling their jets and saying, "Well, at least this proves a piece of that. Now let's go to the next step." That's what the more rational mind does.
Wow. And so, yeah, I guess you left me with more questions than answers though tonight. But that's
Oh wait,
pretty
is that the
common.
photo you were talking about where I look pissed?
No, it was the other one. I can try
Oh,
to
okay.
find
Yeah, I was
that.
going to say that one. I was in a. Hey, guess where I was the day that that photo was taken?
This is the one that I was
I
talking
was
about.
at the History Channel Alien Con, which features ancient aliens, and I met my good friend, my friend David Childress. In fact, I had dinner with him and his wife afterwards at another mutual friend's house in Pasadena, and saw Giorgio there, who I had met about 16 years ago,
I kind of
and
like Childress. I got a couple of his books. I think he's kind of full of shit, but he seems like a real nice guy. That's
well,
what I'll say about Mr.
and
Childress,
that's the
because he
thing.
seems so likable that you want to
He
believe
is.
him.
He's a very personable guy, and he doesn't get ruffled if you disagree with him on stuff like, some people get ruffled, right? And he doesn't. And I'll tell you, I highly recommend to anybody, if you like travel or you're interested in travel, go on one of his World Explorer Club trips to the ancient ruins in Mexico or
I got
South
to do that.
America.
Yeah, I got to do that someday. I want
It's a
my
lot of
wife and I.
fun, even if
My
you
wife and
think
I
you're
want to see
crazy.
all the pyramids. We want to see the Nazca pyramids and the Egyptian pyramids someday. Hopefully, we'll
Yeah,
get there. Yeah, and so I got another question for you. Again, if this violates security oaths or any of that stuff, people should know
sure.
that you worked on secret projects for the Air Force and the Office of Special Investigations, and you had real top secret clearance, unlike a lot of these fake clowns that claim
Yeah.
they had cosmic. Did you have cosmic clearance, Walter
Cosmic.
Bosley? Doesn't exist, right? But you
Here's the
had
big
real
thing,
clearance.
Ray.
You had real top secret clearance.
Yeah, I from day one, I was 24 years old when I reported for duty to the FBI in Los Angeles at 11,000 Wilshire Boulevard on the 14th of March, 1988. And I had a top secret clearance when I walked in the door because that's part of your background. I had a top secret clearance the whole career. And I started with the FBI as a mail clerk. I was a mail clerk for 45 days. Now, the first day I reported, I was pulled aside into a room, and the counterintelligence surveillance team supervisor said, "Look, fill out this in-house form, and it might take a couple of months, but we want to get you in counterintelligence." Okay, great. So I went in, reported for duty. I was a mail clerk for 45 days, and then I got promoted to evidence technician. I was an evidence technician in Los Angeles for 6 months. They sent me up to San Jose, where I was an evidence technician for 2 months, and then got into the surveillance team program and counterintelligence. And at that point, they added to my TS what we call in the business tickets, and these are it's levels of clearance denoted by letters, which I can't tell you what mine are. I have X number of tickets, and they're such and such letters. And and when I got into the Air Force, I was cleared for weird, as we say, and that's when. Now I was TS SCI with my tickets, which I can't specify, while I was with the Bureau. And then when I went into the Air Force, I was TS SCI, and I was additional to that, the acronym additional. Look, they impress upon you, you're not supposed to talk about this acronym publicly or to unauthorized people, right? And so for years, I honored that. It was kind of sensitive. I'm not saying other people didn't talk about it, but I'm saying, I couldn't. And then Hillary Clinton goes talking about it in her campaign, a SAP, a special access program. Okay. I
Yeah, so then the
was,
message is if higher ups in the government are saying that, then you're allowed to, right?
yeah, well, it gets to
After
where,
they start.
okay, gee, it's ridiculous. So yeah, I was TS SCI with my tickets. And what I did at Wright Pat was a SAP essentially. Okay. No, when you say the word essentially, people go, "Oh, then it wasn't it." No, it was a SAP. So, but I'm still
Well,
in the,
hear what I'm trying to get to though is, yeah, you
yeah,
had real top secret clearance. You
yeah,
worked on these secret projects. You worked in the Air
sure.
Force Office of Special Investigations. So I want to know if you ever saw any kind of exotic aircraft that may be anti-gravity in nature, or if you saw alien bodies or tissue samples or any proof of aliens or anything like that in all of your time.
Well, one day when I was at Wright Labs, I was in there having oh shit, what's his
I
name?
knew this was a good question.
Yeah, I was having coffee with
Oh,
Emery.
and you worked at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
Yeah, I was having
Friends, he
coffee.
worked at the place where everybody says those bodies are in cold storage.
Right.
So I want to know what he saw.
I was
Go ahead,
having
sir.
I was having coffee with Emery Smith while he was doing all his autopsies. Oh, I'm just kidding. No,
God damn it! I thought you were going to give us something good.
I was trying to get to the punchline there. No, I worked. Yes, I worked at Wright-Patterson, and as I said, cleared for weird. I had to go to the vault, several times. The vault where you read secrety deekety stuff. And no, I never saw an alien body or any tissue samples or anything like that. While I was in the vault on a couple of occasions, there was stuff I had to read, and there was some exotic technology in that, and which kind of raised my eyebrows. And I will say this is why I say that I think 90% of what people have seen that they're reporting as UFOs is probably advanced DoD technology. I'll put it that way. This is one of the I'm not just saying that. Well, I was in the OSI. Believe me, no, it's because of the technology I saw. Now, also in my duties, in my specialty at Wright-Patterson, I dealt with classified aircraft technology virtually every day. Okay, and so I was briefed in and exposed to some stuff that, again, could be confused if the civilian who isn't aware of what this is could be confused with some type of ET thing. Now, am I saying it was a flying saucer? No, I'm not saying that. At LA, I was briefed in on some stuff that was, pretty, on the outer space level, some technology stuff they were doing. Notice how vague I'm saying this, but I want to emphasize none of it was a flying saucer or anything, like that. But
all right, let's drill down a little bit. Did you
yeah.
see any sort of exotic propulsion systems other than standard things like prop driven or jet engines?
Yes. I saw some
This is
pretty,
getting good.
hold on. I saw some pretty exotic stuff. Remember, at the time, it was in the 90s, the late 90s, that was it was like the next level of jet technology that was pretty cool, which was was pretty advanced stuff.
Like methane powered pulse jet engines and things like that that have been talked
No,
about in
no, no.
popular
I
science?
wouldn't tell you what it is if you guessed. Sorry.
Oh, do you see?
But this was stuff that was going to be used on aircraft, or as we say, air forms or air platforms. Platforms is a word that was used. And I remember, what's his name? Ray, what's his name? Shoot, he's the guy that says he's got the evidence, but he never shows it.
No, that could be 100 guys.
He wrote the book about Fatima, and shoot, what's his? You guys know who I'm talking about out there. Anyway, he once got pissed off at me on Greg Bishop's show. Greg Bishop was talking with him because I used the term platform, and he said in all his years being around DoD and the Air Force, he's
Ray
never
Stanford.
Ray Stanford, yeah, he thought that I had no credibility because I used the word platform. Which, sorry, Ray, I had been very long. The word platform is something that was used, in my time. And the reason it's used is, think about this. Aircraft implies a certain type of thing in the sky, right? So if you use a more vague platform type word, well, that could be anything. That could be a fighter craft, that could be a bomber, that could be a stealth, that could be something that's not an airplane, right? I find the nomenclature sometimes. Here's what I do think: the way they brief you in on things, you figure out later as you learn more and learn details and get briefed in on things. The way they brief you on your levels, these tickets I'm talking about, your clearance levels, it's done in this interesting way. If you've ever studied language and they give you a language aptitude test, the language aptitude test doesn't use a real language. It uses a fake language so that they can test your aptitude for learning new languages. Okay.
Could that be so that you could talk to aliens if you get to meet them?
No. But it's similar in how they read to you your levels. They brief you when you're getting your security clearance levels, they brief you in the more general sense because you're briefed up to a certain level so that in your job and duties, you will either be briefed further in or be exposed to the specific things that fall under that level, if that makes sense. And I will say that the level I was briefed into with OSI was on the outer space level. Okay. So that in the course of my duties, when I was exposed to that stuff, I was covered.
Interesting.
And I will say that the level I was at when I was in Saudi Arabia, I was the only, during my time at the detachment, I was the only agent there who had the clearance level to see the highest level of intel we were getting in our duties there. In fact, they would call me like in the middle of the night, and I'd have to go over to the intel unit and I'd have to, it was one special thing that you would look at that you could read this data. It didn't come through on the regular computers. And I had the clearance. I was the only agent in my deployed detachment that had that clearance. And, to see that kind of thing. So, and I share these kind of details just to, to help support the bona fides, to, those who know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I got all your records, so I know you're real.
So
before we ever talked the first time, I had all your records. Just just putting that out there. Not that I'm
I'm
stalker.
curious when you say all my records.
Well, not all of them, but I did enough research to verify that you were in the military.
Did you get anything from St. Louis?
I'd have to go back over the folder, and it's on another computer.
You're probably
honestly.
able to get my DD-214, right? Because
I believe that I did, and then later you sent me another copy of it.
Yeah, and
yours was somehow more updated than mine. Mine must have been years old or something because it didn't list your last few things or something like that.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. As I recall, I could get back to you on that. But I have another question. Then I before he died, I got to talk to Stan Friedman a bunch of times.
Very nice man.
Yes, only interviewed him officially once, and he told me a lot of really strange stories about the government's one-time obsession with trying to propel aircraft with nuclear-powered jets or rockets.
Right.
Did you see anything about that while you had the secret clearance?
No, I didn't see anything about that at all. I will say that that one thing I did read was in the vault. Just to give you a little taste, a little piece of candy, I read something about electrogravitics, that T. Townsend Brown type stuff.
Sure. Yeah, the problem I have with electrogravitics is that I looked into it myself. I'm into electronics, and you can only produce a tiny amount of thrust. Yeah. So to me, you're not getting an aircraft off the ground with that.
But it's the interesting thing is, it makes me wonder. At the time, I remember wondering, oh wow, this is interesting. What direction did the Air Force take this that makes
after? Yeah,
relevant?
Yeah, maybe they figured it out. Yeah, maybe they figured it out, and maybe they figured out how to amp up the
or maybe
level
there was
of
a
thrust.
side product. Maybe electrogravitics as such, like Schauberger as such, doesn't work. But maybe there was some little element, some little thread in there that some guy said, "Oh, hey, wait a minute! If we do this," and then they got something out of that, right?
Sure. And listen, Mr. Bosley, I just want to thank you because I'm looking in the live chat, and there's a lot of new people that have not been here.
Okay.
That I'm aware of, at least previously. It looks like we've pulled in a lot of people that this is their first time. So I want to thank you for helping to bring a lot more people here and introduce people to the show.
Sure.
And I also want to ask you about this book, The Esoteric Napoleon. So I'm going to share my screen. I have it on my list here. I haven't gotten it yet because I've got two other books ahead of you. Sorry. But
no problem.
I like history and I like secret stuff. So this seems very much up my alley. I'm going to read the description. It's from Amazon, The Esoteric Napoleon. In this fourth installment of the Secret Mission series, the author presents his hypothesis involving the legendary historical figure Napoleon Bonaparte. What was he searching for in Egypt? What happened to him inside the Great Pyramid? What was the secret of Napoleon's ancestry, and why was the European oligarchy so concerned? What was Napoleon's association with the mystery of, you might need to help me with that, Rennes-le-Château? These questions, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Rennes-le-Château.
Rennes-le-Château. I didn't do too bad. These questions and many more are posed in this first volume of Walter Bosny's unique examination of one of the greatest and purposefully mischaracterized men who ever lived. I never heard anything about Napoleon and going to Egypt.
Oh
So
my goodness. Yeah.
it's fascinating to me. You want to tell us what he was looking for there, or do we have to read the book? Or can
I
you
don't
give us a
know.
taste? Can you give us a taste of what he was looking
Well,
for?
I look, Napoleon Bonaparte. Wow, it's hard to give just a taste, but I'll do my best. Basically, in a nutshell, um, the Napoleon that I grew up hearing about in school and in movies and stuff is not the full picture or the real Napoleon, the true Napoleon Bonaparte. This was a brilliant man who actually would have been just as happy, believe it or not, had his path taken him down the route of being a scientist or an archaeologist. Okay, his path just happened to lead him to the military because when he was a child, he was put in military school in France by his father. Now he was brilliant with mathematics, and that's what made him a brilliant artillery officer. But Napoleon Bonaparte is studied to this day by war colleges. That's how amazing and brilliant he was, as you know, strategy wise and as an artillery officer and such. But his first love was ancient history, was science and archaeology and things like that. And he was surrounded by men who were interested in these things, and it was their profession to pursue these things. His closest mentor was, I think I'm getting the first name wrong, Gaspard Monge. Monge was his last name. Anyway, Napoleon, after his great successes and his initial rise as a military officer, conquering Italy and doing all this stuff for France, he begins to worry some of the oligarchy, the elites of France, the political class of France, because he's getting real well known and he's popular. People like him. And so when he suggests, hey, I would love to go, I have this vision for an expedition to Egypt, they say, yeah, by all means, go to Egypt. They wanted him out of the way, but he takes to Egypt hundreds of what are called the savants. These are scientists, these are archaeologists, historians, astronomers, guys who you get into the hermetical sciences and guys that would know alchemy and things like that. And so he goes off to Egypt, and basically, I think, and I realize this is not as quick as I thought it was going to be, but I think that he was looking for something along the lines of that, not just looking to find, to conquer a route to India, to rout the British and the Russians. And that was part of it. But I really think that to him would have been a side product. I think the man personally was looking for some answers to the mysteries of ancient history. And back then, especially, what better place to start than Egypt itself? And when I started learning that side to Napoleon, and also at the same time learning, the character assassination really is what was done to him, started by the British oligarchs. The British oligarchs were just jealous of Napoleon Bonaparte because basically he was beating them at their own game. Okay, that's the reason they really hated him. He was beating them at their own game. They wanted to be the power that controlled Europe. Essentially, they wanted to be the power that he was becoming, and that's all it was. They were no better than the character assassination, the labels they were putting on this guy. And for 200 years, this campaign to just tarnish his reputation. And when he was alive, they would say all manner of lies about this guy. I mean, they would tell their
Yeah.
children that he would eat them after boiling them in the pot of water.
Yeah, I certainly think that, like, from the level of education that I got in just in high school, and was he was sort of vilified as the bad guy. He was the bad
Yeah.
guy, he was a conqueror, and a fascist, and try to take over all these countries
and
and
and and
things. And
you
then,
don't get me wrong, the man did make some mistakes, yeah, and he did some things that weren't the best thing, but England and their leadership and their monarchy was full of that. Just look what the British did to the Scottish and the Irish. It's not just in the movie Braveheart. That really happened, where the Lord could come by, and if you were going to get married, he got to have sex with your wife before you did, because he's the Lord and she's his property. And if she got pregnant, you had to raise that child. I mean, so the English
Sounds like a good
monarchy
deal for him, right?
is, yeah,
Yeah.
the English monarchy is raping, these women, and that's not heinous, it's ugh. Ugh. And again, I need to specify sometimes because I have some folks from England that follow me and listen to me. They know, they've heard me say, when you hear me say the Brits in relation to Napoleon, I'm talking about the oligarchy, the monarchy, the Bank of London types, and
Yeah,
some
the
of the
ruling
Western,
class, the elite
yeah, the
ruling class in the
regular
royal
people.
family. Yeah.
This is why there's no way in hell that they were, when they did get him, that they were going to put him under house arrest in England, because the common British people actually were beginning to think, wow, we can't wait for this guy to come to England, we want to meet him, and they were afraid that the people would love Napoleon. So that's how the idea
Well,
of
he's awfully charismatic. He would have to be to put him
yeah.
in itself in that position, and probably a good orator as
Yeah,
well.
and as you could imagine, some of the people, I have people that are Napoleon haters to this day, that say, well, what about this, that, and the other? When you look, and I read thousands of pages on Napoleon Bonaparte. I mean, I did my homework on this. When you look closely at these heinous things that they point to, Napoleon did this, Napoleon did that. Most of the time, it's not Napoleon himself doing it. It's one of those dumbass underlings that a lot of leaders, unfortunately, this happens to them under their regimes. There's a couple of things you can point to that, yeah, Napoleon really made the wrong choice there. Like the guy who got executed, shoot, he was a duke or something. Anyway, he got executed, murdered, essentially, assassinated. And it was kind of, Napoleon he could have not made sure that didn't happen, and he didn't. He allowed it to happen, and that was yikes. That was. But this idea of this monster, oh, you'll love this. People say, well, what about the Nostradamus prediction where he was oh my God, that is such unmitigated bullshit. First of all, the guy who about 100 years or so ago, who first started talking about that, who first presented that Nostradamus predicted that Napoleon was the first Antichrist, he admitted in his own lifetime that his source for Nostradamus was a terrible translation of Nostradamus.
I
He
don't.
admitted that,
I don't put any stock in Nostradamus because the guy.
yeah. So, well,
It's just
people in our
like I'm going to write a bunch of poems, and hundreds of years from now, people are going to find some ridiculous meaning in
but you
them.
have to address it because people in our community, oh, but what about that? Well, the guy
Sure.
who first wrote that said it was bullshit. And, so I'll tell you, it opened my eyes. I came away from this research and writing this book is, je suis Bonapartiste, it's like, I like the guy. I like Napoleon Bonaparte, and there's some serious historians who are proving and showing and taking that position too, that, hey, wait a minute, Napoleon Bonaparte was not this evil demonic monster that he's made out to be. That's just a bunch of crap. And they're finally rehabilitating this
Honestly, I'm
200
not
year.
sure. Maybe I was brainwashed too much. So I'll trust your judgment, though.
Well,
That
and
you're
not
right.
just mine. Andrew Roberts. Andrew Roberts has written a few thousand pages on Napoleon Bonaparte, and he's a British historian. He's a British historian. But after 200 years of a smear campaign of lies, it's time that people got a little bit more of the straight story, and that's beginning to come out. And anyway,
Sure. Oh yeah, and just to clarify, Cheryl Peterson is here, and I said that we had a lot of new people here, and she said not exactly new people. Some of us are Bosnians, but I want them all to know you guys are most welcome here. Please come back. Please subscribe and hit that
well, hey
button.
Cheryl,
You
hi
know,
Cheryl, and thanks for all you who've are here
come
for.
over. Yeah, you're
Now,
a
some people I
very
have over there,
popular guy, Mr. Bosley.
some people
Very
I have over
popular.
there were with you first, and they're like they're mods over in my thing, but
You're
they're
taking my audience, Walter Bosley. I'm going to
we have
punch you in the face when I
we
meet
haven't
you.
seen Modwiz in a while, but we got Philip Blair, we got Lee Veltman.
Well, you can have those two clowns. I don't want them in my audience. Fucking losers. No, I'm
and
kidding. I
and
love
we've
those
got
guys.
we've got uh uh what's her name? Darn it, Cat V. What?
V. Yeah, Super V Fun Cat. She was.
Yes.
Now she's just V. She's just V,
See,
like Madonna. She only needs one letter. She's so well known. She just V, which makes
yeah,
a lot of sense. Yeah.
these are your folks originally,
Well,
so
listen, I don't want to keep you too long. I can't tell you how happy I am that I got to interview you again. I hope when we have something else coming up that you would be well suited for, you would let me pull you in here and shake some great conversation out of you.
well, did we talk about Roswell enough to the extent that people were
Yeah, I
expecting?
mean, I think, it's kind of like we explored your theory. We went over different things. I pushed back and asked you what you think of other things. I think that we covered it pretty well and gave people what may be another perspective of what actually happened at Roswell.
Well, and if here comes the plug, but again, if they want the details into why I think what I think about Roswell, I elaborate further on in my book Shimmering Light, which is only at lulu.com, lulu.com, print on demand. And that's where I go into the details as to why I think what I think and what the scenario is about Roswell. And again, I say this, I could be wrong. I have no problem saying I could be wrong. I don't.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's refreshing. I like that much better than people that are so adamant that they're right in their position and they won't even accept the possibility that they could be wrong. Right?
Right. Yeah. Here's the only thing I get adamant about, and is I don't lie.
Sure.
If it's something that I'm just thinking or speculating, I'll tell you that. But I'll never lie to people. I just won't do that. And we've had, even if just one person does it in our field, in our community, or any community, that's one too many. But we've had more than one, who've done those kinds of things because
Honestly, when I got deeper looking into these things, I didn't know at first that you have to look into the speaker that's saying this stuff.
right.
And honestly, I was a little shocked when I started doing that. I go, wait, this guy was never in the military? He said that he was in the military. Then I
Right.
call and I check and I try to get his records. Oh, he wasn't. Wait, this guy never went to MIT or Caltech like he said he did? There's no records? He's just making this shit up? It was shocking to me how many people just totally make up their backgrounds, their military service.
You know what
That's
you
why
told
I value people like you who are still into this stuff so much more because you can prove everything you say about your background. It's important
what
that you trust the speaker who's bringing you the information.
Absolutely. You have to consider your source. You have to look at the sources of things, and that. But what now I'm wondering. You told me that your version of the DD-214 was different from mine. Now I'm wondering if
No, I think there was a slight difference, and it's just something I noticed. Or
I'm just
I could
wondering
be
if
wrong.
there's an in-house version that OSI gives its guys getting out that they don't put in, they don't give to St. Louis, or something. But
I was hoping to get the one that was going to tell me you were a real life man in black working on flying saucer crash
well,
retrieval,
the
but
funny thing about DD-214s is they're true. But the some people, and we've talked about this before. I think some people think that a DD-214 is supposed to tell them every little detailed thing the person worked on. That's not what a DD-214 is, as you know. All it can do is vouch for service and what your job was, and the bases you were at and what training and decorations you had. All it can do is confirm and verify that you were indeed in the military and in the command that you say you were. But it doesn't get into the cases or the operations, obviously.
somebody in the live chat, Mortimer James, would like to know what was your opinion of your portrayal in the movie
Uh,
Garage Men? One of my
uh,
favorite,
uh,
one of my favorite documentaries.
okay, I'll put it to you this way. Basically, I wasn't happy with how the book reads. The video, the film, that's me. Anytime you see me there and you see me saying what I'm saying, that's what I said. So in the movie, they didn't. There was some stuff in the book that the book insinuates that I did not say and that I was not implying, and that I don't like how it was characterized. But in the movie, that's me, and I'm saying those things. Now sometimes the audience, the viewer, can take what I say to fit their hopium context. But so the film. But now, as far as my portrayal in that, now I have some issues with that aspects of that film and in
They
the
drummed it up though, right? They have to sell it, I guess. But
well, you look, it's kind of funny. I found out later that those two guys kind of have I think I can say a hard on or a boner against U.S. military types. They're not, they're very critical of U.S. military types, but they had nothing but praise for Kit Green, who's a CIA guy. And
yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, he's going to tell you the truth, but not this military guy.
But
yeah,
they just love Kit Green, and oh, gee, who showed up at TTSA? Kit Green. I've never met Kit Green. I have no animus against him personally, but it's funny how what he shows up in.
All right,
And
I got
people
another
who trust him and think he's wonderful.
Another question here, and I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Philip Blair says, "Ask Walter what his dad saw and the Tuatha De Danann." Does that make
Oh
sense to
God,
you?
that's Philip. That's a long conversation.
Yeah, we're wrapping things up here, Philip. We'll say
I'll
that for
tell you
another
what
time.
my dad says he saw is in the book Shimmering Light. And I'll gladly come back on sometime in the future and talk about that book if you want and answer Philip's questions.
Yeah, we're starting a book club here, and I have your book on the list. We're starting a book club here, and I'm going to read portions of certain books, and then we're going to discuss them. So I have you on the list,
okay.
And I want to read this Shimmering Light. I haven't read actually, I read half of it, if that makes sense.
Okay.
or something. But that was a while ago. And that's what first made me go, oh no, Roswell might have been this. Not aliens and not a balloon either. It was like the third tier of my rabbit hole run finding this stuff. Well, I want to thank you so much for joining us and trying to shed some light on what is perhaps one of the greatest mysteries of American history, right?
I think so, yeah. Well, thank you for having me on. I love coming on and talking with you. And
yeah, we always have a good time, Mr. Bosley.
Yep. I appreciate what you do. You're trying to keep things honest and true.
It's, listen, lately I've been thinking it's such a tough job to try to do this straight, like to try to do it and not just put on a platform somebody talking to aliens or platform somebody that's getting abducted every night or, the stories that don't have proof. I could do 100 of them, and certainly we would increase our viewership and we would increase our reach and get bigger. But to me, I'd rather do it the straight way and see if we can find the real truth behind some of these things, or at least look. I may never find the truth about Roswell, but I'm going to try. I'm going to talk to the experts like you, like Kevin Randall, like Cal Korff. People have spent, some people have spent a lot more time than me looking into these things and try to see if we could get to something like.
Well, here's the thing. We are all here. I'm one of you guys who believes that these extraordinary things are real. I'm one of you, believe me. But here's what I found in life and in my professional life. You want to weed out the crap. You want to separate the wheat from the chaff, and you want to weed out the crap that's not true, so that you can get to the stuff that's real and true, because that serves our quest for the truth. And when people are muddying those waters with just some knucklehead making up a story just because it makes good radio or whatever, so to speak, that doesn't help any of us who are sincerely interested in this stuff.
Sure.
So
yeah, and I've got some substantial and supportive evidence that I'm going to be laying out in my new series, Comic Disclosure, that I think is very compelling, that might point to the fact that the United States government purposefully employs some of these people, helps them avoid prosecution for some of their, let's just say, less than scrupulous fundraising activities and other things, in order to incentivize them to push certain narratives and to make the serious study of these subjects sort of laughable and ridiculous. There's a reason people laugh when you mention UFOs.
As a guy who conducted and ran ops and stuff, what you just laid out there, anybody who's ever run an asset or a source as a law enforcement agent or officer, what you just described there, that's within the realm of reality and possibility. So I agree with you. I think there's got to be some of these people in the community that definitely now I'm not going to say the word definitely, that goes against, I suspect
probably, most likely,
most likely could be this. And so I would agree with you, because that's not out of the realm of possibility at all.
All right. Well, I'm going to let you go, Mr. Bosley, and I'm going to wrap up a little bit of show. I'm not going to hold you over, because sometimes I will hold the guest over and then talk off air. But we could do that another time, or after I finish. I have to just wrap up some show business.
Do it.
About the upcoming book clubs and upcoming guests and a few other things. And I don't want to keep you any longer than I have to. I do appreciate your time. I'm so glad that your health is improved, and I'm
Thank
really,
you.
I'm keeping in my thoughts and prayers and meditation. Some of us can do the love and light thing and not be all woo-woo crazy. But I do think of you and think positive, good things and healing energy for my friend, Mr. Bosley. All right. I'm going to throw you out now. I hope we do this again soon. You're always welcome, Mr. Bosley. Thank you for your time.
Have a good night, Steve.
You too. Bye-bye.
Good night to everybody. Thanks.
Greetings and salutations, and thank you for being here for the 75th Roswell Anniversary Truth Seekers Special Deep Dive. If you're new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you too will know about future special events you can attend here. I wanted to take a moment to thank all of our kind and generous benefactors, because people all over the world send a few bucks in pledges, either through PayPal or through the super chat down there in the live chat, the money button, super stickers, we have and take Cash App pledges as well. I want to thank everybody who has signed up to be a Patreon member, because for as little as $1 a month, you can get some extra content from us here. Additionally, I'd like to thank the channel members who get a bunch of YouTube benefits as well as all the Patreon benefits for as little as $5 a month. I also wanted to mention that I have something strange for my friends. These are Roswell wreckage replicas, which I have been making here. I also wanted to mention that for today's special event, we have prizes for those of you pledging $30 or more, either through Cash App, PayPal, or Super Chat. And this is a gift that we will be sending everybody who pledges $30 or more. This is a Roswell debris replica, and it's designed to look exactly as Jesse Marcel and his son had described. This is the so-called I-beam wreckage. This is a replica, of course, and I'm happy that I'll be able to offer these to anybody pledging $30 or more to our show today. This is just a special free gift that we're going to be giving you kind and generous people for supporting our show. Well, friends, let's get back into it.
Well, greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to Truth Seekers. Tonight, I'm so excited because we are continuing our new series, Revisiting Roswell. And tonight is going to be a special one. First of all, this was big news to me. I watched Tim Pool's show almost daily, and I tuned in, and Jeremy, alien scientist, our guest tonight, was on Tim Pool. So big congratulations to him. I mean, I think they got 500,000 viewers to tune in and listen to Jeremy. Amazing accomplishment that he got to do that. There's hope for us all. And also tonight we'll have our back again, Cal Korff, who is the author of The Truth About Roswell, among many other books, well-known researcher into many subjects, including Roswell. I want to give as much time for our discussion tonight as possible. So without any further ado, let's bring in our guests. Alien scientist is here. How you doing, Jeremy?
Hey, man, what was up with that intro?
Oh, what? Well, you don't like it? Come on. People
It's
decide
like
if they're
a male audience much? No, or,
yeah, maybe. I'm going to do one with male strippers because the girls asked. If
all right.
viewers.
Make it fair.
Look, I want to apologize to you in advance because you just did like the biggest podcast on earth, right? And now you're on my show, slumming it.
I know,
I'm
right?
sorry about that. And let's bring in our other guests. Cal Korff, how you doing, Mr. Korff?
I'm doing fine, Stephen. How are you?
Great. I just feel bad for Jeremy because he was just on literally like the biggest podcast on earth, the biggest stream show on earth, right? Maybe except for Rogan's, right?
Nah, next to Rogan. Definitely Rogan's probably number one.
Okay, so the second biggest stream show on planet Earth.
Well, now that he left YouTube, it's probably the biggest on YouTube. Yeah.
It probably is the biggest on YouTube. And so, I feel bad for Jeremy because he just was at the top of his game, right? And now he's
I don't know, man.
with
I
me.
think I should have nailed Bob Lazar a little harder.
I think so. It was beautiful.
I wanted to be like diplomatic about it, like invite him on to a group of physicists and let him like really have it out with some people who know science, because like I've never seen that done,
Yeah, absolutely. He wouldn't do it. He would not do it. He wouldn't even meet with. He wouldn't meet with one. He wouldn't meet with Stanton Friedman because he knew that Stanton Friedman was a real nuclear physicist and not a fake one.
Yeah, it's usually not a good sign.
So I don't even know, where do we want to begin? I know Jeremy's been doing an incredible amount of research into Battelle Institute.
You're the one having Kevin Randall and Don Schmidt and all these other guys on your show. Who's the other guy? Carey, the one you had on the other night.
Tom Carey. Yeah, Don Schmidt hasn't been on yet. We're still trying to nail down a date for him. But yeah.
Yeah, so you're quite the expert yourself now. You should.
No, I'm not an expert. I'm bringing the experts here so that I can get their opinions and their beliefs about what. This is one of the greatest cases because there's just a volume of material to go through. It's like impossible to get it all. People are sending me other books that I never even heard of.
Right on. Well, hey, guess what? You got the expert here, and I'm the one who actually referred him to your show.
Yeah. People don't know this, but when I had Michael Horn on, Jeremy reached out to me and he was like, "You got to have Cal Korff come on and bust Michael Horn's bullshit after he comes on your show." And I went, "Absolutely!" And so that started a friendship. It's thanks to Jeremy here that we got Cal Korff to come on multiple times now. So thanks for that, Jeremy. It's all his fault.
Yeah, for real.
So where do you want to begin? Can we begin with something about the materials? Because I know you're very focused as a physicist, and you have an intense interest in these materials that people claim were recovered from what could have been a crashed alien spacecraft.
Yeah, there's a couple different ideas about those materials, and certainly like this idea of an unbreakable foil, something similar to tin foil, but sort of unbreakable or unrippable, and maybe made of woven fabric on the quantum, not quantum, but like nano or micro scale level. With material science, I think in the future these kind of materials could be possible. There's also all kinds of even weirder theories, which are not so outlandish, as because some of them were proposed by some of the smartest people who ever lived, including physicist John von Neumann. Cal, can you mute while you're typing, just real quick?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's me. I apologize.
Sorry, whoever's, yeah, sorry. That's
I'm tweeting out the
distracting.
show. I'm tweeting out the show.
I saw
right?
his hands moving, so I'm sorry for making the accusation.
Yeah, I apologize. I should do that. I should.
But
do
John
that.
von Neumann, he was like probably one of the smartest men who ever lived. Arguably, he used to be known as the human computer. He was one of the guy who actually like built the firing sequence that made the atomic bomb possible, and did most of the calculations for the atomic bomb for the Manhattan Project. He had top secret security clearances in 1947, and would have been, probably one of the top people in their field for as far as experts that would have been consulted to go out and look at a craft like Roswell. And it's interesting that he published a paper in October or late 1947 on self-replicating space probes. And I've heard talks about the machine was trying to put itself back together and things of that nature, which open up all kinds of possibilities for future technology, but as well as maybe it was a weather balloon. I don't know. I don't know weather balloons that can put themselves back together, but not that there's any direct evidence of that, because as we know, the Air Force and the military, the Manhattan Project involved over 400,000 people at that time, and they were able to keep secrets very well from them. And I think that it's quite possible, given the infrastructure available at that time, to have kept a secret like this. It's certainly plausible. It's not outside the realm of possibilities. I don't believe. But again, I'm after evidence, and and also just educating the public about science and what's possible in the future as far as aliens go.
Yeah. So Cal, though, your argument is that it was the mogul balloon, there was no alien materials. But what about all the witnesses that talk about these strange materials? Wouldn't they know the difference between mogul balloon parts and something much more exotic, like possibly an alien spacecraft?
Well, first of all, before answering, I'd just like to give everyone watching this kind of a proper orientation as far as where I'm coming from on the issue of Roswell. I've devoted my existence since October 19, 1973 to three things: conduct original research. Original research is original research. Finished research left unresolved or incomplete by others, or look at existing issues, try to understand them, add further insight, do what I can to help, and move on. And I have been consistent at that since 1973. I'm also one of the four original Roswell UFO researchers. I'm one of only three left alive. And all of them, except the one that just passed away, Stanton Friedman, believe that Roswell was mogul. The evidence for it has always existed. In fact, the reason I wrote the book I did, you mentioned Kevin Randall's book, not mine. It's The Roswell UFO Crash, What They Don't Want You to Know. This is it here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm getting a little confused. There's so many books. I apologize. Sure.
I'm just letting people know this is the book. This was written for one reason only. I call Prometheus Books because they published my Billy Meyer expose. And I said, what are you doing for the 50th anniversary of Roswell? I'm just curious, because I had heard that Carl Flock was writing a book, but he made the ridiculous conclusion that the UFO slammed into mogul and they both came down. The reason he made that conclusion, and Prometheus rightly rejected that book, is because he was trying to square the lying accounts by hoaxers like Glenn Dennis and Frank Kaufman. He didn't believe Kaufman, Randall did. But Glenn Dennis, he wanted to believe he was credible, and he ended up being a hoaxer. So when I heard what was going on, that every single publisher was going to say it was all true and they were lying, I'm being blunt. I had these discussions with publishers, okay? I was there, and we knew that Philip Corso's book was coming out, and it was going to be the bestseller. And we knew what he was going to say because he was making calls to everybody asking about Roswell, because he was trying to make up and fit his story together. He knew he was dying, going to leave some money for his family, etc. Okay, so all this goes down. And what happened, and this is a matter of record that nobody can deny unless they're a denier, and the public needs to know that. I am the person that Stanton Friedman counted on and Bill Moore counted on to be the go-to guy regarding Roswell and a handful of cases. And I have the original photos of the debris that Major Jesse Marcel signed off on and said this is what was found. Now, my book proves that when you look at the original eyewitnesses from 1947, I'm not talking about the hoaxers later. I'm talking about the original eyewitnesses. And it's all in the book. I've got a chart here to share with you. You can see that the testimonies are very consistent for a balloon. Bessie Brazel said, it looked like a balloon that had burst. That is a quote. She remembers putting her wrist through a ring. It was the O-ring on the mogul array. She said she did it because she's a girl and it reminded her of a bracelet. She thought it was cool. A lot of guys wouldn't do that. Girls apparently do. Loretta Proctor, who's touted as a witness, she only started to claim to be a witness after her husband Floyd died. In the original testimonies published in the original Roswell incident book by Bill Moore, it says very clearly they never saw anything because tires were too expensive. They didn't want to drive all the way down there, and nothing was described that made them excited. So when you break down all the testimonies, you see that you have basically Jesse Marcel and Stanton Friedman in there, basically cooking the books a bit. You look at people who handled the Roswell debris. Warrant Officer Irving Newton, he met with Professor Charles Moore years later in a Discovery Channel special. He said point blank, this is the material that was in the office. Moore still had some of it. He said, yeah, that's it. You've solved it. Okay. So when you have to separate the so-called new Roswell eyewitnesses, which are bandwagon jumpers, promoted by people who jumped on the case years later. These are people like Kevin Randall, Don Schmidt. They're not the original researchers, versus people who did the original work. And because I saw those photos in a press event with Bill Moore, which is a matter of public record, and I've never put that article on the internet. It's on the new expose on Roswell, the update. Case closed. I've got the photos. You can date them. Our fingerprints are all on it. Case closed.
But what about the debris switch? And we have Dubose and Marcel both claiming that the pictures, the famous pictures of the debris, is not what they collected at the ranch, is not what they...
No. In fact, I have published in not only in my Roswell book, but in many articles every time I've written about this, including in the new, the Annie Jacobson book here. I reprinted in there because there's a whole chapter on Roswell, what really happened. I show him saying in 3 separate interviews, he says there was no debris switch. That's bull. Okay.
Well, this is why I have such difficulty, because I have you who's... Yeah, go ahead.
I actually agree. I agree with Cal. I think the chapter in Annie Jacobson's book was absolutely wrong in her assessment. Like that this was she also said it was like a Russian hoax, and there was like
Joseph Mengele.
Yeah, and all these, and then they were using Harlequin baby bodies for the aliens and stuff. I just don't think that. You mentioned a couple witnesses like Frank Kaufman and Gerald Anderson, who came after, and Gerald Anderson had tried to embellish this Plains of St. Augustine site, which was a longer way away. And I agree. Those two both I've determined both of those witnesses not to be credible either. But
you've got to go back to foundationals. It doesn't matter what the case is. And I have limited my UFO investigations, as my published record shows, to binaries. The Meyer case, it can't be half real. You can't have 30 photos of a Pleiadian beam chip and only photos 5, 6, and 7 are real. The rest on the slide roll are fake. Physics doesn't work that way. So,
okay. So we looked into the photographers. Apparently, they brought in some other photographers. You mentioned these photographers. They didn't use the base photography. The photos that exist of Roswell, there's none actually that are in current existing record of the base, from the base. We don't have any photos in the field, and that would be like typical of like weather balloons. Like, right, they would go out to the field and like take pictures of these things where they crash and stuff. There might, especially one that was reported in the news to be, a flying saucer the next day. That one really always gets me, is why would they tell the media why would they tell the media? I forget the guy's name that told the media. Was that Haut, right? Walter Haut. Yeah, he's the guy that from the Roswell Air Force that told the media that there was a flying saucer. That's part that has always interested me, is where the mix-up occurred with the flying saucer and the weather balloon, and why the first intelligence officer who went out there to the base,
Okay.
later said those things about that debris and also that memory foil. You know, that's
And why would they bring in external photographers when the base had plenty of their own
yeah.
photographers?
Why would they use outside photographers? Because that would explain why it would all be on that one reel. You said like, oh, why when you know they could have just used a bunch of other photographers and kept the reels separate and kept it separate. It's called compartmentalization. I mean, you're just not using your imagination.
I understand. All right. There are several questions in there, including some from you, Stephen. Let me go through this little systematically if I can. And again, foundationals are everything. Without foundations, it doesn't matter what's built on top of it.
Yep.
Now, first of all, let me ask you, and I'm just curious, but have you read this book? Yes or no?
I have, but years ago.
Okay.
I don't think I've read your book. I would love to read it. I just I don't really, you know.
I'll be happy to have a copy sent. The reason I'm asking is because based on what you're saying, and this is not absolutely not a criticism. In fact, I want everyone watching this to know that I know nothing about you. I've read some of your posts. I'm happy to meet you finally, put a face with an alias name, alien scientist. And this is a cold turkey thing. I have no preparation here. I've got a few things to show people. Yeah, it really exists. But
okay, yeah. So I know but one of the big things in your book was Sheridan Cabot, and you focus a lot on Sheridan Cabot and Newton as you're like those are your two prime.
No, they're not the primary. Now I want to lay out my case because you haven't read the book. Okay, real quickly. Again, there were only a handful of original Roswell witnesses. They're all in the original book. You've got only a few. You've got Brazel. You've got Brazel Jr., who wasn't there, by the way. He lied. Okay. You've got the daughter. She was there, helped collect some of the debris. The Proctors, they were never there, never witnesses. They were very clear about that, but they do remember the phone call. Okay. Now, then you've got Major Jesse Marcel. Marcel said he knew it wasn't what they told him it was, but they never told him what it really was, meaning the material on Mogul was not classified, but its purpose was classified. Mogul was classified as a Manhattan Project of World War II. It was not declassified as a matter of bureaucratic, we don't care. And one of the things that became clear after Friedman began to chase Gerald Anderson and tie in these other stories of the plains of San Augustine and Roswell took a wrong turn, that's when Bill Moore started to get out of it, and he endorsed my conclusion it was Mogul. And the reason I found out about it is because of doing everything from working at KMI, Bob Lazar did not, and also Lawrence Livermore Lab, and finding out that sometimes absence of evidence is evidence of absence. The biggest problem with the so-called cosmic Watergate, and it involves Roswell and everything else the disclosure guys claim, is that Mossad spends no time on UFOs. Well, and that makes no logical sense if any of this is true. So Marcel never said until he looked at the debris photos, that's when he started to change his story. And that's when I took them to Friedman and said, Houston, we have a problem.
How do you know that Mossad doesn't, you know, investigate UFOs? Because like no one really knows that what Mossad investigates. So we didn't know that they were like, you know, using Jeffrey Epstein as an agent to gain intelligence on very powerful people. You know,
we knew that. We knew that. In fact, I knew about it because when I did counterintelligence work over in Europe for years, I worked with Israelis, and part of my training was not only that, but Ghislaine's father. He laundered money for Mossad. That's matter of record now. In fact, there's rumors he was killed instead of accident on the boat. So I'm saying,
but in fairness, though, Cal, like the U.S. government claimed. I remember Obama famously claimed that there was no program investigating UFOs. Years later, we find out, yes, there is. Couldn't they have a program and it would just be a higher level of classification than you could have been exposed to?
Go back. Let's assume Roswell happened in 47. Let's assume it happened as even Randall claims. Okay, let's say it all happened. I'm wrong. I don't care. What matters is the truth, and we're all after it. Okay, how could the Jews not be involved in that when Jewish scientists dominated and still dominate key areas of science? The point is,
you know who Daniel Shechtman is, right?
Who?
Daniel Shechtman won the Nobel Prize for quasi-crystals. He did his postdoc at Wright-Patterson, which I thought was interesting.
Okay, but that doesn't mean it's connected to Roswell. And what I'm saying is that there's all kinds of, you know.
No, it doesn't.
No, what I'm saying, no.
If there was a secret project with scientists to leak the material out, it would have allegedly the material went to Wright-Patterson and was stored at a facility underground there. That's like where Senator Barry Goldwater went after it, right?
Not exist. We know that Admiral.
Right. It does not exist officially.
No, we know that Admiral Cherkasky looked at the material and he said, quote, "This sure looks like the stuff you're flying," because they sent it to him. That's the Wright-Pat you're talking about. He said and told people, yes, this looks like the stuff you're flying. He was on the phone with Moore and said, this is it. It's mogul. Then they came up with the weather balloon story, which was a cover story. The reason the base photographer didn't photograph it is because the media was alerted and the AP photographer, Johnson, went there, okay? And he took the photos, even helped position the wreckage. What's important is that none of them described any exotic materials. Those claims are limited to Jesse Marcel after he was starting to be nailed for inconsistencies.
No, they're not. I mean,
was there more than one? There was more than one witness to the materials, though.
Yeah, but right in the Air Force's Roswell report, if you go and Control F for Sally Strickland Tadolini, she said that what Bill showed us was a piece of what I still think as fabric. It was something like aluminum foil, something like satin, something like well-tanned leather in its toughness, yet it was not precisely like any of those materials. It was about...
Other than her word that she was a witness, there's no evidence to support her claim.
Right, because the Air Force confiscated it all and threatened all the witnesses, and then they all spoke out years later. It's just as plausible of a story.
Who said they were threatened? Frankie Rowe? Because her father was in the Roswell Fire Department? They made runs outside Roswell. That doesn't prove they were on the...
Dan Dwyer was a member of the fire department too.
No,
and he said he
was involved. His daughter claims it. Beverly Bean claims her father was involved too, and he wasn't. Melvin Brown.
Sheriff Wilcox's daughters, reported there was a shoebox full of the material, and they said it was not it was crumpled up like a ball and it would unfold itself.
And those testimonies don't exist when the originals were talked to. Friedman, Moore, we tried to find everybody. And
isn't it possible if people were threatened that they kept their mouth shut for a while about it and later told their story?
Yeah, they're so threatened that they issued a press release to talk about it. No, the claims of threats have to have evidence.
That would have come after. I mean, that was before the higher ups. So they said it went up the chain of command. It went from Blanchard over to General Ramey at Fort Worth, and then from there to Wright-Patterson. It went right up the chain of command.
Okay, let me ask you this: have you read Major Jesse Marcel's military file? Yes or no?
I mean, I know your attempts to discredit Marcel as a witness. That's the best. That's all you have left on the case.
Wrong. You are mischaracterizing what I'm saying. I know how I feel and think. No one speaks for me. I do it myself. Okay. I was the first person to publish his file because what was in there needed to be made public. I'll summarize it briefly. You can't argue with it. It is a fact. It says in there that he was not a pilot. In fact, General Ramey felt sorry for him. He was written up for exaggerating events right after Roswell. It's in the report. The assistant base commander...
Better way to later discredit him if it was a real event. They could have just...
No, they didn't discredit him. They said this person has a tendency to magnify problems he's confronted with, and that one day he'll make a fine officer, but he needs some work. For example, he's not a rated pilot. That's a tough handicap to have when you're full of Top Gun pilots there, the only nuclear air base at the time. Now, what happened was Marcel lied and said he had a bachelor's degree in physics. I asked Friedman, why didn't you talk to him about that? Because you love physics. Why didn't you guys share atomic stories? Well, Friedman dodged the issue because he never had a bachelor's degree in physics. Now, why would someone lie about claiming they have a bachelor's degree in physics, even name the university, and it turns out it's not true? He said he resigned from the military because of all the career opportunities in D.C. In fact, he said that he had written the announcement on the radio about the Russians blowing off a nuke. No, he didn't. Truman read a press report. Secondly, Marcel left because of a hardship discharge. It says in his file his mother was not doing well and he needed to take care of her. So as I noted in my book, there's no shame in that. But why make something up? And then He says he was the only survivor being shot down in the Pacific. That isn't true. He was never shot down. He was never an ace. He never got 5 air medals. He got 3 because he happened to get on a flight that saw some action overseas. He was a cartographer. There were other claims he made that weren't true. Even his son said to me, my father did have a tendency to exaggerate on occasion, quote, unquote. So these are all in his military files. They felt bad for him that he got it wrong and got hyped over it and talked to Walter Hott. And even Marcel said we had an eager beaver PR officer named Hott, and without authorization, he released that. And then he got a blistering rebuke because the press started calling the Pentagon in DC saying, hey, what about this flying disc? And then they found out that he spoke without permission, and then they admitted they have it, fly the wreckage, and showed it. Again, this is all in there. I'm the first one who got his file along with Bob Todd. It's all published, many pages of it. If his file said anything to support what he said, I would have published that, but it did not. And you can't ignore that. You can't say you have a degree in physics when you don't, and you make up a university you never went to. That's Jim Delatoso stuff. He doesn't have a PhD from McGill University either, but he lied and said he did.
I just was interested that the Roswell report kind of uses Newton and also Sheridan Cabot as the 2 main witnesses to discredit Lazar as well as a witness, and they use some personal testimony about him as a character and to kind of discredit his character. But it wasn't just Newton. The other CIC officer, I guess, that went out there with him was a guy named Bill. I got it written down here. It's Bill Lewis Rickett, right? Okay. And Bill Lewis Rickett said, like, you're not something to the effect of that. He said this was a non-event. That Cabot told them both that this was a non-event. This did not happen, and you're not to talk about this. And then Cabot kind of later changes his testimony about what that was in the what he meant by that. Could you care to explain and unpack that for us?
No problem. I lived in Washington. Cabot lived in Washington. I worked at Boeing at the time. We spoke. I also appeared on MSNBC All Day 50th Anniversary Roswell Special, where we went through all this with Captain and then Lieutenant McAndrew. He was on the show. Long story short is this. Cabot met with several Roswell researchers. They pissed him off. As he said on the record, they wanted to believe so badly. So he messed with them a little bit. Yeah, you right, you put down whatever. So then what happened is when the Air Force called him and went to see him, they're like, well, why don't we go on record and kind of straighten this out? Because McAndrew said on the show, you can't call a person a liar in a government report. And I was criticizing McAndrew for not being blunt. Here he is saying they're lying without using the L word. And I just thought there's enough readers out there who are going to use that as, well, he's not saying he's lying, even though it's obvious he was. So what happened is Cabot said it looked like somebody's balloon. It wasn't a big deal. He was pissed off they wasted their time because it took a while to get out there. Rickett made up a lot of stuff. He loved a good fish story. In fact, he made up stuff about investigating UFOs with Dr. Luis Alvarez, who wasn't involved in Roswell either, but he was out trying to find meteorites. He had a UFO sighting because there was the green fireball phenomenon going on at the time. And they thought maybe this might explain some of the sightings. It did explain some of the sightings, but the green fireballs were ultimately figured out to be astronomical phenomenon, not spaceships. So those are those 2 witnesses. Again, this is all old material that was proven in the 90s, and it's been out there for years. What has happened is there's been 20 years or so have gone by. I haven't been in the country, I haven't dealt with this stuff, and it's just like Stanton Friedman warned me about as a kid, and you may remember these words. He said, new ideas come into being not because people accept them, but because their opponents die, and a new generation is born that is accustomed to them. And he's paraphrasing the great Max Planck. He said, Cal, this is going to happen with UFOs especially, He was looking forward to the day when all the evil debunkers and skeptics died so that this thing could have their way. Cosmic Watergate 101, And
they all want that. They'd have a field day.
Right. The other side wants it too. I had good conversations with Phil Klass, and he told me point blank that if he could find anything He would love it because he works at Aviation Week. There were other UFO researchers, hardcore atheists, where the idea of anything out there is just, it's all humans, the pinnacle of whatever. That's extremism the other way. So in my long-winded way, what I'm saying is that all of the core foundational stuff, where the people who were really there, no question, 1947, not the people who said, oh, now I'm seeing I was there. None of that has held up. And we have those photos. We were the first, I was the first to analyze the Ramey memo from these photos Bill Moore gave me, because they were made from the original NAICS. And that's why when others talk about molecular properties getting down in there, it's Rorschach's. It's not credible. I'll give these photos up to anybody to enhance them. They won't find any secret hidden message there. It's complete bullshit. And we dealt with this in the 80s. And it's frustrating to see people.
Yeah, there's nothing actionable that can be resolved from that, and it turns into a game of cryptography where you're just trying to crack a blurry message and to mean whatever.
Or seeing what you want to see.
Yeah, see whatever you want. Pareidolia.
Yeah. So to me, one of the big strikes against Roswell happening, the way people claim, okay, is the fact that when I lived overseas and was in over 24 different countries, talked to all kinds of people who were in the Cold War and everything else. A whole lot of stuff came out, even information that the KGB is the one that planted in France the rumors that Kennedy was killed by a conspiracy. They planted him in communist-controlled unions. It gained traction through Mark Lane, ended up in the U.S., and next thing you know, it's the granddaddy of all conspiracies.
And Jim Garrison's investigating it, right?
Yeah, exactly, all that stuff. So having been involved in this, since October 1973, when it started all this, having been mentored by Friedman, Hynek, all these guys, again, I can only tell you what happened. And if the foundationals don't hold up, it literally doesn't matter what someone says after the fact. If Meyer never had one contact with Semyazi, it doesn't matter what his photo shows.
But
I'm definitely
Cal,
jealous.
even if
I'm
we
definitely
take
jealous of Cal that he got to meet Stanton Friedman, though, man. You were like your picture with him at like 17 years old.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
You've been in this a long time.
Yeah, I met him when I was a kid at 13. I started lecturing because of him. I saw him. I came back to my teacher all excited. And I said, wow, a lecture. I never knew as a kid there was such a thing. And I said, I know everything he's saying. I could lecture. And he goes, well, go ahead. Next thing I know, I'm doing hundreds of lectures, thousands of them actually. Over the
But Cal, if we take Marcel's eyewitness testimony about the debris away, there's still an awful lot of people that claim that these materials had all these strange properties. We have
but look
not
at
a lot of people on record. I mean, there's the guy's Sergeant Leroy's wife. Apparently, someone interviewed these. Someone went and like tracked a lot of these witnesses down because a lot of time period passed, and so like a lot of these guys died in like the 80s and 90s because they would have been 80 and 90 years old.
Yeah, I want you to know. I mean, I've got tables on my other monitors here of, the claim is there's hundreds of witnesses, which is not true. Again, look at the first 11, which are core. Everyone agrees these guys were there. Mac Brazel touched the debris. Kite, foil, and rubber. That is his published descriptions.
What about the sergeants, the 3 sergeants? Like
June.
Apparently, they brought just sergeants out. They didn't bring like soldiers out. It was the fire department and a bunch of sergeants who were the only ones who were brought out to have clearance.
There was no fire department. In fact, the reason that the 2 CIC agents came along is because Blanchard told Marcel, as the senior intelligence officer, I've got 2 CIC agents assigned. You take them with you. Go out and see what it is. He was thinking it might be a military. They didn't know because things were flying all over because there were these radar targets. They were seen across the country. There were rewards for them. In fact, Mogul itself had a bright, they offered $50 reward, as I recall, if you found any piece of it and it had a tag on it. You had to turn in the tag to prove it was really from them because they wanted some of the instruments back.
What about Marcel Jr. and his description of what may be hieroglyphics? I mean, there's not hieroglyphics written on Mogul balloons, is there?
I'll get to that in just a second. Mac Brazel touched debris, kite, foil, rubber, his own words, when he said he found it in mid-June. That fits a Mogul launch window. July 4th was a made-up date, by the way. They're patriotic, those aliens. Bessie Brazel touched the debris, says a balloon which had burst, quote unquote. Major Jesse Marcel touched the debris, said it was indestructible. Okay, well, there's one claim that stands different from the other originals so far. Jesse Marcel Jr. touched the debris. He said when he looked at the photos that this looks like the stuff that was on the floor. He also said there was nothing in there that was indestructible, that couldn't be bent with a 16-pound sledgehammer. He never gave that description. In fact, my book proves, Major Jesse Marcel Sr., or his father, said that there were square sticks that the foil was attached to. Square sticks are in Mogul. Jesse Marcel Jr., when he was confronted with that fact about Mogul and shown the engineering blueprints for the first time in the 90s, he said, there were I-beams, and he was exposed for changing his story. In fact, he even changed the design of the hieroglyphs he claims he saw once he saw the tape from the toy factory that was used with those pink symbols on it. They were pink, that were random as part of tape. They used cheap materials. Again, he changed his story. There are published articles exposing it. It's in my book. And Major Jesse Marcel, Jr. admitted his father had a tendency to exaggerate on occasion. He was asked me and one other person what he could do to try to help save his father's reputation. The answer was, the record's out, his military files released. That's it. No more. Nothing else needs to be said. Take it or leave it. It's here, folks. And anybody could have gotten that file if they bothered.
Sergeant Leroy Wallace and Sergeant Charles Randall, people went and interviewed their families later afterward. His wife said that he reported coming back from the scene and scrubbing his hands with lye soap for 10 days straight, exclaiming that he shouldn't have never touched this material, that something was on it that got on his hands. He felt like he shouldn't have handled it.
Well, we knew that whatever was recovered was handled by plenty of people, and they lived a normal life and died naturally. Sheridan Cavett touched it. Louis Rickett touched it. James Bond Johnson touched it. Irving Newton touched it. He's in the photos. Professor Charles Moore.
Well, we don't know that Irving Newton touched it because Irving Newton was just brought into the press office to the weather balloon that was in Ramey's office. I mean, they could have done the material switch beforehand.
No, we do know, as Sheridan Cavett said, he personally went up to the plane.
Yeah, that's Sheridan Cavett, but Newton's at right field because the stuff was flown from Roswell to right field. And then at right field is where, not right field, sorry, at Fort Worth, Texas.
He's the base weather officer. So Ramey calls him up and says, get your ass down here, quote unquote. Commandeer a car in my name if you have to, quote unquote. He did. He came there and he said, this just came off the plane from Roswell, from Cavett and Marcel. What is it? He identifies it cold turkey. He poses with it. There was another.
No, that's not true.
No, it is true.
That's in the report. According to who?
What are you saying isn't true? That he wasn't there?
No, Newton went into they had already had this weather balloon set up. They brought Newton into the press. Irving Newton went into the press room at Fort Worth, where Ramey already had this weather balloon all set up. He didn't take the material off the plane and
took it. I said Cavett took it. Cavett took it, the sealed envelope, his own words, 3 separate interviews, affidavits. He took the material sealed in the envelope from Marcel.
He's also the guy that, Stanton Friedman accused of being leading the cover-up and participating in the cover-up for the military.
That's true. Yeah, Mr. Friedman told me personally that guy that
guy's no good.
Yeah, that guy was part of the cover-up. If we're to believe that there was a cover-up,
it's either I believe these two guys, Irving Newton and Sheridan Cavett, or I believe all these other witnesses. Either one of the two are lying. You know what I mean? That's kind of the way I look at it. And I have a lot more reason to believe all these townspeople who didn't speak for 30 years because they were told to shut up about it.
There's some confusion here, gentlemen. All of us have misspoke. You have confused Cavett with Dubose, Colonel Dubose. Colonel Dubose took the envelope from Marcel from the B-29. He was the adjutant to Ramey. He walked.
Yeah, okay, so it was Dubose. Dubose said they have a video of Dubose saying there was a material switch. He's one of the guys.
Dubose,
video of him saying
Dubose says in 3 separate interviews, even with Randall, "Oh, bull, that debris was never switched." We spoke to him as well because Jamie Shandera is the one who started to realize there's a problem here with what Marcel is saying versus these other people. So here's what happened. And there's other people who know about this. Maybe even Randall does. Vivian Marcel, his wife, was asked about this. She said there was no exotic anything. And Friedman would not include her testimony. I reamed him a new what over that issue. Not only that, on the lack of a debris switch, Newton was called in to identify it because he said, the press is here. Let me call the weather guy. See what he says. Cold turkey, they called him. Commandeer a car in my name. He left the tower, came to Ramey's office, posed for photos with the other photographer as well. They're all in the photos together. So again, if you go back to the original stuff, before they started to retrofit it, well, that's the less exotic stuff that was in the photos. Oh, now you say that because we're pointing out that it matches Mogul. See, this is where the fish got bigger. And again, you have evidence independent of Roswell. He got written up for it. It's in his military file. This officer has a tendency to magnify problems he's confronted with. That was written by Colonel Payne Jennings, the assistant base commander, right after Roswell. That was not a coincidence. So this all has to be accounted for.
But Cal, all these other townspeople, like, it's not like they all made a bunch of money off of making up a story about this debris. And there's so many different witnesses that testified that this was some kind of exotic material. And plus, these intelligence officers would know a balloon. That's the big problem that I've always had. They would know what a weather balloon is versus something more exotic.
The highest ranking guy to ever come forward as a witness, it was, I believe, General Arthur Exon. And he was the right material science guy, like at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, that would have received this stuff.
Okay, again, it's exposed in this book. Exon admits that Randall put words in his mouth, and he says, you give me more credit for involvement than I really was. He admits, all I did was hear stories. I know nothing firsthand, but you'd never know that if you read every Roswell book except the ones that publish the full story. Because again, if the originals don't work, it doesn't matter afterwards. So how do you square them? Okay, you have to say, well, they both can't be right. So how do you explain something later with no proof? It has no proof. Exon said, you gave me more involvement than I really was. His exact words are published in this book, in his letter to Randall, saying, good book, but hey, you gave me more whatever than I just heard stories. That was it. Okay, that's different than saying he was, he did. No, he said he just heard stories. That's all. And we do know because, again, this became U.S. official policy during the Cold War in the late 40s. UFOs were then used as a deliberate disinformation campaign by the government. And I did a special back in late 1990s with Discovery called Secrets of Area 51 Revealed, where we talked about how this was done, how the SR-71 Blackbird was deliberately flown across pilots to cause UFO sightings. It was painted silver, so they saw a streaking disc go by, Mach 5. So, of course, it remained unexplained. It's contaminated the Blue Book files. They were secret flights to cover. The CIA did not tell the Air Force at that time that that plane existed. I believe the Tic Tacs today are a hodgepodge of events. I believe we do have some really gnarly ass high-powered drones. And I do believe the incident cannot be taken at face value because it's got serious problems. And that this is something the US government is doing, and this UFO task force is really a task farce. And how convenient the Navy should be in charge of it. Since when are UFOs a water problem? They're a space problem. The Air Force won the territory wars years ago. So why is the Navy in there? It's because they've got some underwater toys, and we've got vehicles that can go in the air and underwater too. So do our enemies, by the way. I found evidence of that when India was trying to join Aegis when I was working there doing defense reporting.
Well, we could go to the stories of the alien bodies then, and all these people who claim that they saw alien bodies or took part in, then those people are all lying too?
No, Stephen, nobody saw any bodies, the originals. That happened later. Even in the Roswell Incident book, the reason I showed that diagram of the hand on the last show was because that was taken from Len Stringfield's work. Len Stringfield was working with Marcel as well. We were as well, by the way. And again, I told you, and I showed you that graphic, it's all in the new book. By using anatomical experts, we talked to all these witnesses, the crash retrieval, cases, and we could tell by the anatomy problems that they were not telling the truth. But you have instead
the mortician ordered those coffins and stuff, and then they said like that all the ice was missing from town, even and all the they bought out all the ice. The army came in and bought out all the ice in the town.
Well, he says that, but he wasn't a mortician. He was an embalmer. There's a big difference. Nobody who's truthful would make another claim. Secondly, Stephen, you mentioned a good point. These people aren't making all this money. That's not true. As I showed in the book, and you may remember this, I checked with the Roswell mayor's office. On the 50th anniversary, even the press said they're absolutely giddy because 22% of the city's revenue comes from hyping Roswell. They had 5 crash sites at the time, okay? And like Hugh Corn, that's complete nonsense. So the Foster Ranch has been sold again. Who knows what's going to happen to it? Apparently the new owner, based on what I heard, doesn't care about it, the Roswell stuff. But the city loves Roswell because without
they for sure the city is making money. But I mean
tourism.
Individual witnesses, the individual witnesses who told their stories Frank didn't appear to make money.
No, Frank Kaufman made a lot of money. In fact, he became world famous because of Randall, and he was the president of the Roswell Chamber of Commerce. Lucky sucker. Boy, he's blessed. And his good buddy was Glenn Dennis. So there you go. What a small world. Wow. They all happened.
I mean, just because they're opportunists and then there's evidence of certain witnesses that lied, I don't think that means we can just throw the entire baby out with the bathwater. I like to still use my imagination and say like, oh, what if, what would it be? Could it have been like those von Neumann probes? Was it, maybe it wasn't all these alien stories were a cover up just to like cover up what it really was. Like it was just like one of these space probes, like a Type 3.
That's not explained. I'm sorry. When Bill Moore, the original author of the Roswell incident, says it's meets with me and says you're right.
Well, what about the Twining-Shulgin memo? I mean, there was an Air Force memo
exposed as a hoax. Look it up. Bob Todd exposed it. He found the original. It's a copy and paste job. Nobody takes.
There's also an FBI memo though, right? That talks about the recovered flying disc. Yeah, that talks about the Army recovered a flying disc and they will not give us access to it. No, that doesn't make sense.
There were 2 FBI memos. Okay, one was a paraphrasing of a original press report, which was inaccurate. And you look in that memo, and it says very clearly, it's in the Roswell incident book, that the device looks like something hanging from a kite or a balloon. Okay, that's in the description. All right. Nobody said, "Hey, we're launching Mogul to spy on Russia." No, they didn't say that. Secondly, the other FBI report was actually an FBI tip informant report. Somebody had gone to see Frank Scully. That's why they talked about 3 crash saucers, Aztec, and so on. He was reporting what he heard him talk about at a UFO get-together, was concerned, and just like Friedman was reported on by the FBI here and there, because the way he was accusing them of, being in a cover-up like that, some patriotic Americans take that a certain way and say, well, I believe my government, I'm going to report him, or they believe him and want to do things against the government. So those 2 memos are accounted for. I have to laugh when they get recycled in the internet every few years, especially by the British press. They tout as a new discovery when it's old, and the Shulgin memo again was a copy paste job. It's been exposed. You can easily Google that. Bob Todd found the original, and he was the top Roswell researcher who found Mogul. I worked with him.
Yeah, I think I might have access to that original, and it's still like it's kind of like. It uses this. It was like talking about saucer type craft, right? Is that true? They were looking at the Horton Flying V. They were asking a lot of questions about the location of where the Horton brothers were. And we do know that the Horton brothers, I believe, they were working with the Russians or something. The Russians were developed flying those flying Vs, but that was like there was certain parts in there about composites and extreme lightweight metals. You're like, was that the part that was edited in?
No, again, if you look at the original Shulgin memo, you will see that they have fused together sentences. Again, Bill Moore was shocked.
It seems like it was like almost like if they had something, but they didn't want to like really reveal what they had, but also ask questions that they like lightly. It seems like it was almost like coded language. It's like is common in intelligence.
But why can you can't make that conclusion? You have to have evidence that points to that conclusion, and I know of none. You've said a
What
bunch.
about Captain Robert B. McLaughlin? He's of the U.S. Navy labs. He reported testing some of this material at White Sands Proving Ground for the U.S. Navy. He said it was a metal-like fabric that was indestructible. They tried to drill it with a carbide bit drill, and it wouldn't even drill into it. And that's not too unbelievable. I mean, we have materials that are designed to heat up the drill bit and burn the drill bit out and it will just burn the drill bit out before it will ever wear through material. They have uncuttable metals now. So it's not like completely unbelievable that these materials could exist.
Okay,
they just couldn't have been built by people in the 1940s, I don't believe.
Well, first of all, again, what is the evidence he has other than a claim? I'll place a bet in Vegas he has none. Because again, without foundationals, it doesn't matter. But to come back to the point, I want to ask a question because I think you may know the answer to this. I hope you know the answer is yes. But the U.S. government, one of our closely guarded secrets, and I'm revealing it because I found out about it, and it is declassified up to a point if people bother. We developed in the 50s a plastic that could withstand a nuclear explosion. And there are some military installations underground that are fortified with it. And I found out about this many years ago. And the formula, the guy who made it, his name was leaked. He never saw it again. They bought it. But we do have a plastic, more than one, that can withstand the thermal energy discharge of nukes. And that is friggin' fantastic. And it was done in the 50s.
Yeah, it's a special type of Linex, right? That's like the truck bed liner is pretty much made out of the same kind of idea. They use it on like concrete walls, and they shoot like a bunker buster missile at it, and they show like how strong it makes their fort. Like,
well, I don't know the specifics because once I found out about it in Europe, and I found out that the formula and what it's called is classified, I stopped right there. I saw footage of the scientist talking about it. He was waxing philosophical, bittersweet, how here was his big breakthrough, and he can't say here it is and make all this money selling it.
What was his name?
Tons of things. I honestly don't remember his name. I'm sorry. It was probably 15 years ago in Europe, but I can easily find it. It's no biggie.
Yeah, if you could send that to me. If you're,
yeah.
I'll
I thought of Roswell when I saw that years ago because I thought, metamaterials, all that stuff they call them now. I mean, that's an evolution of the way things are going. It's obvious that
right. I've tried to like pin down like extraterrestrial origins for this stuff, and it's that link between Dan Sheckman and Wright Pat is like the closest I've been able to like come to anything but it's nothing concrete. It's nothing that like gotcha. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you don't have the smoking gun, but you have a lot of smoke.
But see, those who claim they worked on the smoking gun or had it, held it in their hands, or smoked the smoking gun or whatever they claim, they need to produce some sort of evidence. Otherwise, you've got nothing. It could be, therefore it is, doesn't prove it is.
Well, does it make sense, though, that the government would just let people walk out of an installation that's top secret with alien materials so they could have proof?
No.
Or so asking them for proof. And listen, with all due respect, Hal, I think you're incredibly dismissive of all these eyewitness testimonies. It's just like, well, they lied and they made it up and they lied and they tacked it on later. Or,
I'll issue you this challenge.
There is a lot of that, though. There's a lot of people that
there
lie.
is a lot of people. Yeah, absolutely.
Go for it. Give me any witness. Let's do it. Point counterpoint right now. Go for it. Cold turkey.
Well, cold turkey, you beat me at that. Sure, I need notes.
Go to do it. Bring hundreds of witnesses.
We've pretty much done that about the past hour. So, what about like?
Well, it proves I'm not dismissive. If I can tell you what really happened, it's not dismissive. You may not agree with it or may not like it. I wish they were real too. But I used to lecture saying it was real because that's the evidence that indicated at the time. I would end my.
I'm not saying I believe it was an alien spacecraft. I just want to play devil's advocate. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to like say, hey, maybe, there are.
Yeah, and you have to remember, Cal, too, that there's so many information sources, and for the difficulty that I have is that I read one story in a book that seems credible, and then I get to your book that says, no, that person didn't say that. They said this. So it's very different. It's like juggling here to go,
It's like
okay,
that
did this
scene from
person say,
X-Files
yeah,
season 10
yeah.
with Mr. Y, Doctor was it Doctor what or Doctor They? You know the scene? Look up the scene Doctor They on X-Files season 10. He says you don't have to. You can put the truth right out in public, and no one knows what to believe anymore. So what does it matter?
Well,
Yeah.
I
It's
think
just confusing. It's
Yeah,
just
'cause it's
confusing
so
because
confusing.
I find a piece of evidence and it seems real tantalizing. This guy said that, he was there, and then we get to another story. It's like, well, he didn't really say that, like this general.
okay, Arthur Exon put in writing, and again, I quoted from it. That's why I was able to put it in my book. I was shocked that he tells Randall in writing that you put words in my mouth. Okay, I'm going to run with that because that's what he said. Now, is Exxon lying or telling the truth? I can't prove it one way or another. But when he says, I didn't say that, you put words in my mouth, what am I supposed to do? Pretend he did say that? No. So, again, I haven't dismissed anybody. In fact, I pointed out the definition of a witness according to the dictionary. Most of the people that these researchers claim are witnesses, they're not. A witness,
There's a lot of secondhand witnesses or children of
Yeah.
the original witnesses.
Families
too.
or wives and stuff.
a
Yeah.
witness.
Children.
A third hand is not a witness. Okay, it's not. It's hearsay. It doesn't work that way. So again,
What about I mean, obviously, like one of the things I identified was like the scientists, because obviously if it was an alien spacecraft that crashed there, they would have had scientists to look at this thing. They would have called scientists in.
many Jews, of course,
And what's that?
many Jews.
Yeah,
Germans.
yeah. So let's talk about some of those Jews that some of them escaped Nazi Germany in Operation Paperclip,
Right.
and two of them was Dr. Ernst Steinhoff. He was a trusted colleague of von Braun in 1947. He was he said that a select group of scientists. I don't know where this came. This is not. Sorry, I'm trying to find this. Let me get this straight. So he apparently Steinhoff later on in his life said something about one of his family members asked him about this, and he was interviewed, and he said that he heard that some of these materials were taken to an underground facility at Wright Airfield, and that there was a select group of paperclip scientists that were taken by federal authorities to the New Mexican desert for a purpose left unstated. One of the guys, Herman Oberth, who was von Braun's mentor, in the American Weekly in 1954, he said that it is my thesis that flying saucers are real and that they are spaceships from another solar system. I think that they are possibly manned by intelligent observers who are members of a race that may have been investigating our Earth for centuries. I think that they possibly have been sent out to conduct systematic long-range investigations, first of men, animals, and vegetation, and more recently of atomic centers, armaments, and centers of armament production. They obviously have not come as invaders, but I believe that their present mission may be one of scientific investigation. And that's sort of interesting, so that some of these paperclip scientists were talking about aliens and extraterrestrials later on and towards the end of their life. Walter J.H. Paparidel was a German V2 rocket scientist. In the 1952 edition of Life magazine, said that I'm convinced that saucers have an out-of-this-world basis.
Okay, but in 1952, the CIA, especially, and the Air Force were involved in a deliberate disinformation campaign because, and I'm not saying they went out and caused all the UFO sightings. Don't even go there. Not you, but people who think that way, all or nothing. It's ridiculous. What I'm saying is this. Imagine aliens came here in the sense of some crashed saucer.
Right.
U.S. finds it. Okay, obviously they're going to want to cover it up if they don't make the decision to tell the whole world, hey, we've got it, you guys don't, neener. All right, so then what do? They would try to figure it out, okay? There would have to be a bunch of changes, cause and effect, over time that would be in response to that, even if they determined ultimately that it ran on, as Stanton Friedman used to joke with me, on obtanium, okay? So all of these UFO metamaterial, physical fragments, arts parts, all that other fraudulent stuff that was exposed again in this book, Arts Parts is in there. Too bad, Linda Moulton Howe. A simple, and you know this, very few people do who talk about this subject, a simple isotopic ratio analysis of any material will prove whether it came from our system or Earth or some alien system. If you don't bother with that test, I have no time for you because you're wasting life, existence. If
Yeah,
you're
I
not,
will say this on the claims that people have alien materials, it's a very
Yeah, we
simple
have
test, right? It's a very simple test to put it into.
it's
DNA
not
or
simple. I mean, a lot of labs will charge big money for that stuff, but that's why we're setting up this whole. That's why kind of like I've linked up with a lot of scientists who have access to this kind of stuff, and
Okay.
we've put it out there that we'll get this material tested for you for free
Yeah.
but I'll be able to look at it under a microscope and tell right away whether it's something I want to spend the money to go and get SEM or isotopic spectroscopy on.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is I don't know who all your contacts are, but I have plenty of people going back decades, some of whom are still alive. I'm still younger than some of them, and it'll be done for free once it passes. Let's call it the bullshit test. Once it
Right.
passes first sniff, it is worth pursuing because you're derelict if you don't. The Ubatuba Brazil samples are a perfect example. I tried to get that thing settled years ago through the Lorenzens because the images of the spectra reading were there on the film. We could go back and be independently tested. It turns out that the equipment was not sensitive enough to detect the impurities that were there but didn't show up at the time in the 50s and 60s. Good job with the equipment at the time, like Fish's star map with the Lisi star catalog at the time, but later data proved it just didn't hold up. And it's okay to admit that. The problem is when you try to make movies saying it's true based on stuff that is no longer true. And that is getting stuck in a loop. And that was a problem Friedman and Bryce Zabel have. And this hype continues in a loop. It's now
Or
resolved.
miniature alien mummies from Peru and the like. Yes.
Oh, I
Exactly.
hate that stuff. I hate that stuff.
They made a lot of money, on pay-per-view.
But what was I going to say about that? But back to, we mentioned like Kevin Randall and Don Schmidt and some of those guys. I was digging into a lot of Anthony Brigalia's work and research over the past like 6 months, and he's been like really focused on that materials side of things, which is why, his research kind of caught my eye. And I've been sort of digging through, obviously he points out that Battelle Memorial Institute was, the leading military industrial complex metallurgist at the time, and that they'd probably be like the number one place where you'd bring alien debris if you had it. And then he looks into, some of the Battelle stuff. There was a metallurgist named Elroy John Center who apparently told his daughter that he had worked on a material like that memory foil or something that was alien while he was at Roswell. And it was, and he indeed, if you look up some of his paperwork and some of the research that he did for Battelle, not at Roswell, but at Battelle in Columbus, Ohio, which is literally 65 miles from Dayton, Ohio, where Patterson Air Force Base is. So they're in close proximity. So it makes sense that, Battelle would be a place that we'd look or investigate as researchers for, if there was indeed, alien metals that were recovered from Roswell.
That's a private company, so FOIA doesn't work on Battelle.
Right. So you can't FOIA documents on it. It's done under a private corporation and you can't, it's inaccessible by FOIA. And it's interesting that Battelle kind of runs all our national labs, and I won't go there into conspiracy world too deep, but it's certainly not outside the realm of possibilities that they could have been one of these players.
Battelle is a minefield because thanks to Stanton Friedman, you have Project Blue Book 14. He quoted the Battelle Memorial Institute study, Project Blue Book 14, concluding that 19.7% of all reports remain unknown and that unidentified, and that the chances of those being misinterpretations or misknowns was less than 2%. Well, again, you can contact Battelle today about Project Blue Book Special Report 14. If you get an honest person who knows about this, they'll refer you to a paper that was written exposing Friedman over this called Figures Don't Lie, but Liars Do Figure. And he showed that the Blue Book 14 didn't conclude any such thing. There was no unusually high number of unknowns and all that other stuff. But as far as Battelle being one of the top contractors, the whole FOIA thing, Bigelow being a modern example of how a contractor gets stuff that doesn't have to be held accountable to transparency and FOIA. Look at those special warehouses and buildings they supposedly built for the metamaterials, right? Which never were done, but they made the claim. And of course, if you FOIA, you get nowhere, and they know that. The U.S. government business model is a combination, when it serves their purposes, of private enterprise and government. I know that from my own firsthand experience. Real quickly, when I worked at Lawrence Livermore Lab, we lost our manager after a few months. She left because they told her you weren't going to get promoted because you didn't have a degree and you were a woman. That's how it was back then. It was wrong. So we had no boss for 6 months. We could do anything we wanted. I worked over a year straight without a day off. I got into all kinds of things because I didn't have a clearance, but they needed a classified view graph tracking system written because none existed, and I found that out. So I wrote it. And I got to see all kinds of projects and stuff that was not accounted for in the UFO literature. I looked all over for New Mexico, Sandia, because Lawrence Livermore Lab, as you know, has agreements with Sandia. Sandia was right across the street. That's where they did the nuclear, detonations on the side. The other side was designing more.
Is that work you did declassified now, Cal?
The classified view graph tracking system?
Yeah.
I don't know, because I wrote it in HyperCard back when there was that.
Wow.
Yeah, I used
So
it
you're a computer programmer, huh?
Yeah, I was on the HyperCard development team. So I used HyperCard as a front end to a VAX system. And that's how it was done. Because I told people, and there was an article I showed on the last show I was on with Steve, and it's never been on the internet. I was written up in the media for government. UFO buff turns his attention to computers. And I did all this stuff for the government. The stuff that I'm going to send Erica Lukes tonight and Stephen tomorrow, the UFOCOM software, is written from these binary research and deployment systems I did, the BRADS, for years, using counterterrorism and all these other.
And Cal, you probably should include Jeremy in your testing.
Oh, absolutely.
Jeremy, he's got this really great software for research. It looks great, and I think
what is up with your software? I wanted to know more about your software.
Yeah, real quickly, because I just want to tell people the deliverables are moving this week, like I promised on Stephen's show. Stephen, is it possible to show a slide here?
Yeah, you can share your screen, and then I just have to approve it once you share it. So share whatever you want to share. You go down to the middle there and click share, and then choose what you want to share, and then it'll pop up on my screen, and I can share it for our audience here.
Okay.
And don't forget to smash that like and subscribe button.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm sharing it. Okay. So basically, I am sending Erica Lukes. I'm going to call her after the show. This is her, of course. She is going to be putting real archival material into the software that I've written for her. I've adapted it from.
She's great, by the way. I know.
Yeah, I just got into some of her shows and have been trying to catch up listening while I'm doing other things. Yeah, I think she's great too. I want to reach out to her and collaborate on some things.
Definitely. And so basically these cover many different areas. You can see down here I'm into a lot of different things. So she's not going to get all those because I don't think she's into that stuff. But she's going to get the UFO software, UFOComp, which is up here. And it has 4 basic areas. This has some 5 records in it. This is from the upcoming Heflin Expose book project. These are original photos that never been published before. And you can see here on them, the computer analysis that was done back in the 80s, way before Photoshop and the internet existed. And this is all coming out. These are from the archives that have been locked up. And so I'll be talking to her about what she wants. And what I'll be doing is making workflows to help her do her thing. I also want to say that we're starting to ship these here. You may remember these, Stevens. These are fiction.
This is great. When you put what is it? When you put hot coffee in it, the spaceships appear or disappear, right?
Actually, we haven't released the magic mugs yet.
Okay, the magic mugs is what I want. I want a magic mug.
These are conversation mugs. They're going to be on different subjects like Roswell and all. This is Billy Meyer. So you can see the Meyer photo here. Then you see a guy running by the recreation of it that was done. So we tell you exactly how to make your own fake ships. Here is Meyer's thing going around a tree. Here's locations I took undercover secretly, proving that the tree was never there. You can't argue with that stuff. Here's, products coming out that show people the truth. Don't be a foologist, So all this is coming out. And again, this stuff is being up. These are shipping.
And Billy Meyer must love you putting his photos on products. You
Well,
know,
I can legally do
like
it.
how dare someone else make money off of my bullshit pictures? Town Corp, fuck you. Yeah.
So real
You
quick,
just broke it. That was the first swear of the stream right there. Now you can't monetize this.
Really?
Yeah, you didn't know about that?
No.
Yeah, when I'm in guess, you're not supposed to swear, so otherwise they can demonetize the.
just
Well, I've been waiting
But,
3 weeks now for them to monetize me, so
Oh
we'll
yeah,
see.
well that's probably why, man. You gotta
I
knock
could
that
take
off.
this down and edit it. Yeah, I gotta stop cursing so much.
real quickly, I'm adding these will ship in March, the updated versions. They have multimedia elements added to them. You point your smartphone to the QR codes and magic things happen. And then these are coming out, the revised star map that shows modern astronomical data. And this shows the stuff about Roswell I've been talking about because it's an update. Because all that original material has been found. It was in storage for over 20 years while I went around the world and did other things. So, I did not even know these original debris photos survived. I thought they were lost, but they're here and there's no question they're real. So that was just something I wanted to do. And then again, I had tables of some of the, witnesses and so on and all that. But we discussed all these, or at least some of them. So
this would be a great tool for working out this whole mess with Roswell because it's just a tangled friggin' web of like
It is,
what
yeah.
he said,
Yeah,
she said, and
yeah, I will tell you that's already been done. We used AI and machine learning to nail the frauds. And there's a scandals of Kevin
I
Randall.
want to see how close my intelligence was to your AI. So because I have an idea who's a fraud.
I'm a computer guy, and I don't trust AI. That's just
Well, I just don't trust the government. Period.
Oh, man, definitely not.
This is a forensic AI, meaning I'm actually writing a paper because it's a good paper for the computing field, and that is that you can use forensic AI to determine whether somebody faked several different documents or whatever. And it turns out that some of the Roswell authors have created witnesses that don't exist. There's no question that's true. So they're busted, and the science paper on this is going into the IEEE, I believe, for submission because it has implications for law enforcement and so on, independent of Roswell. Roswell was a good test case. But there's certain patterns here. When you start to see the same words come up over and over and over, there are reasons those same words are being used. And so I'm excited by this new level stuff because I've been playing with it for years and doing what I do in other areas and, reapplying this stuff back to UFO research and coming back to fight the fights that were fought and won, or at least were winning at that time before the millennium, and then being gone for about 20 years. And now this stuff is suddenly in vogue again. It needs to be taken to a new level and to the point where people can say, okay, this is the truth. I can verify it. I can test it myself. This is not true. And he is a denier, or she is, or he's not telling the truth, but at least you'll know. And you get it to that binary level and then it works, and that's what we're trying to do. We focus on binaries or we don't bother. And UFO comp, I first designed that in high school, but it started off with index cards, and it was only until HyperCard. That's why the press wrote about it. And I used HyperCard and all that stuff secretly for classified stuff as well as public stuff, and that's why I was in and out of Apple for 7.5 years and Lawrence Livermore Lab for years.
Did you, when you were at Lawrence Livermore Labs, did you see any unimpentium?
No unobtainium, but I'll tell you, the UFO thing was a hot potato. And because of that article, I got in trouble. And I'm going to publish that full article in the new book because this backstory needs to be in there so people understand. Because they're like, where the hell did this come from? And basically, they said that we can't have a UFO researcher working on the project you do because it'll make people think we're, doing Roswell or whatever, and that you need to clear everything with us first. Duh, especially since I was getting clearance. So I agreed that I would stay out of the media for years.
It's a hot button. I know somebody who was a UFO researcher, and then his day job said like you can't be doing interviews on TV and stuff and working here. So you gotta choose whether you want your job or you want to keep doing this. And then he kind of just took a step back and kept his job.
You're talking about Strat because I'm pretty sure like they paid cut that guy up.
Yeah, it could be.
We'll give you we'll cut his 50 grand, 70 a year sound plus benefits and retirement plan. Just don't talk about
You may
UFOs
have been
anymore?
getting too close to the truth about some of those black projects and the black hole of trillions of dollars that go into it. Sure.
Well, here's an example of some disinfo that I think needs to be settled. And if everything works, it's going to be on schedule to be settled by the summer. And I'm excited about this. You know about this effort, I think, Stephen. It's been delayed a year because of the pandemic. But around summer, the UFO task force is supposed to release their report around Roswell month, of course. That's going to be good PR. Whatever it says, I have no idea. But I do have a promise from the IG's office now that everything's theoretically getting back in order under this administration, to look at the two issues of the HF Harry Reid stuff. I sent you, Stephen, slides from that presentation prepared for the government. Secondly, I am claiming it's a fraud, because that's my hypothesis, this patent that they got, the 3 patents. I'm trying to have it independently looked at because I don't believe it's credible. I think they did it only because I picked up some intelligence in Asia that they were doing it hoping to head off any potential Chinese advancements because we're behind them in some areas, including the ability to make a miniature sun. China has beat us to that. So, and now they've got 2 probes around Mars. So I don't think the patent is valid. If it is valid, it will be great to be wrong and lose, because they'll say, yeah, we really do have this space-time warper engine and we're just making jets for the hell of it, wasting flying saucers. Or they'll say, you're right, it's not valid, it's struck down, and reality comes back. Either way, we learn the truth, hopefully, unless the answer is the third way, which is it's classified, we can't talk about it, then you've got to write it out and do other things. But that's on schedule. It's been picked back up. I'm hoping in 2 months to find out from Kiviat where his lawsuit is over, Pandolfi and Marriott and those guys, because that is still going on. The judge wanted it wrapped up last year, and she ordered it that way, but the pandemic torpedoed everything. So it's a mess now in that one thing, but the other projects are moving forward.
So that where did you get that figure for 65.9 million people believing the Roswell case?
Oh, because if you look at there's been surveys done over the years of what Americans believe in conspiracy. So it's from that series. The granddaddy of them all is JFK. 81% believed in it at its peak. Now it's about 61%, holding steady in the last 5 to 6 years. They haven't done a poll recently. Roswell, they won't do one until the anniversaries come up, like 75 and 80, because we're an anniversary society now, unfortunately.
Well, the software looks good. I'm looking forward to giving it a whirl. It might help me get a little more organized, because I'm a mess. I just have folders and I copy stuff into folders, and that's not the best way to do things, for sure.
Well, I want to explain something real quickly for both you and anybody who's our partners in testing this. There are workflows that I do, which I think might be of interest to you guys. There's also stuff that's unique to you that no one else cares about, and that's fine. So what I want to do under the create and deploy is you tell me what you want this thing to do. If everything's in there and you can spit it out in whatever formats or combos you want, what is it you want to do? And I do slideshows, a bunch of different things. So the idea is to, with a few clicks, start making sense and putting this data into some form where just a few clicks touches, I can just do whatever I want to do with it. I know I'm oversimplifying it, but like admin, there's admin functions in there. In fact, to be honest, the version of this that you may end up with, Stephen, and you can probably appreciate this as an IT guy, is there's really admin, manage, browse, create, and deploy. Admin would be for people like you and I, but I'm just calling it admin now. But when it comes out to the public, version 1.0, this is the alpha, it'll be probably manage, manage, browse, create, deploy.
And this is just a thing for keeping track of stuff and organizing, or is this for like web posting, and does this post directly to a website?
It can do all of that. It's up to you. The advantage of this software is that you can take it with you on the road on your device, smartphone, whatever. It's got, a tablet and iPhone interface or smartphone interface. This is the 21.5-inch version on my particular, screen here. And then these are just random files put in there that I'm sending to Erica, the real data files. This Polaroid you see here is an original from the original first computer analysis ever done years ago in the 80s. This was part of the work I was doing with Friedman when I was trying to tell him the bad news about the Heflin case. So I'm sending some samples with real data in there to Erica and others, and then they will do what they want with it. Erica, I assume, will populate it with her stuff, and she can keep whatever. It's her business.
How did you build this program? And where's like, can you kind of show us like the back end? I want to see under the hood a little bit. I don't know.
Well, I can't. This is a screenshot. I can't. This is a screenshot from of the final thing I'm shipping, so I can't boot it and stay connected.
Stay with us. Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I can put you guys in touch with each other. And
I'd like to check that out,
questions.
Cal. That's super interesting what you're doing. And just to give you a little introduction to me and what I'm kind of working on, I put together a team of scientists to vet guys like Bob Lazar or Mark McCandlish or, any number of these people who've, claim to have worked on, projects doing anti-gravity for the government. We found a lot of research and also reports on real research, anti-gravity kind of research that's been done by the government and Boeing and aerospace companies and stuff. Yeah. And we're kind of reaching out to like all these guys and getting them to we're putting together a conference to talk about anti-gravity and to share ideas on, how we build the spaceships of the future, because, that is important about getting off this planet and the future of humanity is really what my goal is, to kind of merge our technology with that of an alien species and kind of think about these kinds of things in new ways. And maybe Roswell isn't the smoking gun we hope for, but it certainly gets my gears turning about these kinds of things with that von Neumann stuff and von Neumann probes. But we certainly I want you to check out what we're doing this weekend. We have APEC conference coming up. It's the Alternative Propulsion Engineering Conference, and we actually have a guy from Boeing and a guy from Airbus who are going to be presenting this weekend on some of the research that has been done by those companies into anti-gravity. So cool physics.
And are you doing? You're doing a lot of your own experiments.
Yeah, we have a lab too.
He's actually building stuff, Cal.
We're building and testing claims of stuff. So like we're like calling bullshit on all these people that create this. Here I got my flying thing, and this is how you build it. Okay, well we're gonna build one and test all your theory and break it all down and throw it on a whiteboard and build the thing and then show everyone that it doesn't work, so they don't waste their time. And
I always wondered that about Mark McCandlish ARV. He claims that his drawing is like 100% accurate. Well, then why don't you build a scale model of it and show us this thing floating around?
I'm building one right now. And
are you really? Awesome. Get those capacitors.
I was just finding the coils for it last night.
Get those capacitors and copper coils going there, alien scientist. I want to see if it works. You got to show me if it works. I'm betting it doesn't, but okay.
Hey, if it does, you'll be the first to know. We'll see, So
I want to take a ride in your spaceship when you get it working there, Jeremy,
definitely,
for sure.
By the way, just so you know, this really is real. This was the first version 1.0 of the conversation mug here. And you can see here, we changed the design because the print had to be bigger. You can see Meyer's photo. And then you can see on the back here, the recreation that was done. Exactly. And then we found the string, of course, many, many years ago.
He's the one that made the cakes and stuff out of like silver things. Yeah.
Yeah, we show you how to do that. So that's why we call them fake ships, because they are fake. To call them spaceships is to insult real spaceships. We don't want to do that.
Right. In fact, if they can do interstellar warp drive, then they probably have invisibility cloaks. So.
No, it's more warped drive, warped mind of Billy Meyer. The guys.
Oh yeah. This is
here's an excellent question for both of you guys. I don't know if either of you saw the Walter Bosley episode, but every time I try to explain his theory on Roswell, I just mangle it. But he believes that what happened at Roswell may have been Project Paperclip scientists and early rocket spacecraft tests that came down, and that was the reason for the cover up and the secrecy and things like that. What do you guys think of that potential theory?
I don't believe it's true, and I'll tell you why. Do you remember the Ghost rockets and the Scandinavian UFO mysteries of 1946 and 47? Do you remember those reports in that area of the world?
Yeah, I remember hearing about it.
Okay, there were a lot of them. We now know, only because the Soviet Union imploded in 1991, that those were all Russian tests. They had a bunch of stuff they captured up there, and were flying all kinds of stuff and kept it secret. Again, I can only tell you what I looked at when I was given the honor of writing the classified Biograph tracking system. I had a real index of real stuff. Because I had to test the real thing. We couldn't use simulated data beyond a certain point. And as far as I know, all of the secret stuff that was done with Paperclip had two main levels of compartmentalization. At the high level, there was the public way to handle and spin Paperclip because it was politically wrong. For one, we're supposed to be the moral superpower, right? But yet we are letting Nazis and former members of the SS help us because we want to beat the Russians. Forget who they killed or what they did, or they were part of a genocidal regime. And then there were the scientists in Paperclip who were very, very useful. Ironically, one is up the hill here at the university. He submitted a paper at Eric Davis's request for the ATIP project. It's a complete crank thing, but he did, and I just had to shake my head at that because it turns out that the former chief scientist for Area 51 is neighbors with Harry Reid. Wow, what a small world in Nevada. Yeah.
Can I stop this share now then? Do you want to?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay, I'll take that down so we get. Yeah, so I don't even know where to go from here. I guess like I said, the biggest problem that I have with all this.
I'm going to read Cal's book. He's going to send it to me, and we'll pick it up after that when I have some notes for him. So.
Yeah.
And
listen, I'm glad
maybe
that we can have people that can just civilly disagree, and it doesn't turn into like some kind of shouting match, because we're all interested and we want to all get to the truth. Cal has his own perspective, and I know that Jeremy's been really digging into the material side of things. That's what his interest is. Jeremy wants to get his hands on that stuff and test it himself.
I want it in my lab, and I don't think Clifford Mahooty or who's the other guy that goes out into the desert and collects the Roswell. He does the archaeological digs out there. You know what I'm talking about, Cal.
Good luck with any.
Good luck with that. They have a bunch of tinfoil from what they showed me when I met the guy in 2009 in Albuquerque.
There are cans from 1932 that got buried in the desert. Yeah.
But unfortunately, it is all stories, and I don't see any actionable intelligence or anything scientific that I could really move forward on as of yet, unless they audit Battelle and really like do a whole overview of that organization and stuff. But again, that's not likely to happen, and it's just the way it is, man. But yeah, I want to check out Cal's book, and you should definitely get in touch with me after the show.
Yeah, I'm willing to work with anybody who is the logical person to work with. I've worked with people who are, I was friends with Wendell Stephen, but to be honest with everyone, what came between us was I was the journalist who broke the story about his child molestation problems, and he went to prison for it. So,
yeah, kind of blew a hole in his credibility there, Mr. Korf.
Well, I'm not going to be friends with the child molester. I'm sorry. I draw a line, at least one line somewhere, and that's kind of obvious. And a lot of people don't talk about that part of him because it's an inconvenient truth, to quote Al Gore, I guess. But anyway, so again, I'll work with anybody, even if I don't like the person, in a common quest to find the truth.
Oh, Cal.
Yeah, come on, bro.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, I'm sure you would like him. He talks all this science stuff that'll make your brain hurt. Like, I'm pretty into science, but Jeremy starts
I'm just kidding. I'm just busting
protons and neutrons and all this shit, and my brain hurts.
It's not worth wasting electrons on. It's one of my favorite expressions. And then I do get people who say, "What's an electron?" It's like, never mind. But anyway.
Well, I think we're going to wrap it up here. I don't want to keep you guys too much longer.
How long was this show supposed to be?
I didn't have a set time, but we're at 90 minutes now.
Yeah, we're in an hour and a half now. That's all the goldfish out there the attention spans can handle. So
if I can just bring up something, I want everyone to be clear on what the UFO comp software is and is not. I am releasing it tonight and tomorrow to a small group of people who will beat it up and populate it with real data, people who are everything from ordinary users to IT guys, and I want the honest truth. I then want them to think in a different way, because hopefully the software will get them to think about doing things a bit differently and say, well, how about a workflow that helps me get XYZ done? I'll take a look at that, and I'll talk to Roy if I need to bug him and say, let's try to work this on it. I'll involve Roy. Roy builds his own stuff too. Roy built his first essential airplane. I mean, the guy's a genius. He's like a real Tony Stark type guy, except he's real. Reminds me of some of the stuff you've said. So I can't wait to get you guys talking. And of course, Stephen, you've heard of Roy. You'll be in touch soon.
Yeah.
Eric, I have the 27-inch IMAX screen, so I have to scale up everything. But I'll have to have you take screenshots and send them back to me so I can see what to do with that extra real estate, which I don't have. I love seeing the UFOCOM system on all 3 monitors. It's got a SETI module, which I'll show later, which talks about the SETI stuff. So in answer to your question, this can be a standalone app that you can take your stuff with you in the field, on the road, anywhere you need to go. Or you can have it be a front end to any back end. You could even use it as simple GUI to some SQL god-awful nightmare database on the back end. You know, it runs on Windows, it runs on Mac, it runs on iOS until it is frozen and released as 1.0 for the public, free, by the way. And cases will be modules in it. We'll deal with Android later once we know how the other platforms play, because then it'll be a formality to port it to Android. But absolutely be web-based. It has a DNA in it. It's in distributed network architecture. It uses the FileMaker engine by Apple Claris. So I used to work at that company many years ago. So, you know, it's just wonderful. And what's good is that, you know, it's just great to take these pieces of these other Frankenstein databases like Terrorist Tracker and stick it in there and say, okay, change it from Al-Qaeda to MUFON or whatever. And, you know, same idea, you know, and reconstruct them to tailor it for UFO research. So.
Yeah, I have a whole database team working on. We've been like compiling databases and just archive material on like government and private anti-gravity research or any kind of really research related to, you know, subjects any way and form kind of related to that. So it'd be cool to hook you up with some of the people on my team and see if we could there might be some room for collaboration there.
Yeah, the just so you know, the next phase of this, other than getting it to the few key people, is I've got to contact others like Jan Aldrich. I've known him for many years. We've never really directly worked on things together. We respect each other. He, of course, is involved in the Digitization Archive project, and there's you know, Isaac Coy in England. I need to talk to him because being a library sciences outstanding award recipient from when I was a little boy, I've loved this stuff. We have to come up with taxonomies, metadata, how to handle naming conventions.
Oh, absolutely. This is a complex project.
And as you know, some of it's determined by the data. You know, well, I don't have a field for that, but I got this kind of piece of data, so now I need that. So I was shocked when we started doing, not shocked, but it was like, okay, I understand why it's saying that. When we started doing the researchers, and some of them did make up stuff, invented people who don't really exist, like Catholic nuns and others. To catch them using the same lingo in the descriptions of what the witness supposedly said, that was interesting because it does show that, you know, they're busted, and that needs to be made out to the public. And so we want to work with.
I wonder if you could like plug Lord of the Rings in there and find all the fake data points and then like use it to like correct your story. You know, if like you plugged your like, you know, your novel in there, you know.
Well, on Lord of the Rings, real quickly, I'm shocked at people who don't understand that it's essentially, I'm sorry, Game of Thrones is essentially Lord of the Rings redone. If you tell a Game of Thrones fanatic that, they'll want to, you know, knife you or sword you or whatever.
I know nothing about that, but
you know,
I'm
I mean,
using it as an example.
practically
Maybe you could use the matchups, you know, plug in all the Game of Thrones data with all Lord of the Rings and see if it can actually tell the difference. Like, oh.
Well, he admits that he was inspired by it, but you know, just like he doesn't use George R. Martin, he uses R. Martin because the other George Martin is way more famous. You know, the Beatles producer. You know, so anyway, I'll talk to Jan and find out what they're doing. They have their own database projects, and the idea is to get us all on the same page. That's where this is leading to.
Yeah,
Once we
is
come
another
up
one I
with a
want.
work document that everyone will sign off on, everyone hopefully will then say, okay, I'm going to name my files this way, just like they do, the taxonomies. And then we'll take a look at final workflows. And then once we lock it down, I will release it to the public free. And it's got buttons for sightings, radar cases, SETI, landing cases, government documents, research archives, electromagnetic cases, physical trace cases, all the categories of evidence. Because I told you many years ago as a kid, and it's in the main thing. It's that, you know, this close encounter of first, second, third kind doesn't go far enough. Okay, it needs to be more detailed. But he told me that that was just a sop to Hollywood, and he went with the money. Fine, I understand that. Then he tried to do fourth and fifth kind. It's like, no. You need to break it down.
It needs to be a table of categories with just check marks in each box.
Exactly. Really. So I had invented the 6 category system where basically sightings were also photographs and movies taken were photographs, because photographs are a type of sighting. They supposedly have a piece of evidence to back up the sighting, the photo, if it's real, but it's still a sighting. But if I say close encounter of the first kind, you have no idea whether it's a sighting, whether it's a photo, whether I didn't see anything, something showed up on the film. There's those cases. So I broke this all down years ago, had massive card index files, then got into computers. Finally, when I went to Apple, started at Atari, gave APRO and other people computers over the years, and then quietly helped them over the years secretly on some of this stuff. You know, like some of the early Roswell researchers. And this is really revisiting that and saying, well, now there's all this stuff here, modern technology, smartphones. As far as I'm concerned, every smartphone is a potential Mars lander explorer, theoretically. If UFO's flying around, where's all the bazillion smartphone photos that should be there if there's cause and effect? Who knows? They're not there. So we need something where everybody can put all the data in a platform, agree that this is how we handle it, and the ufology will separate from the ufology as that process unfolds.
I think we also need like an Alexandria type project where, you know, like where they're trying to digitize all these books or texts and, you know, and documents and stuff. Because I guess Michael Schratt has one of the largest UFO databases on the planet. Apparently, he's got just warehouses full of documents. He's like accumulated every major database that's ever existed. He's like really into this, so that would be great to get if we could get his files with my like scientific database and put them all in like a place.
Yeah, funnel it all to one place. I would love to see some of that stuff. I know Schratt's got a huge monster collection of stuff, like of every UFO case.
It would require a really coordinated effort of a you know, a lot of people, but you know, the payoff would be worth it because there's so many people in the community that would, you know, that need, we know this is what needs to happen. This is the next step for ufology.
Right. And also, you've got to not only put the data under one virtual house, so to speak, but then you've got to mine it, and you've got to mine it properly. And that's where the fun begins, because one thing I'm not going to do is open this up to everybody right out the gate, because what's going to happen is there's going to be people like Mikey Horn type who will sit there and say, oh, I can use the same function to go lie to people and rip them off. You know, no. So what I'm going to do is, again, is work.
Poor Mikey, you're not welcome in our alpha test, Mikey Horn. He watches every show, by the way. He watches every show here. So hi, Mikey Horn.
Well, there is a Billy Meyer module coming out. You know,
is it going to have the laser gun? I love the laser gun. They lent him a laser gun.
You know that the laser gun was found. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. The toy from the 70s. Sure.
Yeah, but I as I recall, that was a mannequin holding it. Phil Langdon noticed the hand issue wasn't quite right, but who knows what median hands.
This has been fun, guys, and I want to thank you both for doing this. And you know, maybe we have both. I think I learned a lot tonight, and I'm glad to know both of you guys. It's good to get to talk to you. And
Stephen, if you're open to this, why don't we do this? he hasn't seen the book, and it doesn't matter that I wrote it. It's just a set of data that goes back to the old times that anybody should know is foundational. Have him go through it, and let's keep each other updated. If he's got something that I'm wrong, I'll say. In fact, I'll make you this promise: if I'm wrong on Roswell, I promise you I'll come on your show first and say I'm wrong. Because I don't have an ego in this. I want the truth. And
right.
Sure.
Hey, I just try to play devil's advocate because I want the truth as well. And I think if anyone has it, it would be, Wright Patterson or Battelle or something. But
I'm betting Battelle has it. If these materials exist, Battelle knows about it. Yeah.
For sure. But I'm after that kind of stuff because that's actionable intelligence. It's tangible scientific data. You know what I mean?
Right.
You can't do nothing with stories. You can't build a spaceship
Yeah,
with stories.
Spooky in the live chat says, I'd like to see a part 2. So would I.
Yeah, man. We'll do a follow up on this once Steve Cambion gets, the big boost from maybe some of that fame from Tim Pool will wear off.
I hope so. Rub it on me, brother. I need all the help I can get. Yeah, and good for you. What an amazing experience.
Some of this crowd of I got a flux of 5,000, maybe 10,000 new subscribers on YouTube and a flood of new Twitter followers. So hopefully I introduce some people to your work, Cal, and your work as well, Steve, because I'm a big fan of both. And I wouldn't have made this connection if that weren't the case. And it's so funny to me because I started reading Jeremy's website you were one of the first people that had a website that was into this stuff, early website. I remember reading it for years, and it's kind of bizarre and surreal to me that years later we're friends, and that's awesome because I never would have thought that reading it 10 years ago when you had a website real early, didn't you? You had one of the early web websites, 2008 and then probably 2009 when I started all that, and I got inspired from American Anti-Gravity, who's Tim Ventura, and he's the one running our APEC propulsion conference right now. That's awesome. Which is awesome because it's just keeping the dream alive, man. I don't know. Well, that's awesome. All right. Well,
are you wearing a Star Wars shirt?
Yeah, I am actually.
Oh, I got flack for wearing my Star Wars shirt on the show. You saw me. I had the Darth Vader and the Stormtroopers on my shirt, and people were like, "Oh!" One of the top comments on the Tim's video was, "Oh, he's wearing a Star Wars shirt. We can immediately discredit anything he says."
In that spirit here.
Well, I'm not credible.
Yeah, all of us, man.
This is Star Wars Abbey Road. Star Wars Abbey Road. There you go.
I'm not credible to begin with.
You got a lightsaber, okay.
In fact, don't make me use this.
All right. Well, we're gonna wrap things up here. I'm gonna throw you guys both out and play a short bumper, and I will be right back with you. Okay.
Awesome.
Thanks again for doing this. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna throw you out, and then I'm gonna throw you out, and friends, what an amazing evening it has been to talk to two of my favorite people that are into these subjects. And I want to thank both of them again. It's just, this series is just got so many twists and turns. We go from believing it to maybe not so much, to thinking this person is credible, to thinking maybe they're not so credible. This is one of the greatest mysteries, and there's so many twists and turns in it. I can't wait to see what happens next. We're going to be continuing our series. I'm hopeful that we're going to get Don Schmidt to appear, but I'm still waiting for him to confirm. Stay tuned, friends, because we're going to keep drilling down on this until we get to some kind of consensus. All right, friends. I want to thank you all for joining me. I'm always happy when there's an audience. Thank you so much for being a part of mine. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Greetings and salutations, old friends and hopefully some new friends here. Welcome to Truth Seekers. Tonight is a Truth Seekers special event. We are continuing in our Revisiting Roswell series, bringing together the world's greatest researchers, authors, historians, and experts into the Roswell event. And I can think of no better expert, really world-renowned expert, to welcome to our show when talking about the Roswell event than tonight's guest, Donald R. Schmitt. Donald R. Schmitt is a graduate of Concordia University, 5 times best-selling author. Actually, I think this is a little old. It's probably 6 or 7 times best-selling author by now. He's also the former co-director of the J. Allen Hynek Center for UFO Studies of Chicago. There, he served as the director of special investigations for 10 years. And he's also one of the founders and board advisor to International UFO Museum and Research Center in Roswell, New Mexico. Besides that, you may be aware that he is also was a film consultant for the film Roswell, the Hollywood movie, as well as appearing on many different documentaries. He's been on tons of radio shows, podcasts, television, all usually discussing the Roswell or other UFO events. So pleased to have him. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our guest, Mr. Don Schmitt. How you doing, Mr. Schmitt? It's good to talk to you again.
Well, you're very kind, very, very flattered by your introduction. So thank you.
Well, you may remember I interviewed you one other time, and it was probably my favorite interview of my radio show. It was you and Stan Friedman. Those were my 2 favorites from that whole run of hundreds of interviews, and the most memorable to me.
Thank you.
So I'm not sure where to begin, but I did want to begin with, I know you've had this lifelong interest in UFOs. I don't know that I've ever heard anybody ask you why the interest in UFOs, and then why specifically to Roswell being such a focus of your research and authorship of so many books.
I was just in 4th grade at the time of the Kennedy assassination.
Okay.
And I was home alone with my mother that weekend. My father was away on business, and I was glued to the television set for 4 straight days. And it's an argument I often use against those who suggest that, well, memories fade, people forget, they exaggerate, they fabricate, events in their lives because our memories just do not remain intact. And this happened now going on, we're approaching 60 years ago.
Sure.
And I remember down to the minute exactly what transpired when we first got word, and the nuns wheeling the television set into the classroom and what they said, and then how we were, released early that day, and then watching my mother cry, for 3 straight days over what was happening right before our eyes, that type of thing. And I wasn't in Dealey Plaza at the time. I wasn't down in Dallas. I wasn't involved in any manner, shape, or form. And yet I remember exactly because it was such a profound event in my life. So it's the same argument that we would use regarding our witnesses at Roswell. The difference being they were there. They were involved. It's that profound. So how do you ever forget? And so that carried over. It was a few years later, and I already was very much into history, loved history books. My parents could tell you that whenever they'd ask, well, what would you like for Christmas or for your birthday, that type of thing, I would have book titles listed. 6 years old already, I wanted books for Christmas. And so we're Christmas shopping, and I slipped away into the book section of the department store. Now, mind you, this was right after the Warren report came out, was released, the Kennedy assassination investigation at that time. And there was this book that had the exact same words that were being bandied about at the time of the Warren Report: whitewash, cover up. But it was in reference to a UFO book. It was Frank Edwards' book, Flying Saucers, Serious Business. And I paged through it and I thought, wow, what a big story if this is all true. We're being visited. You know, there's an intelligence from off the planet that may be actually here. And why aren't we hearing about this in the mainstream media? Why is this being whitewashed? Why is this being covered up? That type of thing. And so I couldn't get enough of the subject matter. I couldn't wait to find another UFO book. And the one chapter in the book was entitled, Who's Driving? And it was all about UFO occupant cases. And wouldn't you know it, my next book was by Coro and Jim Lorenzen, the founders of the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, APRO, entitled Flying Saucer Occupants. So the whole book was CE3 occupant stories from around the world. And as Coro and Jim, in the opening text, suggested to the reader, you don't have to believe all of these cases, but just imagine if just one is true. Just one. And how it changes everything. Changes our perception of this world, of our lives, of our futures, everything. And so throughout high school, I really got away with, in my English classes and my speech classes, I would get up and I'd be able to give a talk on UFOs without so much.
You must have much more understanding teachers than me. I went to Catholic school. They wouldn't hear anything like that. But,
well,
you know,
I went
that's
to
great. So you had this early burning interest in this.
Absolutely. And I went to parochial school. I went to Catholic school for 8 years, but I went to a public high school. And so, yes, you're absolutely correct, Stephen. They were very open to the subject matter because it was at the time that the Air Force was still officially investigating the phenomena. It was still in the public genre for that time. And so you couldn't that readily just dismiss something that the government was still officially investigating. So it still was open territory in that regard. And then through college and then thereafter, I went into investigative training because I wanted to be in the field. I wanted to actually work on these cases. I couldn't imagine anything more exciting than actually being with witnesses and recreating their experiences and going to the scene of the crime, so to speak. And yet I was still a skeptic on Roswell.
Wow.
I still remain a skeptic on Roswell. In fact, even through the mid-'80s, I put out a paper that I could not accept that something of that magnitude could be kept a secret for 40 years, as the case would be at that time. And for making that first trip with Kevin Randall in 1989, both of us, we were so confident that we would.
Yeah, I interviewed him, and he said that you guys thought that you would just wrap this whole case up, case closed in a few days, right?
In a weekend, single weekend, jaunt down to the land of enchantment, New Mexico, and the first day that appeared to be the case because we were speaking to only third-hand, fourth-hand witnesses. But on the second and third day, as we were talking to the first-hand, who had actually handled the wreckage, the material. And one by one, they're describing the same characteristics, the same properties of this unusual, this bizarre material that even 40 years in the future, they still had never seen anything like it. They still could not comprehend what they had held in their very hands. And so Kevin and I were walking away and going, gee, maybe we need to get back down here as fast as we can, because what if we're wrong? And we decided we needed to start treating it as though it was the genuine article. Because I think the worst thing would have been is that we would have still approached this with the preconceived position. We're out to prove that this didn't happen. And I'm sorry, whether it's from the skeptical or the outright believer, That's not the scientific methodology. You go where the evidence leads you. You
Sure.
go where your own research, as it develops and as it remains fluid, as you approach it, you let it rudder the ship. Anytime any scientist, so-called scientist, has a preconceived theory and they set out to prove it, there's nothing scientific about that, because you're going to cherry pick information.
Yeah, I think in this field there's a lot of that. There's believers, and they believe that this was alien, so they find the evidence that would indicate it's alien, and they only talk about that. They don't accept both sides, and that's not a good way to do it.
I could not agree more. And the other thing is, and I find this even especially with journalists in dealing with eyewitnesses, and that's the situation we have with Roswell. That's the situation we basically have with the entire investigation of UFOs, that we're still dealing with a witness phenomenon. Roswell, if we actually had a piece of hardware in our possession, it wouldn't matter what any witnesses, it wouldn't matter what any skeptics or believers said. We'll let the evidence speak for itself.
Yeah, that would be the holy grail if we could find
Holy
something.
grail.
Yeah.
And we continue. That's where our greatest effort continues. Yet, as an investigative journalist, as an investigative researcher, writer, what most still do not do is they feel they've wrapped up an interview, and then they make a judgmental call as to, well, now, do I believe this? Do I accept this? Is there room for error? Do I provide a little latitude? That type of thing. But how many step back and say, what if this person is telling the truth? Most journalists don't do that nowadays, and most investigators don't do that. They feel as though, even in dealing with just a people situation, that they know what's in the person's head, they know what's in the person's heart, that they can make that call. And I think that's one of the reasons that you have to educate yourself as much as possible. That you don't become the end all as much as you at least have so much information to rely on in making such a call, that, well, if they describe, for example, Stephen, if I have 10 witnesses tell me that the ship at Roswell was shaped one way, and then I have a lone individual who comes forward and says, well, it was shaped like this, and it was as big as a house, and it wasn't located there, it was located here, and, well, I think we have the makings of disqualifying that individual.
Yeah.
But
Go with what the majority are telling you, right?
But it's up to me to have done enough homework that I can weigh all that information. Because you're hitting on something, Stephen, that I see more and more, where a lone researcher, a lone investigator will speak to one individual and they'll go, I have the star witness. I can wrap this up. I have one individual. I've never talked to anyone else, but I have a witness that you guys haven't talked to, and they say this, and take it or leave it. Again,
that's problematic.
That's problematic. That's faulty reasoning. It's a fault. You're starting on a faulty as far as premise, and you're demonstrating that you're really not an investigator as much as you are an exploiter. What you're seeking to do is, checkmate by just making one move and coming into the game, hours late, that type of thing. We have many colleagues in the field like that. And God bless them, at least they're supporting the case in that regard. But, they'll pull this as far as like Area 51, that particular book with Annie Jacobson, where you come up with a...
Yeah, I have had so many people bring that up to me. And the reason that that's problematic is because the witness that she used that told her all this stuff, he later said, I was just trying to help her sell books.
Precisely.
Number one. And number two, he told George Knapp an entirely different story about what happened at Roswell. So to me, if I were to write a book and that guy was my source.
And yet we have challenged her. We have publicly, a totally
Yeah, just quick on her. So the very last chapter, and she tells about this source that told her that Joseph Mengele and Stalin got together to try to panic us. And that's what Roswell was. But he's the only witness. He's the only person.
Jammed them into a Horton brother flying wing.
Oh, that's what it was. You're right. I apologize.
Recovered by the Russians. And first of all, historically, Joseph Mengele was not captured by the Russians.
No, he was in Argentina.
He escaped to Argentina. He married a beautiful woman in Argentina that he lived out the rest of his life with. And
a lot of those Nazis did. They either went to Paperclip or Argentina. Those were the two places you went if you were a verified Nazi after World War II.
What's interesting, Stephen, is there are all types of FBI documents that they knew they were down there. And yet they were more concerned about the Cold War and that the Nazis could help us with their information regarding the Soviet Union. So we were using as far as them in that regard. So Annie, you totally spun the entire situation. And then as far as the flying wing, well, there were only 2 recovered prototypes.
And both in pieces. Both in pieces, inoperable.
One was reassembled, and it's presently at the Smithsonian.
Yeah, I've seen it.
And it's nothing more than tubular bicycle metal with varnished wood as far as
wrapping around the frame,
around the frame, that type of thing. So, Annie, we're supposed to believe that Mengele created 13-year-old children to appear alien, and they were flown all the way from Russia to the central high desert of New Mexico.
Yeah, the gas tank wouldn't even go that far. Like, just logically, it's so implausible,
and yet
let alone improbable. Yeah.
Yet to this day, even though, as you mentioned as well, that her source has reneged, has backed down. He did even as far as an ABC Nightline where he recanted, and he made that comment, I was just trying to help her sell books. Well, she's still trying to sell books.
Yeah, well, good for her, because it worked. She sold an awful lot of that book.
Yes.
Yeah. Which otherwise was a decent book. I'll give her that. Like, I like Area 51. I like history. It was a decent book until she crapped the bed at the end. It wasn't good. Yeah.
But one thing she did demonstrate is that what is the one chapter, the one piece of information that the press, as far as
they seized on that. Yeah,
was Roswell. So this was post Project Mogul. This was beyond any other alternative explanation. It was another theory of the month, as we would call them, the flavor of the day, that type of thing. And it was, again, what the press, as far as focused on. So thank you, Annie, for that much.
Yeah, and I guess listen, next, it's important to me that I get something, it's kind of the elephant in the room for me out of the way. And that is, people are very critical of some people who may have believed a witness at one point and later said that witness is not credible. And it has gone to extreme lengths to the point where another show host wound up one of his friendly listeners, I don't know. And there was this big Twitter thing earlier that you and Kevin Randall and everybody on my series are paid government disinformation agents. I don't believe that. I'm just telling you what people said. And this was revolving around, of course, your one-time association with, what's the witness here? Hold on 1 second.
Frank Kaufman?
Frank Kaufman, yes. Yeah. I even got an article here called Every Circus Needs a Clown, which is written by Timothy Printy. We're not going to go into that, but listen. I said to that person, Kevin Randall came on the series and talked about what happened there. He's already explained it, but if you would like to, because this person, listen, I don't like when people come on Twitter and crap all over my guests. That's slander to me. I said, show me a pay stub that Randall or Don Schmidt or CIA disinformation agents. It's crazy.
I'm still waiting for the check.
Yeah, me too. I'm apparently the mastermind behind this whole thing, Mr. Schmidt. So do you want to talk about this guy just so that we can clear the air about what happened with him and his inclusion in some of your material and your later? And to me, it takes a man to say, I made a mistake. We were misled. Here's what happened. And we disavow that person's testimony now. I think that shows you're human and that you're willing to accept that you made a mistake, because some guys would just double down and they wouldn't admit that was a problematic witness.
Like the skeptics who it will never matter what the proof, no matter what the evidence, they will never accept it. Because again, they are the ones demonstrating their preconceived position that anything but ET, but they will never accept that Roswell or any other case would demonstrate that not only we are not alone, but that we are being visited. They will draw the line there.
Sure.
So who are the most closed-minded? Who are the least objective? And who are the ones that, I mean, I've never crossed paths with Tim Prenti. I've never met him down in New Mexico. My God, I've been to New Mexico almost 200 times. We've talked to most of our witnesses face to face, and we're talking about over 600 that we've interviewed, either directly or indirectly involved over the last 32 years. They're just about all gone now. But we're the ones who made all that effort. We're the ones that have had the 5 archaeological digs at the crash site to find whatever we find. If we should
and
find
I just want to say, to your credit and Tom Carey's and Kevin Randall's and a few others, if you guys didn't go down there and chase, literally, I've heard you describe it as chasing the Undertaker.
Mm-hmm.
There's a time limit here, friends. These people are old, and most of them are dead now. But at the time when you started in the 80s, they were a lot of the first-hand witnesses were still alive.
Absolutely.
So you and Tom Carey and Kevin Randall, you go racing down there to try to get on-record testimony from all these witnesses before they die. And if you guys hadn't done that, we wouldn't know half of what we know about this event.
And I don't think anybody could ever, prove that as a faulty statement, because we were the only ones doing it. When I first approached Stanton Friedman, who was a dear friend, and we often feuded, we were often at odds with one another, but it wasn't personal as much as it was just disagreeing on policy, disagreeing as far as investigative notes, that type of thing. Stan was not an investigator. He was not a researcher. He was an archivist.
Sure.
And so he would fall short. Like, Stan, you had a particular witness. Why didn't you tell me about that? I would have talked to them. I would have gone and actually interviewed them. Well, I didn't think it was that important. Well, it's all important, because if we can document their presence back in 47, if there's any chance that they may have been involved or they could lead us to somebody else, we can't just, now they're gone and we missed an opportunity. And I can't tell you, Stephen, how often we would find somebody and, they just died a year ago. We had one particular situation where we called and we're speaking to the wife, and she's asking if we could call back because she's just returning from the funeral.
Yeah, that's terrible.
And there's nothing more frustrating. And the skeptics have never been in that boat. They have no idea what it's like to have doors slammed in your faces, to have phones slammed in your ear. And the thought that you're spending all this time and effort when there was no internet 32 years ago. There was no Rolodex as far as or CD-ROM that you type in somebody's name and it would give you the address. We had to physically track these people down. We had to actually, as far as we did credit checks, we went through motor vehicle, we went through air certification, hoping that many of them who were pilots in the service would have continued licensing as far as private pilots, that type of thing. We would compile reunion lists. We used government computers at times, and we used a hacker with the VA who provided us with a lot of names and addresses. But we still did it. And sure, we were skirting the rules at times, because to us it was more important to find these people and to provide them with an opportunity to finally speak out while there was still time. And because, as you mentioned, Stephen, we were racing with the Undertaker. Well, anytime you're in a race, there's a good chance you're going to stumble and fall. Because it's one thing to be on the sidelines, hey, your stride isn't the way I like it, or you're going in the wrong direction, or you're going too fast, or you're going too slow. Well, why don't you come in the race? Why don't you get in here and follow? or see if you can even catch up to me. And then let's see how you do. All this Monday morning quarterbacking as far as whether
I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. And we have a real problem right now with the younger generation of people that call themselves researchers, but all they do is, I call them right-click researchers. If it's not on the internet, they can't. I'm amazed at the stuff I could find just by picking up the phone and people I could talk to. Nobody does that anymore.
When you speak to witnesses who become emotional, when you sit there, and there was a particular witness that we had worked on for over a year. When I say worked on, between his wife and Tom Carey and myself, just trying to get him to open up. And mind you, this is a witness who we can document. His pictures in the Roswell Army yearbook, 1947. So what's what the skeptic going to say? Well, that doesn't prove they were there. Well, see, again, what are your standards? They're at the base, and still, well, you got to pull them out of the scenario because they can't be there because maybe they're legit. So they're there. We can document that. And the wife describes to us that we have not slept in the same bedroom for 40 years because of his nightmares, because he'll jolt up in the middle of the night over and over again, and he screams out, he yells out, because he can't get the face out of his mind. He can't get what he saw back at that hangar in Roswell back in 47 out of his memory. And then when he finally opens up and talks to us, and he sobs like a little boy, he cried. I mean, the tears just stream down his face. And these people who have never interviewed a witness in their lives would just sit back and go, well, he's a liar. He's a liar.
Yeah, I have to be honest with you in that we've had Mr. Korf on, and I just think he's too dismissive of all these witness testimonies, having, and it seems to me that this whole series has been sort of a ping pong back and forth. It's like one researcher like Mr. Randall or you or Mr. Carey will say, I talked to this witness who said this. And then he says, no, they didn't say that. I have a quote that they didn't say that. But you guys have, recorded interviews and things. So there's a bit of a back and forth.
Where did they get the quote from? Where did they get the quote from? They took it off the internet. And I'll guarantee you it was taken.
Well, I haven't announced this yet, but what I'm going to do, Mr. Schmidt, after this series is over, is I'm going to go through your books, Mr. Randall's books, and your books with Tom Carey and Cal Korf's books, and for each person, I'm going to create a spreadsheet, and we're going to try to get to the bottom of each of the witnesses. So it'll be a little harder for him to just be dismissive and say they didn't say that, they said this, or to be so dismissive. One of your books that I really found fascinating was Children of Roswell, because I have a hard time believing that towards the end of their lives, a bunch of people just started making up stories about aliens or seeing aliens out in the desert and told their kids this.
There is not a skeptic alive that can rule out all of the Roswell deathbed testimonies, each and every one that are admissible in a court of law, and say that it only applies to witnesses who are describing details about Roswell. But yet then every other deathbed testimony is acceptable. We can't have it both ways. Can't have it both ways. But they want it both ways. I mean, you people would fail miserably in courts of law because you would say, well, I want to throw his testimony out because I don't like it. But sorry, then we got to throw out yours. We got to throw out your witnesses. Do you have any witnesses? And they would go, well, no. But isn't my word good enough? Well, no, you weren't there in 1947. Well, did you talk to any of the witnesses? Well, no, but my word is good enough. Well, were you ever in New Mexico? Well, no, but you have to take my word for it.
Yeah, and the other thing I guess I would say is that I would think that you guys, you, Mr. Randall and Mr. Carey, having interviewed so many witnesses, have gotten sort of a sense of whether people are being honest with you or not. And just quickly back to this Frank Kaufman.
Yes, I wanted you to.
Yeah, so he sort of came out with basically telling you and every other person interested in Roswell exactly a great story that you would want to hear. But later it turns out that he's not so credible. Can you talk a little bit about that?
When we first talked to Frank Kaufman in 1990, he presented himself as just a secondhand witness, that he was at the base, and he is in the base yearbook.
Sure.
He was there. We can establish his bona fides. And he stayed in Roswell. He would become the president of the Chamber of Commerce in Roswell for 30 years. And so he was a respected business person as well. And so we are referred to him, and he's talking secondhand, which evolves into, well, I saw this. I was involved with this aspect of the case. Eventually, where he becomes part of the recovery team, one of the 9, as he called it. And not only a firsthand to the remains of the craft, but also the bodies. And so anytime you have a potential firsthand witness to what is the meat of the case, the one thing that binds this, all together, you work even more diligently in establishing whether they're being truthful or not. And as a result, when we did CBS 48 Hours, and I was with Phil Jones, we allowed Jones to spend as much time with Frank Kaufman as he could, because we wanted a seasoned newsman, a senior reporter at CBS working right directly under Dan Rather at that time, to see what his impressions were, see if he could break him in any way. And then when we had the law firm in Washington, and 2 of their attorneys, one was a Shapiro, as I recall.
Sounds like a lawyer.
And I believe it's related to the Shapiro that represented O.J. Simpson, for that
There you
matter.
go.
Well, anyway, we allowed them to spend in private quarters hours with Frank Kaufman. So we're getting it from a legal standpoint, we're getting it from a media standpoint, and we even had other witnesses come and sit with Kaufman and exchange notes, and then walk away and then see, okay, Kevin and I would be on the receiving end. And one after the other, we were getting these glowing reports. Oh, couldn't break them, couldn't break Kaufman. Phil Jones, one of the best witnesses I've ever dealt with. He actually told us that. And like Kevin and Don, you guys are sitting on one of the biggest stories here of all time. And the fact that even at the end of that very segment on CBS 48 Hours, Dan Rather ends by stating, quote, "Truly something extraordinary crashed outside of Roswell, New Mexico in July of 1947, end quote.
Yeah, and this is Dan Rather saying this. This is a no slouch. Yeah.
That's CBS News, exactly. And so, yes, we spent a lot of time with Frank Kaufman, but the difference is we were the ones doing it. I don't remember that any of the skeptics ever came, except for Philip J. Klass, but then it was indirectly for us.
Yeah.
But as far as the others doing anything to prove that Kaufman was legit or not.
And did you have sort of a friendly relationship with Phil Klass, you guys? Like you kind of knew, like he's the yin to our yang. We can't hate the guy for believing something else, or trying to check our work or our research, right?
No,
it wasn't like contentious between you guys. You were on a lot of shows together and different things.
We even debated. Kevin and I were invited to their PSYCOP, when it was still PSYCOP, Committee for the Scientific Investigation of Claims of the Paranormal, their annual convention at the Harvey Hotel in Dallas in, I believe, 1992. And Kevin backed out the week before because he felt we were going into a lion's den and they would eat us up. And I went alone. And
good for you, because you had to know that was going to be contentious, right?
It was originally, you had the entire audience, as well as Phil Klass was the moderator. And then the debate was originally to have been Robert Young, who I knew personally through correspondence. And then at the time, Captain James McGaha of the Air Force. And so I knew it would quickly turn into 3 against 1 because the main debater of the opposition then became Phil.
Yeah.
And I stood my ground, and I had reporters. I had a reporter from Associated Press that even felt that I had won the debate because I stuck to the witnesses, I stuck to the issues, I stuck to what I could, verify for, again, the people I had actually talked to. And all they could do is, well, they didn't really mean that, or they were fabricating, that testimony. And I know Kaufman came up, and at the time, I didn't consider him, I don't believe we considered him a star witness, but nonetheless, we kept investigating his information. And so we were the ones that after he passed away, now mind you, Stephen, after he had been diagnosed with terminal cancer, I went at my own personal expense. Now here's the other point. Kevin lives in Iowa. I live in Wisconsin. Kevin and I are in driving distance of one another. But New Mexico is
That's not a cheap flight, yeah.
No, and it's still a 24-hour drive. So we're covering our phone expenses, which at the time, you were getting charged long distance by the minute. So we're
Yeah, I remember because I used to be calling BBSs in other countries, and then my father got the phone bill. And boy, was that was a tough time for me.
I was there, and our phone bills were averaging $1,000 a month between the two of us.
Wow.
And then we were making all these trips. We were going to New Mexico 5-6 times a year. We were going to state of Washington and Oregon and Montana and Minnesota and out to Washington and down to Florida and down to Kentucky and to New York and Michigan, Minnesota, Texas. We were going repeatedly. Wherever there were witnesses, we were going and interviewing them personally because we felt it was that important. And so, yeah, you can wave Kaufman at us like it's some mortal sin that disqualifies our entire investigation. But we were interviewing hundreds.
Yeah, and I consider it like the throwing out the baby with the bathwater. Okay, you've got one witness that fabricated that you can show, yeah, this guy fabricated his involvement, but that doesn't negate the other 500 or 600 witnesses that you talked to.
Of course not. And the main point being, who are the ones that proved Kaufman to be?
Yeah, actually, it was you guys that pretty much proved that he was fabricating, and then sort of backed away from it.
We were the ones who, at his home after he passed away, in his office, and I'm pulling out the desk drawers and I'm reaching under and seeing if there's any, and I find the satchel of all the original documents, and we found the old circa 1947 typewriter, and we found all the old, as far as the collection of the old onion skin paper, the parchment paper that he was using to create what appeared to be legitimate documents, that type of thing. He was forging signatures. He had a copy machine. He was doing cut and paste stuff. The point being, we did that. So we're policing ourselves. I don't need anybody again from their computer sitting there and saying, well, we should have, could have, would have. I mean,
Yeah. Well, I think you've explained it adequately. And like I said, I, for one, I said, you shouldn't have a problem with researchers who make mistakes and then try to correct them. The bigger problem is the people that double down when they know that, I can't tell you how many people that I've talked to, like just a quick example in particular, like somebody was using a convicted child molester as proof of an alien story. And I said, I'm sorry, but I don't think that a child molester is a credible witness and should be believed. And they went on with, still using him as a source. So I wanted to get to the
quickly. You make another good point, and I'm not going to reveal any names. I'm not going to even hint, but nonetheless, it was one of the skeptics years ago in an effort to discredit one of the lady witnesses. She started to receive pornography, unsolicited, from this individual, with the hope that she would either accept or invite, and then he would turn it around and accuse her. Okay. I don't want to go any further, but again, those are the tactics that I've witnessed. Bill Brazo Jr. receiving a phone call on Christmas Eve in the presence of his gathered family, celebrating Christmas, and one of the skeptics calling up at 8 o'clock that evening, calling him a liar and challenging him to come, and do some debate with him someplace. And you're a liar if you don't accept this challenge. You're a liar. And well, okay,
Yeah,
because again,
people pretty passionate about this one way or the other.
It's the tactics that they often have relied on. And if you or I would ever resort to such, an effort, tactics as far as to discredit a witness, I guess it says more about us.
Well, I wanted to go down some of the things that I talked about with our other guests and experts here. Specifically, I wanted to ask you about the debris and the debris switch and the famous photos.
Mm-hmm.
Because I believe from your books and Kevin Randall's books and Stanton Friedman that there's a claim that this debris in the famous photos is not what the actual wreckage was, that there was a cover-up. They brought in this weather balloon debris to show the press. And we have both Marcel and later Dubose, right, who claimed that there was actually a debris switch and that wasn't the actual Roswell debris that was shown in these famous photos. And again, we've had this ping pong thing going back and forth with our different experts. What's your take on the debris that's shown in these famous photos and the claims of a debris switch by both Marcel and Dubose?
Well, again, we were the ones. Ramey had long passed away. There, you're picturing Brigadier General Roger Ramey, who was head of the 8th Air Force. He was the very boss of the base commander at Roswell at that time, Colonel William Blanchard. So you're going up the chain of command. The skeptics paint this, and some of my colleagues even described that this was a press conference. This was not a press conference. There was only one reporter that was even allowed in the room. The rest were kept out in the hallway outside of Ramey's office. And the only reporter allowed in was James B. Johnson of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. He took the 4 pictures, 2 of Ramey and then 2 more of Ramey and his chief of staff, Colonel Thomas DuBose. Now, DuBose, and he's pictured to Ramey's right there.
Sure.
DuBose, who we interviewed and went down to Orlando, Florida, and met with him on a number of occasions, spoke to him numerous times over the phone. I have correspondence with him. I have a letter from him saying, I never saw the real material because we switched it. He stated in his own affidavit, now mind you, he's a 1-star general at this time. He's a brigadier general. So we have a brigadier general who says in a sworn affidavit, the balloon was a hoax. We were the ones who switched it. Shouldn't that be enough? Shouldn't that be the end of the story right there? Because there are no witnesses who claim that that was the genuine article who are still alive at that time. And so Irving Newton, who was the weather officer, he was in the last picture taken, and that was by the public information officer, Charles A. Cashin, who took that particular picture. He was just ordered over by Ramey to come identify the weather balloon. Is this a weather balloon? Well, of course it was. It's a weather device. So Newton made a positive identification of that wreckage. And it was flimsy foil. You see the black clump at the Ramey's foot. That was rotting neoprene rubber. In fact,
And I've always had this huge problem with the fact that Army intelligence officers would see this out in the middle of a field and not know what it was.
Of course, yeah.
It doesn't make any sense to me that seasoned Army Air Force people would not know what that was. That they would mistake it. In the famous quote, Marcel said, "What I saw was not made on this earth."
Precisely.
That's a far cry from something that's so common. They had to have seen weather balloons before, maybe even debris from weather balloons that crash. Right?
Exactly. And where did the weather balloon come from? Where did this particular device actually come from? It came from Roswell. You know why? Because they were assembling and launching them twice a day in conjunction with bomb drop exercises outside the city limits. They would launch them from atop the bank building, which was 6 stories tall at that time, highest building in Roswell. So they were totally familiar with these devices. In fact, there's a picture in the Roswell base yearbook of the balloons hanging from rafters in one of the hangars.
Yeah, I've seen those pictures.
So there was no one more familiar with this balloon device than the personnel at Roswell.
That's where they were being launched from, majorly, right?
And you see the brown paper wrapping on the floor beneath the balloon.
Mm-hmm.
Sergeant Robert Porter, who was with the 715th Bomb Squadron, when that Marcel flight went out on that B-29 called Dave's Dream, it went out at 3 o'clock that afternoon, 3 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. Porter, they loaded up 3 shoebox-sized brown paper wrapped packages. In fact, in a couple of the shots, you see one of the shoebox-sized brown paper wrapped packages still by the heat register.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have. I just grabbed the most famous couple, but you're right. I've seen in the wider shots. These are cropped images, so
Now,
in the wider shots, yeah.
And when we asked Porter what was the shape and size of the final package loaded up, he said it was about 2.5 to 3 foot diameter, triangular in shape, brown paper wrapped, and loaded into the bomb bay. And that's the very angle you have from the kite. And there's the brown paper that had once wrapped this balloon. Came from Roswell. It was nothing more than an off-the-shelf weather balloon device that a 5-year-old child would have recognized. And General Ramey, if we want to go again via documentation, by 1:30 that afternoon, 2.5 hours before Marcel even arrives in Fort Worth, Ramey is fielding phone calls from the press, and he's describing the weather balloon already in his office.
That's convenient. It didn't arrive yet, but it was already there.
It's a matter of documented fact. You skeptics go. It's in all the newspapers at that time. General Ramey is claiming that balloon device is already in his office hours before it supposedly arrives from Roswell.
Wow, I've never heard that before. That's new to me. And I wanted to ask you, of course, about your thoughts on the Ramey memo and some people's attempt to decipher what was actually written. And again, there was something in his hand here, and it's been called the Ramey memo. This is a bad picture, but there's another picture where you can almost see what's written on the image, and people have blown it up, tried to get scans of the negatives.
This image for a second here. I want to just touch on it.
Yeah. It's tantalizing because even in this, it seems like you can almost read it, right?
That's General Ramey's thumb. Look at the thumbnail.
Okay.
It's got a jagged rip at the tip. You see how his thumbnail is torn?
Yeah. What's the significance of that?
What's significant is that he also has his tie on, and he still has his cap on in his own office. This came together so quickly that even opening up that balloon and ripping it to shreds, again, this is speculation on our part, but it suggests how.
Oh, yeah, he could have screwed up his nails ripping stuff up, right?
That he didn't even have time to repair his nail.
That's another thing I've never heard before.
It also, again, if I would have forensic experts look at this, those are the things that they would look at. They would look at, if you look at the shots of the balloon, let's look out the window. You can see that the pictures are taken at different times of day based on the shadow coming through the window. That's why we know. That's why we know that Marcel was photographed first. And he was not photographed by a reporter. He was photographed by, again, the public information officer, Charles Cashin. And then he was ordered by Ramey not to say a word to any of the press out in the hallway. He was to just report back to, as far as his headquarters overnight. They kept him overnight, and he doesn't return back to Roswell till the next evening. They keep him as far as under essentially cloak and dagger for the next 2 days.
Well, the story died pretty quickly once they threw up the weather balloon explanation, right?
As planned.
Yeah, and what do you think of the validity of some people's deciphering of what's on this memo? Do you think that's really valid, or do you think that it's a case of people seeing what they want to see in some cases?
I know David very well, and I have the highest regard for his research. I'm talking about Dr. David Rudiak. And mainly for the fact that nobody has spent more time working on the Ramey memo than Rudiak has.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not just talking about an afternoon of analysis. We're not just talking about doing a certain magnification and some new as far as electronic enhancement of the image. And let me tell you what I believe it says after looking at it for all of a couple hours. Rudiak has spent years. And for that reason, I place not my hope as much as my greatest faith in his analysis and his discernment of what it says. But today, because we still have this dispute, this argument, and whenever I hear someone say, well, we have done all we can with the original negative. Well, there's one analysis that we've yet to do. And you learn this for those of us who've relied on flight control that handle respective airspace between commercial airports. In the Midwest, for example, here, where I reside in Wisconsin, our flight control center is in Aurora, Illinois, which handles 7 states throughout the Midwest. And it's not human interpretation of a radar signal, it's computer interpretation. It separates weather anomaly to actually transponder aircraft and then private aircraft as either a solid green blip or as a plus or as a minus or red, green or red, that type of thing. But nonetheless, it's 90 screens, radar screens, all computer analyzed, all computer interpreted. What I have been recommending for years is that we need to create a program that will read the document. There are only 26 possibilities as far as letters go. And then if we apply the question as to what type of military jargon would have been used in a telex at that time, and that they have to be, as far as grammatically correct sentences, that type of thing. Let's let a computer analyze the memo and accept it as the final word. No more human interpretation. In other words, let's let AI see what it can do with the document as best as possible, as best as it can, and then with a joint acceptance that this will be the final say. It's as far as we can go.
Yeah, I agree.
Now,
that thing has always been tantalizing to me, because I've always thought, like, I heard Mr. Randall say if that photographer was standing 3 feet closer, we'd know exactly what that memo said. But I think that image analysis software, and you're right, AI brought to bear against a problem like that may be the best solution, because then we take the human equation out of it, and we're not, a machine's not going to be biased. It's going to pick it apart, and this is what it says or doesn't say, and that's it.
And it's not faces in the clouds, because letter-wise, there are only 26 possibilities. And then they have to become, as far as complete words, and then they have to be as far as make complete sentences. It has to all make sense.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it
absolutely.
narrows the scope. It narrows the scope to the point that I still believe that there's this final effort that needs to be done. And I pretty much got the idea from Studio Macbeth with Ray Downing in New York when they were doing the 3D imagery of the Shroud of Turin. And
Yeah, I
they were
follow
running,
that.
and they were running into the exact same problem that we run into with the Ramey memo. That as we enhance the image, you also enhance the noise. In the Shroud's case, they were exaggerating the fabric, the weave of the fabric. And in the photograph, we're enhancing the grain. So they developed a computer program that would shave layer by layer away that fabric.
I remember. Yeah, it was a special algorithm that they designed just to clean out the noise,
Right.
separate the noise from what the data they wanted.
To do that, right? And we've yet to do that with the Ramey memo. We need to do that.
Yeah, that's interesting because I have a background in computer science, but even I wouldn't know where to begin with that. But I have some friends that might. So yeah, I can ask around and see what people think.
Good.
I happen to have a DVD or a CD-ROM somewhere of that high quality scan of this thing, and I've never done anything with it. Next, I wanted to talk to you a bit about what I believe is probably my favorite book you've written, because to me, it's just so convincing, and that is this Children of Roswell book. Again, some of the skeptics and even Mr. Korf have been here and been very dismissive of the witnesses, saying, well, they lied, they exaggerated, even, going so far as to say, well, some people may exaggerate. Marcel his son said, sometimes he exaggerated. I don't know. But I thought that most skeptics are just so dismissive of the witness testimony, or they completely discount secondhand testimony. And I think they should all read this book, Children of Roswell, because to me, that's what made me a believer again. Going, why? Especially my father was in the military. He didn't have a tendency to just make up BS stories, especially near his death. So one of the things so convincing to me in the book is that some of these people were threatened, intimidated, harassed, or whatever, and they kept quiet about some of these events. And then later in life, they talked more openly about it. Can you talk a little bit about some of the children of Roswell?
Of course. Just imagine either one of us being in this situation where our father is lying on a gurney as they are making final preparations to take him in to the OR for open heart surgery. And he's very frail, and there's a very good chance that he's not going to survive. And he waves us over before they put him to sleep. And he says, I need to tell you something that happened while I was still in the service. And it relates to when I was stationed at Roswell in 1947. And then they go on to describe that I was part of the recovery team. I not only saw the remains of this ship that was not a plane, it was not a rocket, it didn't have wings or a tail section, and the material defied anything I've ever seen since. And then to see the bodies that we first thought were children, and as we got closer, my God, they're not from here. And then there was a survivor. One was still living. Now, that happened between Sergeant Homer Rowlett, who was with the 683rd Squadron, and his daughter, Carleen Green. Now, what are we going to say? It was a deathbed statement, as it turned out. Well, sweetheart, dear, come over. Let me tell you one last big whopper yet before I die.
Yeah, that's why I don't find this dismissive attitude of skeptics towards these people to be plausible or probable.
Because again, if we throw out Roswell deathbeds, we have to throw out all of them. And
Yeah, but and also you only gave one example from your book.
Yeah.
Your book is filled with these sorts of secondhand accounts from children of people that were directly involved with the Roswell event. And in your book, you didn't just accept their word. You went and checked that their father or the person that told them this actually was there, stationed there. You checked their military records.
Exactly, and was witnessed by others who were also involved. And yes, Rowlett was there in the field with us. He was there. He was involved. And then Rowlett had actually told his son the identical story before he went into the hospital. So he made sure that his son also knew, unbeknownst to his sister. Edwin Easley was the provost marshal. When Kevin and I tracked him down, Kevin spoke to him the first time over the phone. Again, mind you, this is in 1990. He's a retired lieutenant colonel living in the Dallas area. And over again, he kept telling Kevin, no matter what he asked him about 1947, I can't talk about that. I'm still sworn to secrecy. Were you out at the crash site? I can't talk about that. I'm still sworn to secrecy. Okay, yeah, Colonel, you're sworn to secrecy over a weather balloon after 43 years. Mm-hmm. So he agreed to receive a copy of our first book, UFO Crash at Roswell. And Kevin and I would wait some months thereafter, and we were at the office in Chicago at CUFOS, at the Center for UFO Studies. And we agreed, why don't we call up Colonel Easley and see if he's read the book, see if he had a change of heart. And Kevin's speaking to him once again, and he, again, same response. Can't answer that. I'm still sworn to secrecy. So then Kevin, we had it planned. Kevin asked Colonel Easley, well, you see which direction the witnesses are taking us. You see which direction the investigation is going. Can you tell us if we're going in the right direction? And there's a bit of a pause, and Colonel Easley comes back. Well, let's just say you're not going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I found that very compelling when Mr. Carey talked about it as well. Yeah, I mean,
he didn't admit, anything, but he still told us, without giving away without breaking his oath. He still told us all that he could without being direct about his involvement.
So, yeah, I once had a government employee tell me, I can't tell you that, but I can tell you where to look for it. And he was right. He was right. He couldn't violate his NDAs and his secrecy agreements, but he could tell me where to look for it, and I found where I was looking for it.
And that's how they do it. That's how they have their plausible deniability.
Yeah.
So 2 years later, Easley is dying of stomach cancer at Parkland Hospital in Dallas, same hospital that John F. Kennedy was taken to. And in the presence of his two daughters, one of them being Nancy Strickland, who is a practicing attorney, his granddaughter brings him a gift, walks up to his hospital bed and holds it up to his face, and he turns away and goes, "Oh, the creatures," and then explains that the president had asked them, whether through a direct request or some representative, but nonetheless, the president asked us never to talk about this again. I kept my word. I can't tell you how I regret that I was never able to tell you what happened back in Roswell in 1947. But it was all true. It did happen. The granddaughter had held up a copy of our book, UFO Crash at Roswell, to his face.
So there's another deathbed confirmation that the alien hypothesis just may be correct.
The creatures. And that from the very provost marshal who was in charge of all military security on the base at that time. You have the base adjutant, another retired lieutenant colonel, Patrick Saunders, who, when I spoke to him the first time, he just laughed. Oh, the little green men from Mars, no truth to it at all. And then before he dies, he had fallen off of a roof. And that was in 1995. And He knew he only had so much time to live. And he had purchased as many paperback copies of our second book, Truth About UFO Crash at Roswell, that he could. And he gave them out to his best friends and to his family. And I don't know if I have the quote exact, but it was basically on the inner leaflet of the book. He wrote, "Here's the truth. I never told anybody before. I kept my word. Pat."
Wow, that's interesting.
Again, if I'm a detective, an intelligence investigator, if I'm any legitimate investigator who is just allowing the evidence take me to whatever the final resolution is, how could I just dismiss that and say, well, he was just lying? He was just, again, pulling all their legs. One last joke while he was still, here. Easily, all the creatures, he was just having a quick laugh at the expense of his two daughters and his granddaughter.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. And the volume of the witnesses and even though they're secondhand witnesses, I still found that book to be really compelling. It was one of those that I couldn't put it down until I finished the whole book, and then I was sad that it was over when I was done reading it. So,
and some of them, like Frankie Dwyer, who was the daughter to the fire crew chief, Dan Dwyer, stationed at Roswell, and her having actually held in her hands a piece of the memory material. And the fact that we can document the fact that she had her tonsils taken out days before. She had a dental appointment that very afternoon. She stopped at the firehouse to visit with her dad. Her dad wasn't there because he and another fireman by the name of Ed Reeves were north of town at the crash site. They drove out one of their own personal vehicles to go check out all this talk about this crash, that took place just north of town. And Frankie's at the firehouse, and who should walk in but a state police officer by the name of Robert Scroggins, whose district happened to be Lincoln County, where the Brazel debris field is located. Mac Brazel, the ranch foreman, who first reported the crash when he went to the sheriff's office, Sheriff George Wilcox, who then in turn reported it to the Roswell Army Airfield. Now, this is something else I would challenge the skeptics with. It's a 4th of July weekend. Most of the men are either at home with their families, they're away on leave. It's a holiday weekend. The rancher comes into town on Sunday, July 6th. Again, matter of documented fact. It's important enough that when the lead intelligence officer, Major Jesse Marcel, and because he's with the 509th Bomb Group, it's the first atomic bomb squadron in the world, the elite within the military at that time, the best officers, the best pilots, the best crewmen, the best doctors, the best nurses. It was a composite unit. They selected the best from whatever particular branch you happened to be in at that time. And they were going to be part of the first atomic bomb squadron. If you swept a broom on that base back in 1947, it was because you were the best broom sweeper.
Yeah, I was going to say they probably had the best janitors too. Yeah.
Because you all had top security clearances. Everyone on that base had a top security clearance. So this rancher brings in this wreckage. The sheriff calls up and says, I have all this strange material down here. This rancher brought in from some debris field, some crash site up in Lincoln County. It's not our jurisdiction. But, what do you guys know about this? You need to know that something crashed out there. Well, it's important enough for what we remain convinced is the actual reason because it wasn't a weather balloon or an aircraft or anything else recognizable. The fact that they alert the base commander, who's at his home, it's important enough that they disturb him on a holiday weekend to show him this wreckage. And it's important enough for him that he doesn't just send a couple of low-rank grunts, a couple of enlisted men, just go check it out, see what you find. No, he sends out his head of intelligence, and he sends out his head of counterintelligence in the event it's something foreign, because nobody can identify this wreckage. I defy any skeptic to demonstrate why they would have sent out the counterintelligence lead officer. For no other reason except for the fact that unless it was a foreign design and they needed someone who would recognize that, would be able to identify that. No other reason to send him out there. But yet he was.
Yeah, he may be familiar with Russian or German or foreign aircraft, right?
And the
More
point
so
is,
than a regular intelligence officer.
exactly. And the head of counterintelligence, Captain Sheridan Cabot, he even admitted to the Air Force Colonel Richard Weaver that he was sent out there. He was out there. Marcel identified him for being out there. Master Sergeant Louis Rickett, who was Cabot's subordinate, said that Cabot was out there. The point being, you sent out some of your highest ranking officers because, again, you're demonstrating how important this potentially was in their eyes at that time. And it wasn't just driving out of town a few miles and checking it out. It was at that time a 4-hour drive one way. And by the time they got out there, it was dusk. They had to spend the night in that old Heinz house in that one-room shack, and it wasn't until the next morning. And then they spend the better part of a day filling up the 2 vehicles. And it's important enough that Marcel, on his way back to the base, his home outside of, within the Roswell city proper limits at that time, is 10 miles away from the base. He wakes up his wife, Riyadh, and his son, Jesse Jr., at 2 o'clock in the morning, takes them to the kitchen, and he's got all this wreckage scattered on the floor because he wanted to show them what he knew.
And I doubt he would have showed them a weather balloon or even bothered to stop if it was simply a weather balloon. That's another point of the story that's always bothered me.
Now, let's even quickly go back to even the ranch itself. When Kevin and I were out there the first time, and we went to the actual ranch headquarters, the main ranch house, and there was a water tank just full of water, but you could look over the side and there were just big chunks of rubber and foil and other debris floating throughout this water tank. The tank probably was about 15 feet in diameter, as I recall. It's no longer there. And when we asked the ranch foreman, his name was Jeff Wells at that time, what is all this? And he goes, oh, it's all the balloons that have been recovered here for decades.
Throw them in a water tank?
Water tank.
That's interesting.
Because they weren't burning. They weren't, because it was rubber and foil.
Metal.
The foil didn't burn and that type of thing. So they just tossed them in. So the point is, they knew they were weather balloons. Even the ranchers knew what they were dealing with. And they were typically tagged that they were offering a $5 reward for the instrument box if there was an instrument package of any sort.
Yeah, it's cheaper than making another one, right?
So they would turn in the instrument box and they'd collect $5, $10, that type of thing. Well, what should we do with the balloon? Trash it. We don't need it. We can't reassemble and fly it again anyway. So there was this water tank at the very ranch, just overflowing with all the balloons that have been recovered through the decades. So, yeah, so we're asked to believe that the rancher, all the ranchers in the area, a state police officer,
Firemen, Air
The
Force
fireman,
intelligence.
the sheriff, the deputies, and then the base commander and his two leading intelligence officers. Nobody can identify this common off-the-shelf material. I don't care if you want to claim it's Mogul or this radio sound balloon, which was their original second explanation. It's still nothing more than neoprene rubber, reflective foil, wooden sticks, string, and tape.
Yeah,
I
I think they would be able to identify. This has always bothered me. When I talk to a skeptic and they say, "Well, the government, it was a Mogul balloon," they admitted it later. Well, okay, but like all these Air Force intelligence people would know a weather balloon, and I didn't even think about. You're right. The ranchers would be familiar with it. The firemen would have seen these things before. I wanted to talk for a bit about where both, if you believe that both material and bodies and maybe even a living alien were recovered, where they went to, because we had an alien scientist who's a physicist and very interested in the materials, and he did a lot of he showed me a lot of research and things that I've never seen about where the material may have went in the form of Battelle Institute and some other places, because that's beyond FOIA. Where do you believe the material went and ultimately ended up, and the bodies or aliens?
Well, we always need to keep in mind that the military/government doesn't manufacture anything. Everything is contracted out into the private sector. Every ship, every plane, every tank, every rifle, you name it.
That's why it's called the military-industrial complex, because it's complicated.
Which I very aptly warned us about, because when I'm asked today, Don, where do you believe the material is? I say the military no longer has it. The government no longer has it. It is all in private possession today.
Which happens to be beyond FOIA requests, so that's convenient.
Exactly. And so you're talking about, you mentioned Battelle Institute. You're talking about Rand Corporation. You're talking about General Electric. You're talking about Hughes Aircraft. You're talking about Boeing. You're talking about Bureau Standards. We've had first-hand witnesses at all of these locations. And so isn't it interesting that even today when we hear about the government being in possession of a physical material, but where is it? And they point like the Bigelow Aerospace in Las Vegas, that type of thing. Mm-hmm. They still point to the private sector. Well, we know of it, but we gave it to them for testing. And it was a case of, well, give us another 6 months and we'll give you some answers. Oh, we need another year. And, eventually, we don't know what you're talking about. We have this, you turn this over to us. And because, the attrition, rate, of things changing hands and different people come into the scenario. And before you know it, things slip between the cracks. And just like that, they're gone. Nobody knows where part A, part B, and so on are even located any longer. There's no paper trail, so to speak.
Well, didn't all of the, when they did that big Roswell, the Air Force did that final Roswell case close investigation, they found that all of the paperwork was somehow disappeared. All of the paperwork for the Roswell actual crash event that should have been archived and kept all these years is just conveniently gone, where most of it is.
Or so we're told.
Yeah.
And the thought that, first of all, the most sensitive, most top secret base in the world at that time, the Roswell Army Airfield, first atomic bomb base in the world, that their records would somehow have been destroyed, whether there was a UFO crash or not. The very thought that you're talking about the most crucial military facility in the world and somehow the records all get destroyed. How convenient. And at the time of the flying saucer story.
Even just a tragedy of history, because, the Enola Gay and the first atomic bomb drop and everything, all took place at the base. So you would think just for history's sake, they should have kept everything.
Of course. And the Enola Gay and then the second B-29 boxcar were even hangared at Roswell after 1945. So the thought that, I know, and that's how the General Accounting Office, when they accepted that explanation, when they did the document search through all the branches of the military, as well as departments of intelligence, they had to accept that they came up empty-handed. But I, for one, don't believe that is the case. I don't believe that the records were destroyed. As we've been able to name, for example, all the photographers that were brought into Roswell that kept a storyboard record of just every second of that recovery operation. All the photographs, all the film, all the testimonies that would have been.
That's something else that alien scientists found that I missed, and the fact that they didn't use the base photographers they brought in. Why would you fly in outside photographers to photograph weather balloons?
Why would you bring in outside doctors, outside nurses? Why would you bring in outside MP units? Why would you bring in, as far as all these outside officers that came in? And Stephen, when we were doing our initial searches for crucial witnesses, and we focused like on the 1395th, which was the MP squadron at the base in 47, thinking that, well, certainly all the base security would have been involved, whether they were cordoning off as far as the outside roads or the perimeter of the site itself, and the transportation, the vehicles coming in and out, and the security on the base. Well, and then when we were finding these people and learning that most of them were never involved, and finding that there were units that came in from other bases.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Well, but then it did make sense for this reason. Because it was something that, again, is standard procedure within the military.
Yeah, I was going to ask, do you think this was done for compartmentalization purposes?
Exactly.
So that, yeah.
Exactly, because when the dust clears, you have 95% of the personnel at Roswell who have been shut out. They have been banned from any involvement. They've been told to stay out of it. They've been told, don't report to the base hospital. Don't report to your normal sentry duty at Building P3, Building 84, which all the wreckage and the bodies transited through, that type of thing. They were not ordered shoot to kill. So in case somebody actually was fatally wounded, that they'd have to live with that. They'd have to fraternize and still coexist with the same personnel on the base. When you have outside people that come in and take charge, and after everything is quiet, there is nobody to talk to, nobody to exchange notes with, because they've all gone home. They've all split up, and they don't have anyone to talk to once they return back to their normal assignments. So it's really, when you think about, quite ingenious, because it's the compartmentalization, it's the way of shutting down all the buzz, all the rumors. It's the way of preventing this minutia of talk, evolving into the point that you lose control of it. And I say I'm one MP that's assigned from one barrack. And I go back, I report, I finish my line of duty for the day, and I go back. I have nobody to talk to. Who's going to corroborate what I just experienced? But if the whole unit was sent in, just imagine. You got 50 men all describing the same thing, talking, sharing, their perspectives, their comprehension of what they had just experienced, that type of thing. So it is the total compartmentalization of the military. And that's why secrets are able to be kept, because it's the same reason they don't tell the president anything more than they have to.
Sure.
Because he's part of that. He's also part of that compartmentalization. The less the president knows, the safer he is.
Yeah, plausible deniability sometimes. Look at Iran-Contra. Yeah, he just said, well, my advisors didn't tell me they were doing that, so I'm not responsible. Then when you get to the alien bodies, which is always the big crazy part of the story, is this other crash site and recovered bodies and maybe even a live alien. Where do you believe they would have taken both the live alien and the cadavers?
We've had first-hand witnesses, not only photographers like Frederick Benthal that was brought in to take pictures of the bodies out at the actual crash site. We've had firsthand witnesses at Hangar P3 within that B-29 hangar, and we've had firsthand witnesses at the base hospital. And also firsthand as well as secondhand family members again describing the survivor. Now, Lieutenant Colonel Marion Magruder was a triple ace in World War II. And he was part of the War College class of 47, 48. And he would tell his 5 sons independently before he died in 1995 that they were assigned to Wright-Patterson at a certain point. And they were shown wreckage. The War College, his particular class, they were shown some of the wreckage from Roswell. They were able to handle it. He described the exact same properties that, many of our other witnesses, the memory, the fiber optics, that type of thing. And then they were taken into another room and the lights came on, and behind a glass wall sat what clearly was something not human.
Interesting.
And they were told it was the survivor from Roswell. He felt very sympathetic towards it. He felt as though we were treating it like a captured animal in many respects. And we were then able to document. We have the documents. He was stationed, he was assigned to Wright-Patterson in April of 1948. So in other words, just 10 months later.
Yeah, this is really interesting and amazing to me, like that we may have had a living alien in our custody, And I've heard various stories that the alien sort of telepathically communicated or something like that.
I know.
He knew his fate, like his comrades were gone, and
And we've heard that even from, what they would call the abduction, experiences, where the abductees feel that they have received telepathic communication with these beings. So that it would appear to be consistent with what we've heard as far as with Roswell, with the survivor, that they felt that there was some type of communication that took place telepathically. I don't usually go into those areas because, again, that's so subjective.
Yeah, and it's a lot of speculation sometimes too. Yeah. But why do you believe that they would have shown off the alien to these other officers?
Because it was the war.
For what purpose?
Yeah,
because it was the War College and it was the best and the brightest.
Yeah, and that those classes, what they're being trained in specifically is foreign espionage. They're beyond as far as our regular intel officers here within the States. What the War College intel officers then is that they then work undercover within foreign circles, and they secure as much information and they spread as much disinformation as possible. In other words, they keep things very fluid as to hardcore information. And I believe that they wanted another opinion. They wanted, as far as the best and the brightest, as you said, as you described, Stephen, of these officers, because it demonstrated that they were still looking for answers. There was nothing in the Army Field Manual back in 1947 or 48 or 1950 or 1960 how to deal with this. And so I'm sure they brought in a lot of the brightest.
I could imagine that they would be concerned that this was some kind of a recon force ahead of an invasion, with the paranoia of the time. Now, back to the cadavers, though, I was curious to see if you've ever been given some kind of indication about who actually was involved with any autopsies or examination of the bodies. And, because I would assume that for any doctor or pathologist or coroner, that would be like the greatest event in their lifetime, getting to look at a body from an extraterrestrial. And I would imagine that something had a leak from the people involved with the cadavers.
And the late Leonard Stringfield, who was a collector in living in Cincinnati, Ohio. He's on the opposite end of the state, but nonetheless, Dayton, Ohio, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, he was right there. And so he was listening. He had, that I'm aware of, at least 2 firsthand doctors who described to him autopsies at Wright Field in 1947. We would only hear of certain attempts, and the thing is, at Roswell, at the Roswell Base Hospital, they didn't have the equipment. They didn't perform autopsies there at the base. They didn't have a coroner in Roswell. They relied.
So they would have to fly them somewhere else, and what better place than the Foreign Technology Division at Wright-Patterson, right?
Exactly.
Doesn't get more foreign than extraterrestrial bodies, I would assume.
I couldn't agree more. And so, and that too, the fact that we have firsthand witnesses such as General Arthur Exon, even Colonel Robert Friend. Robert Friend was the second last director of the Air Force's Project Blue Book. And I was having dinner with him one time in Los Angeles, and he goes, Don, I don't think many of you even know that I was at Wright Field in 1947 when that wreckage from Roswell came in. And I went, oh, the mogul balloon that they had to test to make sure that it was really a balloon? And he laughed and he says, you and I both know that wasn't any type of balloon. And I go, oh, Colonel, then what was it? And he goes, well, I believe it was a broken arrow, an errant atomic bomb. And I let him, talk out as far as why he believed that. What the colonel wasn't aware of was the fact that there were no broken arrows at that time. In fact, we didn't have any bombs in our arsenal at that time.
Yeah, I guess we blew our load in World War II when we were still building up new ones, right?
That's right. We were still conducting as far as atomic research at Los Alamos in New Mexico. The bomb racks were kept not in Roswell. They were kept at Wright Field in Dayton, Ohio. And even when they were conducting the bomb drop exercises with their B-29s in Roswell, they were using sand barrels. They didn't even have the bomb casings. And as far as the 2 bomb pits, which were at the base in 1947, neither one of them had a bomb hidden as far as down within that silo.
Yeah, and our adversaries wouldn't know this. It was just a huge deterrent. They knew that we had done Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and they would have assumed that we had more. So I guess
absolutely, and that's why they kept it so secret.
Well, but I don't really want to keep you too much longer, but if you don't mind, we have a great audience watching. If you don't mind, we can take some questions for you from our live chat. It's not often that we get some experts. Absolutely. So any questions for Mr. Schmidt or myself, just put them in all caps so that we know that they are intended for him. You can ask anything. And again, I want to thank you for doing this. It's been my pleasure to have all of you guys here because and no matter what side people are on, we've had Cal Korff, who's very skeptical and dismissive. We've had you and Mr. Randall and even Walter Bosley with the Zone thoughts on what may have crashed at Roswell. It's great to get you guys all in one place. Okay, here we go. This is a great question. Any speculation about why it crashed?
Mm-hmm. We have confirmed that the very night, July 2nd, through the Stallion Weather Lookout Center that evening, that there was a severe lightning storm that came off of the southern tip of the Capitan Mountains. And so even the ranchers described to us that between the thunderclaps, now this is high desert, been out there many times, you don't want to get caught out there in a storm because the lightning strikes the ground. If you're out there in a car, you're the highest as far as a point. You're a lightning rod standing out there, and it's high desert. And so one of the obviously theories is that it was struck by lightning. Again, we have no way. All we can do is confirm there was a severe lightning storm, but we still don't know if it was an internal malfunction, something caused it to explode. I guess we'll never know. We'll never know. But that much I can at least document, that the night in question, there was a severe lightning storm.
Yeah, could be it. And again, from Greg Chase, we have a question. What is your opinion of gravity-controlled vehicle tech, or I suppose he means anti-gravity technology, as being man-made?
Interesting that even in General Nathan Twining's letter to General George Shogren, asking about their assessment of the situation. Now, this is 2 months after Roswell. They were already speculating that the aircraft that Twining states in this letter is real, that the phenomenon is real and not visionary or fictitious.
Yeah, I love that memo. I love that memo.
Well, here's something, Stephen, that most ufologists don't even grasp. If you actually have a chance to ever see the originals, Twining did not write that letter. He signed off. He agreed with the context of the letter. But you know who prepared the letter?
No,
All of his nuts and bolts engineers at Wright Field at that time. At
wow,
Air
so
Material Command.
that makes it even more believable that that's accurate.
Engine experts, propeller experts, as far as materials experts. So nuts and bolts guys. So why are you calling in nuts and bolts guys if you're only dealing with sighting reports, if you're only dealing with a couple photographs? Why is it possible you're dealing with nuts and bolts people because they're actually dealing with the nuts and bolts of the recovered saucer that was just brought to your attention right there at Wright Field? So, but the point being, Twining, they were already speculating that the propulsion may be electromagnetic, that it would draw power right out of the very atmosphere. And doing that, and I use the example, if you take something as simple as a balloon and you create static, rub it against your arm, and then hold it up against the wall, and the balloon will defy gravity. It'll hang as far as up against that wall or against the ceiling from the static electricity. Well, it's anti-gravity, electromagnetic. You're creating electromagnetic field of sorts. So I believe that was the birth of some of that research, the idea that these craft are able to push off of gravity, repel gravity. They hover, and then they push off of it and are able to accelerate at a tremendous speed. And in using, even as far as the orbital rotation, the gravity of the planet itself, that they use it as their very propulsion. And therein would lie that and we've been working on this, and I believe we're getting closer and closer. And I belong to the EAA as far as the Experimental Aircraft Association in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. And when they unveiled the Raptor, the F-35s, and you see that jet hover, you see it come up and it turn its nose up, and all at once it's just bouncing, it's resting on its thrusters.
Yeah, I've seen a video of that. It's pretty impressive.
And then all at once it kicks in the afterburners and like a rocket shoots straight up. Just amazing. Now that's not anti-gravity, but we're getting there. We are getting to the point that we understand. And who is to say that the main inspiration may indeed have been the very phenomena that they're still saying doesn't exist?
Yeah, I always found it interesting that in the early 1950s, almost all of the major aircraft manufacturers were really big. There's articles and things on electrogravitic research. And then shortly after that, it just all vanished. And nobody talked about it again.
All goes underground. Now it's become too top secret, too sensitive. And I suppose in many respects it becomes covert because you don't want to play your hand. The idea that we may have such aircraft today, and it's the last thing we want the Soviets or the Chinese to even, be aware that we possess.
Yeah. Another question: can Mr. Schmidt review if any findings at the sites? I think maybe they're talking about these archaeological digs, and you have a whole book on that. Can you talk about what exactly was found? Was there any promising evidence found during all those archaeological digs? Because I thought for a while when I heard that they were doing that, I remember when I first heard about that, it was a long time ago, but I thought maybe there was something left there, and they're going to find it, and maybe we'll get a smoking gun piece of it.
Now, just imagine, as you yourself acknowledged, that Kevin Randall and I were skeptics our first trip to New Mexico in February of '89. By that September, we're that hot on the case that we are supervising the first archaeological dig at the debris field site, the Brazil site on the
It's
Foster
quite a
Range.
turnaround from skeptic to running an archaeological dig, right?
We had a team from the Center for UFO Studies, and we had archaeologists from Argonne Laboratories in Illinois, and we mapped out the site using a theodolite, a survey meter. We laid out a systematic grid. We flagged areas of potential entrapment. We got ready with the hope that with funding, we'd be able to come back and conduct a full-scale, archaeological dig. Well, we approached in 1995, 6 years later, the Contract Archaeology Department at the University of New Mexico in Albuquerque. And that was Dick Chapman was the head of the department at that time. And with the hope that they would be willing to even do the dig, that we would have a university as far as sponsored dig.
Sure, yeah.
No less a UFO crash site. And they accepted, they agreed. Well, we still had to come up with the money. So in 2002, so 7 years later, with the Sci-Fi Channel, that's when we went in and we did the full-scale dig, second one. But we were able to go in with a backhoe, and it's an area that witnesses had described a furrow, a gouge, after the military recovery had been completed. And it was about 10 foot wide, hundreds of feet long, but it had filled in through the years. It was no longer visible from the surface. So we flagged that site where witnesses, again, independent of one another, told us they saw that furrow. And the backhoe operator, he's even an archaeologist. He's worked over in Egypt. He's worked in Africa and other areas. He's got the touch, as they would say. He works with a ground engineer, and even the engineer said that when they were digging perpendicular to the flagged gouge area, that the shovel was jumping like it was hitting loose sediment. And when it was pulled aside, there it was, just below the surface, a symmetrical V, exactly where the eyewitnesses said it was.
And so I guess
something
it was
impacted.
filled in later?
So something had actually skipped across the ground, and that the wind and rain erosion had filled it all in through the decades.
With new sediment,
There it was, below the surface. Now, since that time, we had another dig in 2006. We had another one in 2013, and another one in 2015. And with assistance from a geologist, Frank Kimbler, who was working this site quite diligently with just his metal detector in finding fragments, metal fragments, and were analyzed, and some of them turned out to be mostly aluminum, but with one strange alloy that shouldn't be there, and that was lithium.
Okay.
And
that's not a very common thing to mix with aluminum, right?
No, because it's mixed strictly with steel. It's a hardening agent for steel. And as a result, there's not a registered combination of the two that we know of, that we could find anywhere here on planet Earth. Now, again, it doesn't prove it's extraterrestrial. No, we agree. But it's interesting. It's
Did they do any tests on the isotopic ratio of the aluminum?
Oh, yes.
Because we should be able to. But so it came back earthly.
Well, except for the molybdenum. the molybdenum. I pronounced it wrong the first time, molybdenum. And it was 3%. Doesn't sound like a lot, but that is a lot in conjunction with the aluminum, because it should make it as brittle as glass, as a hardening agent for steel. And yet, there it is.
Well, that's
Now,
interesting.
we didn't claim it was there, but 3 separate labs have, doing the radioisotope testing, have confirmed its presence.
Interesting.
So we, I know on the History Channel.
Yeah, I remember seeing that, and I was on the edge of my seat, like, what are they going to find? You know.
And then they claim that they're picking up something buried beneath the surface that is sending back, it's creating a magnetic signal. It's repelling as far as that subterranean radar. And then the Ben Smith, the CIA operative, former CIA operative, suggests, you mean like a balloon? Okay. Well, I wish they would have talked to us, because if we go back to the Ramey photographs in General Ramey's office, and that rotted clump of rubber at his feet on his office floor, if you were to know anything about weather balloons, especially those particular balloons, the rubber, especially when exposed to the elements, starts to break down within days.
Yeah, it wouldn't be there 40 years, 50 years later.
Within weeks, it becomes like powder. And the reflective foil, unless it's one large intact sheet, how did it bury itself, and who buried it, and how did it remain intact after all these years? So it was wishful thinking. It was kind of because they build it up and they tear it down, and unfortunately that's how a lot of these shows are. They raise the suspense level and then they burst your bubble, so to speak.
Yeah, that's a pretty common theme. And another great question, because I was going to ask you this too, because there's been various descriptions of what the craft looked like. Some say that it was a sort of flying wing, not a saucer-shaped craft, and other people said that the craft was, you know, a typical aluminum, you know, metal flying saucer, round. And what is your take on that?
Which is, and Frank Kaufman, you know, getting back to, he was claiming that it was more of a bat wing.
Okay.
And he had, you know, those of us who were, you know, trying to establish, you know, his credibility. We were trying to pin it, tie it in with what Kenneth Arnold had described on June 24th, that they weren't saucer shaped, they were more crescent shaped, but that they maneuvered through the air like saucers skipping across the water. And that's where,
famously.
It was Bill Bechet, who was a reporter with the Oregonian newspaper. Bill Bechet, who then coined the very phrase "flying saucer."
So wasn't it flying disc was used before that?
Flying disc, yeah, flying disc, exactly, Stephen. And even the William Rhodes photographs from July 7th show that heel-shaped object, 2 pictures over Phoenix, Arizona at that time. But the witnesses at the impact site, the debris field is debris, whether it was the outer.
It's all pieces, so you're not going to see what it. Yeah.
But the impact site, where you had what appeared to be an escape pod, a capsule, egg-shaped, about the size of a Volkswagen Beetle. So it was hardly, you know, an intact ship. But just as we have had escape modules, and as far as cabin ejection devices that would propel, you know, pilot and crew, you know, away from a disaster, that type of thing. Maybe that's where we learned, you know, that functionality.
That's great technology to figure out for space flight too, right? Sometimes you gotta escape. And another question, and I'm sure that the answer is yes, but you can speak to this. Paul Cargo asks, had the base been buzzed by UFOs prior to the crash?
We often ask that question. Were they aware? And what we discovered that it wasn't at Roswell, but where there were a growing number of sightings and reports was at the White Sands Proving Grounds, just a couple hours to the west of Roswell. And you had all of the captured German V-2 rockets being tested there. It obviously, just to the north, is where Trinity, the first atomic bomb detonation, took place just 2 years before. And you had the most sophisticated radar system in the world at that time.
Yeah, they wanted to protect that nuclear base, well, atomic base at the time. Yeah.
But this, I'm talking about White Sands.
Oh, White Sands, sure, yeah.
White Sands, because of the rocket launching. Now, radar was in its infancy at that time. And as a result, all other bases only track incoming aircraft. Whereas White Sands at that time was the first base in the world that was tracking in and departing aircraft. So it might have been a reason that they were then picking up more anomalies. And then hence there were a number of newspaper reports at that time of objects that were witnessed and tracked over White Sands. Nothing around Roswell, except you had the Dan Wilmot sighting the afternoon of July 2nd. And he and his wife on the west side of Roswell saw an object that was moving beyond Roswell and towards the northwest, towards Lincoln County, which then would become, the site of where this object explodes and then rains debris down that very evening.
Interesting. Well, I'm about done with I could keep you here for another 5 hours, but I won't do that. I want to thank you so much for doing this. When you weren't really, I know you're a very busy guy. So for those that don't know, Mr. Schmidt is so busy that it took him a while to get back to me. And I kept going, every day I would check my email going, please, Mr. Schmidt, get back to me because you've got to be in this series. We can't end it without Mr. Schmidt's participation and involvement. And it's not just me. All the viewers kept asking me, you're going to have Don Schmidt, right? So
thank you for your
persistence. I wanted to tell everybody too, it's very easy to find Mr. Schmidt's books on Amazon. You just type in Don Schmidt and all of his books pop up. And I don't know, Mr. Randall's written a ton. How many books have you written on just Roswell? Can you go through quickly?
UFO crash at Roswell, truth about UFO crash at Roswell, Witness to Roswell, the journal, and then I did UFO crash at Roswell 2, which was the chronological pictorial. We did the first edition of Witness to Roswell. Then we did the revised edition of Witness to Roswell. We did the Children of Roswell, as you mentioned. We now have done Roswell, the ultimate cold case file, Roswell Dig Diaries. So
when you type in Don Schmidt into Amazon, you get just a treasure trove of and I have been. There's just a few left that I haven't read of yours, so I'm gonna work on those because.
And I think you could verify, Stephen, that in each book we cover a whole new aspect.
Yeah. Every time I think like, well, you got another book, and then you get the book, and it's like a different sort of approach. Like Witness to Roswell is firsthand witnesses. Children of Roswell is secondhand, or children of people, families, people that were involved. And I know you wrote the book with Kevin Randall. That was first, right?
Which was made into the Roswell movie.
Yeah, that's another thing. That's one of my favorite movies. I think at the end they want to
watch it. You gotta watch for Kevin's cameo.
I've seen it. I've seen both of yours. You're in it too. You're in the movie. You're like a bartender, right?
I'm a bartender in a scene with Kyle MacLachlan, Xander Berkeley, Martin Sheen, and Kim Grice. Yes,
that is awesome. Well, I want to encourage my audience. If you want to learn more about this event, I can think of no better place to start than Mr. Schmidt's books. It's been an honor and privilege to have you here. I can't tell you how happy I am that you could do this.
Thank you, Steve. And I promise next time you ask, I will.
No, it's quite all right. It's quite all right. I know you're a busy guy, so I was just hopeful. Like we got to get Mr. Schmidt to finish. I'm hoping that We might
Common
get a few more.
ideas.
We might get a few more people, but the next things are really like more out there and not very. I don't want to say credible, but just just because I want to include all perspectives and let everybody make up their own mind. And maybe when we're finished with the series, we'll do a panel and see if we can have everybody come back. And but you guys have to promise not to try to murder Calcor if you come on.
No. If I
That's
could
going to be
survive,
contentious. Yeah.
if I could survive doing the debate at PsyCop.
Yeah, I think you'll be okay. I think him and Mr. Randall have a long-standing beef going, though,
They
so
do.
that's going to
They
be a
do.
big back and forth. I guess it's competitive doing this Roswell book stuff, and everybody wants to be right.
It's if I had to waste my time, and I think a lot of it becomes a distraction. And it would be no different than I probably have over 200 letters that I received from Phil Class through the years. And you know how many I actually responded to, Stephen? 2. Whereas Kevin responded to every one. And it's like every time you're taking the time to do that, it takes away from the investigation. And that's why I don't have the time, and I won't waste my time in
I
dealing.
don't blame you. I don't blame you. It's a distraction.
It doesn't progress anything, good or bad. But let's end it on this note. And I've said this before.
Oh yeah, wait a minute. Actually, yeah, I'm so glad that I'm going to solo you, and I would like for you in 5 minutes or less, if you can, because I've heard you do this riff before that I think is one of the things that convinced me about this and who flew the I've heard you do this, so I'm going to solo you, and I would really like it if you can wrap up your appearance here by giving us 5 minutes or so of your very best evidence and why you believe the alien hypothesis.
This again coming from the perspective of having been a total skeptic and allowing the evidence to take us to whatever the final resolution would happen to be regarding the case. And to listen to first-hand witnesses describe one after the other, whether military or civilian, handling material that defies conventional explanation. And I don't care what the alternative explanation, they never deal with those accounts. Whether you're talking about, something top secret or a balloon, and how ridiculous, a balloon not demonstrating anything that would resemble what the eyewitnesses have described. And then you have all the outside personnel that come in. Like one of the nurses who was at the base hospital told us at that time, because they were told to stay away. They were told not to report back to the hospital for their normal duties at that time. And she said to us, clearly something big had happened. Well, a recovery of a weather balloon, again, is as mundane as it raining during the monsoons at that time of year. They wouldn't have, shut down the base. They wouldn't have directed as far as MPs shoot to kill anybody as far as crossing a particular, as far as perimeter. They wouldn't have had the transporting of wreckage that went for testing and analysis at different facilities around the country. They wouldn't have called up the funeral home asking as far as what should be done as far as the preservation of bodily tissue and fluids regarding something that we can't document, an accident at that time involving anyone, any bodies that would have necessitated such inquiries at that time. And so either you have the military and the civilians involved all reading from the same script, because they all experience this from their different vantage points, their different backgrounds, but yet they react the same way. I don't care if it's the ranchers and their hired hands, their wives, their children, or all the way up to the base commander at Roswell, who would have been the second pilot dropping the atomic bomb on Japan. And the reason that he wasn't sent on that mission was because they had higher hopes, higher plans for him. They kept him stateside because he was their golden boy at that time. This was no knee-jerk reaction when they put that press release out on July 8th, where they announced to the world that they had a flying saucer. knee-jerk reaction. Washington already had the material in hand already Sunday, July 6th. They had all day on Monday the 7th and till that next morning to put together this whole, as far as cover-up scheme, and it worked. They got away with it. And then they shut down Roswell. All the violations of the First Amendment rights. They threatened them with the loss of the licenses that they should never talk about this again. And then they start abducting civilians. I mean, please explain to me why in God's name, if the rancher, Mac Brazel, has merely misreported, misidentified a weather balloon device, why would they violate his civil rights by kidnapping him and holding him out at the base for 5 full days? And then until he recants his story, until he is then ushered to the newspapers, to the radio stations, to retract the original flying saucer story. And then and only then, after they have his assurance that he'll never say a word about the truth of the matter, they release him. And he's a broken man. He's never the same. We've talked to his hired hands. We've talked to his family, and they all said how he was a broken rancher. He was never the same after all this. You put this all together, and then up into the later stages of their lives, and where they're not, and then only giving deathbed testimonies. They're finally conceding. They're finally breaking down, and they're telling their wives, their children, it wasn't a balloon. It wasn't from here. They weren't from here. They weren't human. It wasn't made on this earth, as Major Jesse Marcel said, the #1 intelligence officer in the United States military at that time. And he makes that statement that it was nothing made on this earth. Now, I grant you this. The onus remains on us. The burden of proof is still with us. But at least our investigation has remained fluid after all this time. We are still racing with the undertaker, now with the families. We are still searching the sites. We are still looking for the physical evidence. We're still hoping that there's a footlocker or something hidden as far as in a basement or in a crawl space yet to be discovered and presented to finally prove this. But we're still the ones who are proactive. We're the ones that are still not so rigid in our position as putting out a final statement, and this is the end of it, and take it or leave it because I say so. Well, in our cases, it's because all of our witnesses say so, because you have 0 witnesses. Please, you have none, and you know it. You have absolutely 0 witnesses. And so how do you think that would decide in a court of law? Well, I have nobody to call up to the stand. I have nobody to present any information or any documentation or any testimony to the contrary. But believe me, sorry, judge is going to laugh you out of the room because your opinion is nothing more than an opinion, and they come a dime a dozen. It comes down to this. If we're wrong about this entire Roswell incident, life goes on. The world goes on. It changes nothing. But if you're wrong, if you have been misleading the public for now over 70 years about what we consider to be the biggest story of the millennium, it changes everything. And that is your greatest fear, that it will change everything. And you were leading the charge to make sure it never came out. That burden, that guilt remains with you, not us, because we've done all we can, and we will continue to do all we can to demonstrate what really happened. It's an old movie, and I'll end with this, called The Rashomon Effect. It's a Japanese murder trial in 1950. The Rashomon effect is demonstrated in the courtroom, is that there are 3 sides to every event. 3 sides. There's your opinion, your position, There's my opinion, my position, and then number 3, there's what really happened. Who has performed the greatest due diligence in establishing what happened? Those who just say it didn't happen because I say it didn't happen, or those who are still making every effort to prove and demonstrate what happened, no matter what happened, whatever happened. And there too, I think history will judge us much kinder than it will those who just flatly and summarily dismissed what, again, potentially is the greatest story in the last 1,000 years.
Okay, well spoken. I like that.
Longer than 5 minutes, but
no, that's quite all right. I wanted to give each. I missed in my notes to do this for each guest, and I'm gonna see if I can't get them to do the. I missed it with Mr. Randall and Mr. Korf as well, probably. But we'll probably. I'm hopeful that we could do some sort of panel show because I think that would be amazing and be well attended, and I hope that you will participate in that if we can get everybody's schedules to jive.
Count me in.
Absolutely, and I want to thank you once again. It's rare that we get a guest of your caliber and status, and it's been a pleasure. So I'm going to throw you out of here. There's nothing you need to do except close out your browser, and you'll be good to go. Otherwise, you'll stay in my backstage. We're going to do an intermission, and then I'm going to have like a discussion with the audience for the next hour or so.
Well, have fun with that. But
okay,
I need to.
All right,
my wife for the evening. So it is
all right. Thanks, Mr. Schmidt. You have a good evening. All right, bye. My pleasure. Wow, what a great evening this has been, friends. So this is what I'm saying. It's just been like ping pong back and forth. And, we hear from the skeptical side, and then we hear from more of the believer side. And I can't say I disagree with Mr. Schmidt, when he talks about the volume of work that he has done. I mean, the guy has flown all over the country at his own expense, driven all over the country at his own expense, just trying to get to the witnesses, trying to get to what it is that actually happened here, what it is that actually happened, not here, but in Roswell in 1947. It's been an enduring mystery for years, and it's just one of those great mysteries. I'm hopeful that someday a smoking gun is going to come and prove definitively exactly what happened. And it will be such an amazing thing if that happens, and also sort of end the debate, because I think eventually some evidence is going to surface that will be beyond debate. At least I'm hopeful about that.
Greetings and salutations, and thank you for being here for the 75th Roswell Anniversary Truth Seekers Special Deep Dive. If you're new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you too will know about future special events you can attend here. I wanted to take a moment to thank all of our kind and generous benefactors, because people all over the world send a few bucks in pledges, either through PayPal or through the super chat down there in the live chat, the money button, super stickers, we have and take Cash App pledges as well. I want to thank everybody who has signed up to be a Patreon member, because for as little as $1 a month, you can get some extra content from us here. Additionally, I'd like to thank the channel members who get a bunch of YouTube benefits as well as all the Patreon benefits for as little as $5 a month. I also wanted to mention that I have something strange for my friends. These are Roswell wreckage replicas, which I have been making here. I also wanted to mention that for today's special event, we have prizes for those of you pledging $30 or more, either through Cash App, PayPal, or Super Chat. And this is a gift that we will be sending everybody who pledges $30 or more. This is a Roswell debris replica, and it's designed to look exactly as Jesse Marcel and his son had described. This is the so-called I-beam wreckage. This is a replica, of course, and I'm happy that I'll be able to offer these to anybody pledging $30 or more to our show today. This is just a special free gift that we're going to be giving you kind and generous people for supporting our show. Well, friends, let's get back into it.